Aiden. Before Aiden could shake it, a dart struck Roland in the chest. Roland frowned down at it. Then his eyes rolled back in his head, his knees buckled, and he sank to the ground. Aiden turned to the small group watching them. Ethan, Heather, Brody, and Ed all gaped at Dana, who aimed a tranquilizer gun in Aiden and Roland's direction. "Roland!" Sarah cried and started forward. Dana fired the tranq gun again. Sarah stumbled to a halt, then sank to the ground unconscious. Aiden stared. "What the hell are you doing, woman?" he called loud enough for Dana to hear him. "Why did you tranq Roland?" "It looked like he was going to stab you," she called back. Since she didn't have the preternaturally sharp vision of Ethan, Sarah, and Heather, he supposed it could have. "He was apologizing," he called with exasperation, "and wanted to shake my hand." "Oh," she yelled, "my bad." Her companions burst into laughter. Shaking his head in amusement, Aiden tossed Roland over one shoulder and rejoined the others. "Why did you tranq Sarah?" Dana shrugged. "I thought she was going to rush over there and try to finish what Roland had started." Ethan knelt beside Sarah and gently lifted her into his arms. "Ed, do we have any of the antidote on hand?" "Yeah." Ed headed inside. "I'll get it." Aiden nodded toward the open front door. "Let's go." Dana chewed her lower lip as Ethan carried Sarah inside. The unconscious Immortal's long brown hair flowed over his biceps, dancing with every movement. Aiden followed with Roland draped over one shoulder, the surly Immortal's arms dangling down his back and swaying back and forth. "Will they be okay?" she asked anxiously. She really had thought Roland was going to hurt Aiden, Sarah too. It had just been so dark. Unable to see them clearly, she had caught the quick movement and figured, better safe than sorry. "They'll be fine," Aiden assured her. "Fine, but pissed," Heather corrected with a wry smile as she followed them inside and closed the door. Ethan lowered Sarah to the sofa. Aiden seated Roland beside her and stepped back. The couple looked as though they had fallen asleep while watching television, shoulders brushing, heads lolling back against the cushions. Dana, Aiden, Ethan, and Heather stood in a semicircle, staring down at them as they waited for Ed and Brody to reappear. "I can't believe he said that," Heather whispered, her eyes on Roland. "Which part?" her husband asked. "All of it." Dana looked at Heather and the others. "What did he say?" They seemed stunned, as if whatever Roland had told Aiden had made them completely rethink everything they knew about him. "I feel sort of bad now," Heather admitted in lieu of answering. "I really did think of him as being kind of—" "Cold and heartless?" her husband offered. "Well, not heartless," she qualified. "No one who has seen how he is with Sarah and Adira can call him heartless." Aiden and Ethan nodded their agreement. "But cold?" Heather went on. "Yeah, I mean, he's always so, I don't know, unapproachable, so closed off to the rest of us. But now, after this, after what he said to Aiden, and the emotion I heard in his voice," she shook her head. "I gotta admit, I teared up a little." Dana looked up at Aiden. "What did he say?" Aiden shifted his weight from one foot to the other, unease creeping into his handsome features. "He apologized." Dana waited for him to say more, but he opted not to elaborate. Heather frowned up at him. "There was a little more to it than that, Aiden. You should tell her. Or, better yet, show her. All of it. You can do that, right?" Dana looked at Aiden. "Show her? How?" "Yes," he admitted with obvious reluctance. "Then you should," Heather urged him. "Let her see it all. Because it sounds like Roland intends to stick around, and the last thing Dana needs on top of everything else is to worry about him attacking you again or not being fully on your side." Dana turned a doubtful gaze on Roland. "See?" Heather pointed to her. "She doesn't believe he can be trusted." All eyes turned to Dana. She shrugged. "Of course I don't. He tried to kill Aiden." And still Aiden looked reluctant to comply, but he did, nevertheless. Turning toward her, he touched the tip of one finger to her temple. The living room around her vanished, replaced by Ethan and Heather's front yard. Aiden's stroll with Roland and the words they spoke played out before her as clearly as a movie on a big-screen, high-def television. Except Dana was in the movie, seeing everything from Aiden's point of view. So cool. And she didn't just hear the words and see the images. She felt what Aiden had felt, because all of that was part of the memory he retained. Her breath caught. Aiden withdrew his touch. The memory dissolved. Ed and Brody entered the living room. Dana barely noticed as she stared up at Aiden, her heart beating faster. Aiden met her gaze, his handsome face somber, his brown eyes unreadable. Again she heard Roland's voice in his memory. "When Seth told me he believes you had no role in Veronica's disappearance, and that I had just outed you in front of the mortal woman you love, I felt sick." Ed leaned over Roland. "No." Ethan stopped him. "Wake Sarah first. Roland may not blame Dana for tranking him, but if he sees she tranked Sarah too, he'll be pissed." Nodding, Ed moved to stand over Sarah and leaned down. "Dana is here with you now," Roland had said. "Does that mean she hasn't turned away from you?" "She's here because Seth mandated it," Aiden had responded, so much emotion buffeting him. Did he really believe that? That she wouldn't be with him tonight if Seth hadn't forced her hand? Ed pressed an EpiPen-like thing against Sarah's neck. Sarah's hazel eyes opened, then flared bright green as she sat up straight and looked around for her husband, almost bumping heads with Ed. Dana didn't hear whatever Ethan and the others told her. Didn't really care, truth be told. "She seems to be accepting it all, accepting me. I just don't know if she's willing to accept it all, and you on a permanent basis." "Aye." Aiden loved her. Deeply. He wanted to spend the rest of eternity with her, and, even after the amazing day they had just spent together making love, feared she either didn't or couldn't feel the same way. "Aiden," she whispered. Face somber, he cupped her face in one hand. "You still have choice," he murmured, stroking her cheek with his thumb. Because he would always place her needs and desires above his own. No matter how much he dreaded the centuries of loneliness and regret he believed would follow if she walked away, he wouldn't press her. Tears welled in her eyes. Emotion suffusing her, she moved forward, buried her face in his chest, and hugged him tight. Aiden said nothing, just closed his arms around her and rested his chin atop her head. "Roland?" Sarah said. "What the hell happened?" the British Immortal replied groggily. "Dana tranked you," his wife told him. "She couldn't see clearly in the dark, so when you went to shake Aiden's hand, she thought you were trying to stab him and tranked you to protect him." Dana couldn't help but notice that Sarah didn't mention being tranked herself. "She did?" Roland asked, his voice lightening with amusement. "First she tases me, then she tranks me," he chuckled. "I like her. She reminds me of you." Laughter filled the room. A chuckle rumbled through Aiden's chest beneath Dana's ear. Tilting her head back, she smiled up at him, and his answering smile bore a hesitance that twisted her heart. She lifted her lips, inviting a kiss. Smile broadening, he started to lower his head to comply, but stopped just short of making contact. He frowned, then turned to look at the front door. Releasing her, he drew his swords. The other Immortals all followed suit as Aiden stepped around Dana and placed himself between her and the door. Ed and Brody both drew what appeared to be 9mm. "What is it?" Dana asked, wondering if the trank gun she'd tucked back in her pants still held any darts. Aiden answered telepathically. "Someone just teleported onto the front porch." All shared an intense look, so Dana assumed he had told everyone, not just her. Hell, was it Seth? The other vision wasn't about to come true, was it? Had Seth returned to kill Aiden? The doorbell rang. Heather's eyebrows rose. Really? She took a step toward the door. Ethan blurred and got there first. Heather frowned as she moved to stand beside him. Unperturbed, Ethan opened the door. Dana's jaw dropped. The tallest man she had ever seen in person, even taller than Seth, stood on the front porch beside an absolutely gorgeous woman. The male was only an inch or two shy of 7 feet, the woman about 5'6". Both had black hair. The man's fell below his shoulders. The woman's was pulled back in a long braid. Both also wore the clothing Dana was coming to associate with just about everyone in the Immortal Guardians world: black pants, black shirts, black boots, and long black coats. Did the black clothing help them blend into the night better, or did they wear it to conceal the bloodstains they accrued on their nightly hunts? She suspected the latter, and found the idea unsettling. Ethan smiled as everyone sheathed and holstered their weapons. "Zach, Lizette, what are you two doing here?" "Defying Seth's orders," Zach muttered with what sounded like a British accent. Lizette elbowed him, never losing her smile. "There was a game on earlier." Her voice carried a lilting French accent. "I was hoping Ed recorded it so we could watch it together." Ethan laughed. "Bullshit. You're here to check up on me." Her smile turned sheepish. Maybe I was a little worried after hearing what happened last night." Ethan motioned for them to enter and closed the door behind them. "Dana, this is Lizette and her husband Zach. Both are immortal." Lizette strode forward with a big smile, offering her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dana." Returning her smile, Dana shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, too." At least she hoped it was. Lizette seemed friendly, but Zach gave off kind of a scary, don't fuck with me or I'll kill you vibe, and seemed to exude almost as much power as Seth. Patting their clasped hands, Lizette slid Zach a glance. "I know some find my husband intimidating because of his dark and brooding nature, but I assure you, he's as gentle as a kitten." Everyone snorted in disagreement, even her husband. Lizette frowned. "He is." Zach's lips curled up in a sardonic smile. "I don't think that one's going to fly, love. They know me too well." Lizette started to reply, then paused and turned a frown on Aiden. "I wasn't." "Yes, you were." Aiden's brows lowered. "Don't do it again." Dana glanced at Zach, expecting the warning in Aiden's voice to anger him, but Zach merely chuckled. "Looks like he caught you." Lizette wrinkled her nose as she released Dana's hand. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." "Do what again?" Dana asked, wondering what she'd missed. Aiden curled an arm around her shoulders. "Read your thoughts." Dana looked at Lizette, anger rising over the intrusion. "You're a telepath?" "Yes," the woman confirmed. "And I'm sorry, I won't read your thoughts again unless a dire emergency compels me to. I just did it this time." "Because you're nosy?" Ethan suggested with a grin. She laughed. "Sometimes, yes," she admitted, then turned back to Dana. "But I really just wanted to know how you were faring." Her smile gentled as she reached out to touch Aiden's arm. "Aiden is precious to us." Dana glanced up. Aiden seemed surprised by the pronouncement. "He gave me a very special gift," Lizette continued. "I did?" Aiden asked. Lizette's smile widened. "You told me how to strengthen my mental barriers so I can know all of Zach's secrets without you and the others ferreting them out." Aiden smiled. "So I did. And it's working, by the way. Your mental barriers are already so much stronger that I couldn't breach them. I just assumed you were reading Dana's thoughts." Lizette laughed. "You assumed correctly." She turned back to Dana. "As I said, he's precious to us, and you're clearly precious to him. So I wanted to take a little peek and see if you were finding our world too overwhelming." Stepping back, she grinned up at her husband. Clearly not, because she tasered Roland and tranked him. Zack laughed. The other immortals are going to love her. Even Roland laughed at that. Then all levity died as the immortals looked toward the front of the house. Again. "Seriously?" Heather blurted in disbelief. Dana consulted Aidan. "What is it?" "Marcus, Amy, and their daughter Adira." Roland swore, as did Zack. "Seth will be furious." Nodding, Heather turned to her second. "Hey, Ed?" "Yeah?" "It looks like we're going to need a bigger house. You can tack on a few extra rooms, right?" He laughed. "That's a little outside my job description." The crunch of gravel under tires intruded upon the night, accompanied by the low rumble of a well-tuned engine. Seconds later, both sounds ended. Doors opened and closed. Then the doorbell rang. Ethan opened the door. A man and a woman stood on the porch. Dana recognized the woman. Amy was the redhead she had seen in her vision, the one with the Chuck Taylor high-top sneakers, although tonight she wore heavy boots. Marcus, the man at her side, held a beautiful red-headed toddler in his arms and had a large bag looped over one shoulder. Like all of the other males present, he bore black hair and brown eyes, but his hair fell a few inches below his shoulders, like Zack's. Both newcomers wore all black like their brethren, so Dana assumed they were immortal. Although maybe not. They did have a baby. She frowned. Could immortals have children? She hadn't thought to ask Aidan. Ethan shook his head at the couple. "Seth is going to be furious." Amy thrust her chin out stubbornly, but didn't deny it as she stepped inside. Marcus followed. The baby grinned when she saw the gathering and bounced in her daddy's arms. "Uncle Roland! Uncle Roland!" As Ethan closed the door, Marcus bent and lowered the little girl's feet to the floor. "Dana," Aidan said, "this is Marcus and his wife Amy." The little girl beelined over to Roland, who bent and scooped her up into his arms, giving her an affectionate grin and a peck on the cheek. "And that's their daughter Adira." Seth abruptly appeared just inside the front door. When his gaze alighted upon the large group in the living room, his eyes lit with golden fire. Chapter 13. "Seriously?" Seth roared. The world beyond the windows brightened for an instant with a flash of lightning. Thunder followed, so loud that Dana felt the vibrations in her chest. Everyone quieted. "Was I unclear in my instructions?" Seth demanded. "When I said I wanted Aidan and Dana to stay with Ethan and Heather instead of at David's place, so Dana wouldn't have to bump into powerful immortals every time she turned around, and perhaps might have an easier time adjusting, did I muddle my words or speak in a language you failed to comprehend?" Seth had wanted them to stay away so she could have some time and space to come to terms with all this. That was kind of nice, and really didn't gel with Dana's knowledge that Seth would soon want Aidan dead. Roland stepped forward, Adira cradled in his arms. "I screwed up, Seth, and wanted to make amends. I'm the reason Dana has to deal with all of this at once. I pretty much threw it in her face." Sarah nodded. "We wanted to see if there was anything we could do to mitigate the damage, and, if not, thought the least we could do was guard Aidan and Dana and keep them safe." The fury that blazed in Seth's eyes didn't dim when he turned his gaze upon Amy. Thunder rumbled again at the same time lightning brightened the windows. "I told you I didn't want you in the same house as Aidan and Dana," Seth bit out. "It's too dangerous. We believe the vampire attack last night confirms Gersham's interest in Dana and, as I said earlier, I believe the chance of getting you, Adira, and Dana all in one fell swoop might prove a great enough lure for him to risk anything." Amy looked both defiant and nervous. Hell, they all looked nervous. Except for Zack. Seth was emitting so much power that the hair on Dana's arms stood up, and Dana was pretty sure Seth was responsible for the sudden storm brewing overhead. The skies had been clear when she, Aiden, and the others had been outside. "Seth," Amy said, "I would know it if Gershom were nearby. I would feel it. You know I would. And as soon as I did, I would call you." Seth vanished and reappeared in front of Amy, the long fingers of one hand wrapped around her throat. Dana gasped. Marcus emitted a shout of protest and lunged forward, then stopped short about the same time Dana realized the powerful Immortal leader was exerting no pressure with his hold. "A second to you," Seth growled, "is half an hour to one with my power. Gershom could silence you before you even had time to recognize his presence, and he could take you and Adira beyond my reach without your ever having made a sound." The Immortal Guardian's leader sounded tormented by the thought. "Do you know how hard it would be for me to find you? How long it might take?" he rasped. Too long, his tone implied. Remorse filled Amy's green gaze. "You're right. I'm sorry." Lowering his hand, Seth stepped back and turned his eyes, still bright with anger, on Marcus. "What the hell is wrong with you letting them come here?" Marcus scowled. "Let? You know how hard her head is," he said in his own defense. "I can only bang mine against it for so long before I end up caving. Besides, I knew you'd follow as soon as you realized where we'd gone." Zach laughed. But Dana remained on edge. The danger had not yet passed. Seth looked the way he had in her vision, and she feared it might be coming to pass, that Seth would turn that wrath upon Aiden and attack. Seth swung on Lizette. "Why are you here?" Lizette gave him a penitent shrug and looked to Dana like a child being chastised by a parent. "Aiden has been good to me. I wanted to make sure they were okay." Grumbling something under his breath, Seth shifted his gaze to Zach. "Et tu, Brute," he said, sarcasm creeping into his deep voice. But his glowing eyes, Dana noted, didn't dim. Zach smiled and nodded toward Lizette. "I go where she goes." Seth grunted and turned those eyes, still blazing with fury, on Aiden. Dana didn't think. She just reacted, her vision strong in her mind. Raising the tranq gun, she fired. A dart lodged itself in Seth's chest. All around the room, mouths fell open as eyes widened. More than one person gasped. Seth frowned down at the dart, then looked at Dana. He didn't pass out. "Oh, crap!" Dana fired again. The second dart impaled him an inch or so from the first. Aiden swung on her. "Are you mad, woman?" He eyed her with what could only be described as appalled astonishment. She looked around. All of them eyed her with appalled astonishment, except for Zach, who burst out laughing, and little Adira, who just looked puzzled. Dana frowned up at Aiden. "I thought he was going to attack you." Her visions always came true. She had foreseen Roland attacking Aiden, and Roland had attacked Aiden. She had foreseen vampires attacking them at her home, and vampires had attacked them at her home. And she had foreseen Seth hacking away at Aiden with a sword, his eyes glowing and fury painting his face as it did now. So a preemptive strike had seemed like the way to go. No one responded. They all just continued to gape at her. "Well," she complained as the silence stretched and frustration rose, "if you didn't want me to tranq anyone, you shouldn't have given me the damned gun." Zach, who had managed to corral his mirth, burst into laughter again. Seth's lips twitched. He looked at Aiden, the bright golden light in his eyes fading. "I like her." Aiden chuckled. "Aye, she's a fighter." Around the room, tight expressions lightened with amusement. Shoulders and stances relaxed, and, most important, Seth didn't attack. Dana lowered the tranq gun and leaned into Aiden's side as he wrapped an arm around her. Seth looked toward the front windows and scowled, his anger resurfacing. "Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me?" A moment later, Dana heard a vehicle approach. A thud sounded as someone exited the vehicle. Seth crossed to the front door and yanked it open. The man on the porch raised his eyebrows and eyed Seth's furious expression with surprise, but no real concern, it seemed to Dana. He was about 6 feet tall, with black hair that fell almost to his waist, brown eyes, broad shoulders, and plenty of muscle. Seth looked at those gathered in the living room and pointed to the newcomer.
"Okay, I admit it. This surprised me."
Nods all around. Amy offered the newcomer a hesitant smile. "Hi, Bastian." Bastian nodded to her, then studied Seth. Backing up a couple of steps, he looked up at the stormy sky, then over his shoulder at the trees that swayed in a rough wind before arching a brow at Seth. "Did I come at a bad time?" Seth sighed. "Just get your ass in here." Dana looked up at Aidan as Bastian entered, and Seth closed the door behind him. Why did everyone seem so shocked to see this particular immortal? Aidan glanced down at her. "Bastian is the black sheep of the Immortal Guardian's family. He once raised an army of vampires in an attempt to defeat us all, and is not well liked by some as a result. Roland, in particular, bears him a great deal of animosity, because Bastian once kidnapped Sarah." Dana slid Roland and Sarah a look. Both seemed more concerned about Seth's anger than Bastian's appearance. She returned her gaze to Aidan's. "So no one likes him?" she thought. "That's why they all look so shocked?" "Zack likes him," he clarified. "Those two are birds of a feather, and the others present have gradually come to accept him. But the shocker is that Bastian rarely concerns himself with the lives of other immortals, so his coming here is—" He frowned. "Actually, I'm not sure why he's here." Seth scowled at Bastian. "If the others defied me, I don't know why it surprises me so much that you did too. Why are you here?" Bastian motioned to Aidan. "Aidan has been good to me." Surprise lit Aidan's features. "I have?" Bastian nodded. "You've gone out of your way to help Cliff, and Cliff is like a brother to me. So I'm here to have your back." Love and pride filled Dana as she looked up at Aidan. These men and women, his brethren, all loved him so much for the things he had done for them in the past that they had risked Seth's wrath to be here for him, which apparently was pretty ballsy. How could she not love him too? He glanced down at her. Her eyes widened. "Don't read my thoughts," she blurted. His forehead crinkled. "I'm not. I only read the others because you sent them to me." "Oh. Good." Now did not seem like the most appropriate time for declarations of love. Bastian motioned to Seth's chest. "What's with the dots?" Glancing down, Seth plucked them from his chest and tucked them in a pocket. "Dana tried to trank me." Bastian's eyes widened as a startled laugh escaped him. Clamping his lips together, he turned to look at her. "You're the psychic." Dana nodded. Smiling, he strode forward and offered her his hand. "Sebastian Newcomb, pleasure to meet you." Shifting the trank gun to her left hand, Dana shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, too." Bastian covered their clasped hands. "If you or Aidan ever need anything, large or small, don't hesitate to call me. Aidan has my number." She returned his smile. "Thank you. That's very kind of you." Someone, Ed, she thought, whispered, "Did Dana trank Bastian and I just didn't see it? Because he is not acting like himself." Muffled laughter. The amusement that rose within Dana died a swift death as the comfy living room faded away, replaced by a stark white room littered with splintered furniture. In the vision, a young man gripped the front of her shirt as he stared up at her with eyes that glowed orange and sparkled with tears. She clasped his shoulders with Bastian's large hands and gave them a squeeze. The young man mouthed something she didn't hear and released her shirt. Naked joy blossomed on his face. Then, in the blink of an eye, she drew a sword and severed his head. A scream sounded beside her as anguish filled her. Her eyes welled with tears. Bastian released her hand. Dana returned to the present, to the living room full of immortals, but that lump of grief remained lodged in her chest. Bastian stared down at her uneasily, then looked to Aiden. "Did I say something wrong?" Dana hastily blinked back tears. Aiden smiled. "No, she's just touched by your show of support, as am I." "Don't mention what you saw," he murmured in her mind. It was a moment from his past that still causes him great pain and sorrow. Dana forced a smile. "And the past 48 hours have been pretty exhausting." Bastian's smile returned. "I imagine they have." He glanced around. "So," he said to no one in particular as he tucked his hands in his pockets, "should we order pizza?" "No," Seth declared with exasperation. "The whole point of lodging Aiden and Dana here was to keep her from bumping into all of you every time she turned around." Bastian pursed his lips. "Well, that plan sort of backfired, didn't it?" Seth loosed a growl of frustration that Dana found more amusing now than scary. "Just get your ass back to the network, Bastian. Roland, Sarah," he ordered, turning to the couple, "begin the night's hunt. Marcus, you do the same." He turned to the tallest man in the room. "Zach, you take Amy and Adira to David's place. Then you and Lizette can begin your hunt." Zach offered him a cocky salute. Since every immortal who had come to visit had apparently defied Seth's wishes to do so, Dana was a little surprised by how quickly they jumped to do his bidding now. Bastian offered Dana a goodbye, then left with Roland and Sarah right behind him. Marcus kissed his wife and daughter, then headed outside after the others. Cars rumbled to life and drove away. Amy carried Adira over to Zach, who touched her shoulder, then curled an arm around Lizette. A second later, the small group vanished, leaving only Dana, Aiden, Ethan, Heather, Ed, Brody, and Seth. Seth gave Ed and Brody a pointed look. Without a word, the human males turned and headed down the hallway into another room. A door quietly closed behind them. Seth turned his gaze upon Ethan and Heather. "Go get some rest. And by rest I mean sleep," he stressed. "I'll wake you when I leave." Nodding, Ethan took Heather's hand. Seth sank down in a big cushioned chair while the couple strolled down the hallway and disappeared through another doorway. Aiden touched the small of Dana's back and motioned to the closer of two sofas. Once she seated herself, he sank down beside her. Offering her a smile, he extended his hand in front of her, palm up, silently asking her to relinquish her weapon. He still couldn't believe she had tried to trank Seth. Narrowing her eyes in displeasure, she handed him the tranquilizer gun. Damn, he loved her. There really didn't seem to be anything she wouldn't do or anyone she wouldn't take on to protect him. That was actually a little terrifying. Setting the tranquilizer gun on the somewhat battered coffee table, he leaned back into the soft cushions. Her hip pressed against his. When he stretched an arm across the back of the sofa, she leaned into him and settled a hand on his thigh. His whole being warmed at the casual contact. "I take it the darts don't work on you?" Dana asked Seth, breaking the silence. Seth shook his head. "I'm an ancient. Zach is too. No drugs affect us." Closing his eyes, he rested his head against the chair. When Dana sent Aiden a questioning glance, he touched a fingertip to his lips. Nodding, she waited. After a moment, the rustle of leaves outside ceased as the harsh breeze stirred up by Seth's fury diminished. Lightning stopped flashing, no thunder rumbled. The night creatures that had quieted resumed their chorus. Raising his head, Seth opened his eyes. The glow was gone, leaving them so dark a brown they almost appeared black. "I really did try to give the two of you some privacy," he said, his voice carrying apology now rather than anger.
I know you did, Aiden told him, and I appreciate it.
Especially since Seth was really giving him the benefit of the doubt after seeing Rawdon's incriminating video. Seth's lips tilted up in a faint smile.
Did Roland really apologize?
Very nicely, Aiden replied. Seth shook his head.
Will wonders never cease?
He laughed.
So, Seth asked, how does it feel to be so beloved by your brethren that they will defy me and risk my wrath to come to your defense?
Aiden thought about it for a moment.
I find it both humbling and frightening. I don't want to put any of them in danger. Gershom is proving to be annoyingly adept at sowing dissent and dividing loyalties, Seth grumbled.
Dana's eyes widened. Divided loyalties, she repeated. Seth's eyebrows rose.
What?
Aiden covered Dana's hand with his as realization dawned.
When Dana scried my future with her tarot cards, she foresaw danger, conflict, and divided loyalties. I thought the divided loyalty referred to me because I was hiding my relationship with her,
amongst other things.
Divided loyalties, Seth murmured. An abundance of that was demonstrated tonight.
Unease and guilt suffused Aiden as he thought of Dana's visions.
We can't let Gershom come between us, Seth. We can't let him pit us all against each other.
Though Gershom already had, more than once. First Roland had attacked Aiden, then Ethan and Heather had been prepared to fight Roland on Aiden's behalf, and he and Ethan were both keeping secrets from Seth.
No, we can't, Seth agreed. So what's the solution?
Seth drummed his fingers on the chair's arms.
Take tonight off. No hunting. For you or for Ethan and Heather. As Dana mentioned, the past 48 hours have been tough ones. So I want the two of you to have tonight off to rest and regroup and... He shrugged. Hell, I don't know. Have a date night or something. Anything that will restore a little normalcy.
He looked to Dana.
Again, I must apologize for your turbulent entrance into our world.
Much to Aiden's surprise, Dana offered Seth a hesitant smile. Actually, all of this... She waved to the room around them that had previously been filled with immortals. Kind of helped. You guys really do seem like a family, willing to risk all to have each other's backs, bickering among yourselves and... She motioned to Seth, standing up to the patriarch.
Seth laughed. The last, I hope, will remain a rarity.
Again, Aiden felt guilty for withholding information from Seth. The silence that descended then was a comfortable one.
Dana, Seth said,
seeming to choose his words carefully.
I know that, despite your words, you are still wary of us. We have certainly given you reason to be, what with Roland's attack on Aiden and then my show of temper tonight. But I stayed behind because I think it's time you knew about our enemy, and I believe it would be best if you heard it from me rather than Aiden.
Ah, hell. Seth was going to tell her all of it. Dana looked up at him, a question in her gaze. You look worried.
I am, he admitted.
She squeezed his thigh. After everything you've already told me, do you really think there's anything that could turn me away from you?
A couple of things, actually.
Returning her gaze to Seth, she said, Okay, who is your enemy?
We believe Gershom is the one causing our current troubles. He's most likely the one who sent the vampires to attack you and Aiden.
Aiden watched Dana carefully, noting the faint furrow that formed in her brow. And who is Gershom exactly? She asked. Is he a vampire leader or something?
Seth shook his head. Until recently, vampires have always been very solitary creatures. For thousands of years they lived or traveled alone or only in pairs. Even seeing 3 together was a rarity.
Why?
Because their insanity drives them to attack each other. The madness that afflicts them is often accompanied by paranoia and inevitably compels them to commit and relish committing violence. But in recent years, vampires have banded together in unprecedented numbers, first under Bastion before he joined our ranks, then under a vampire who declared himself their king, then with mercenaries. And it has escalated over the years until today, when we suspect Gershom is now leading them. Gershom is not a vampire. He also is not an immortal guardian. He is what we call another. Dana frowned. Another what? Not another, but an other, Seth clarified, enunciating the difference. He is an ancient. Many of the immortals you saw here today are quite young by our standards. Ethan is a mere century old. He glanced at Aidan. Have you told her your age? No. Seth returned his attention to Dana. Heather and Sarah have only recently transformed and are considered youngsters. Aidan is considered an elder because he is somewhat older than most of those you've met. Dana slid him a look, and Aidan didn't have to read her mind to know she was trying to guess how much older. I, Seth continued, and Zack are others, or we were once. We are ancients, too, though the rest of the immortals kindly call us elders. We were amongst the very first immortals in the world. We have, in fact, been around since shortly after the Great Flood. Dana stared at him. You're not talking about the one in the Old Testament, are you? The one in the book of Genesis? I am. The same one mentioned in ancient Egyptian, Greek, Mesopotamian, Hindu, and Mayan mythology? Yes. Her eyes widened. You've lived thousands of years? Yes. Millennia ago, the others decided to withdraw from humanity. They decided they would not interact with mortals or do anything that would alter the natural progression or fate of humanity. Why? Dana asked. I don't understand. I've seen the wondrous things Aidan can do, and he said you can do even more. Why would you withhold that? Why would you not use those gifts to aid humanity and advance our society? We had good reason, Seth answered, to believe that if we tampered with humanity, if we altered mankind's fate in any way, if we interfered in any way, Armageddon would unfold. Dana turned to Aidan. Seriously? Aidan nodded. He didn't know what good reason Seth and the others possessed, but he trusted Seth's judgment. I've heard David compare it to the hypotheses that are often put forth in time travel movies, in which the men and women who go back in time are told that if they alter anything, if they so much as kill a butterfly or step on a bug, they could change the present in disastrous ways. Who is David? She asked. Seth answered, My second in command. Confusion clouded Dana's pretty features as she turned back to Seth. But you're here. How is that not interference? Doesn't that contradict what you're telling me? Seth nodded. I'm here now because I defected from the others a long time ago. I deviated from the path. The others did not. They steadfastly clung to it, believed in it, and, for several years after I left their ranks, wanted to kill me for abandoning it. She shook her head. If you really had reason to think tampering with mortals would spark Armageddon, why did you deviate from the path? Seth gave her a faint smile. Because I fell in love with a mortal, a human woman, and I gladly risked everything to be with her. To this day, I do not regret it. Aidan could relate. He would risk anything to be with Dana. Seth lowered his gaze for a moment. After I lost my wife. Dana glanced up at Aidan. Because she was human? He caught the thought clearly. Yes. A human whose daughter had trusted the wrong person with their secret. Seth's wife and both his children had been slain as a result. But Aidan wouldn't tell Dana as much unless Seth wished it. That was Seth's story to share, not his own. I needed a new path. Seth finished his thought. I needed something to... He hesitated, then shook his head. I needed a new path. He met Dana's gaze once more. So I took it upon myself to lead the Immortal Guardians, to guide them. I was older, wiser, had seen more of the world, had learned from past mistakes. And when vampires began to prey upon humans and roamed unchecked, I believed that pitting the Immortal Guardians against them would balance the scales, not tip them. The others objected. But unbeknownst to them, I had begun building and increasing my power, so they could not stop me. I took the risk, and thus far it has paid off. The others still tread the same path they always have. They watch, they do not participate, they do not interfere, and they disapprove of my own interference. Zack was also an other. He is an ancient like myself. He steadfastly clung to the path of the others until he met and fell in love with Lisette a couple of years ago. Then he too defected, which caused some upheaval. A bit of an understatement. But we soon discovered that Zack was not the only other to abandon the path. Gershom deviated as well. But Gershom did not deviate for the same reason Zack and I did. There is no love in Gershom. Quite the contrary. We believe he has slowly, without the others realizing it, been descending into madness, much like the vampires Aiden and the Immortal Guardians hunt. Dana scowled.
Well, that's just great. A madman who is as powerful as you are running around out there?
Aiden nodded. I'm afraid so. Seth leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. Gershom apparently wants to kickstart Armageddon. He wants to watch the world burn and delights in sparking chaos.
Wonderful, Dana muttered.
Aiden squeezed her hand. But we're doing everything we can to stop him. Seth nodded. In his first attempt, Gershom did his damnedest to sow dissent amongst our ranks, and did succeed for a time. Much to my regret, I briefly believed Aiden was working against us. Dana cut Aiden a look. Was the vision I saw of Seth trying to kill you showing me the past? Again, he heard the thought clearly. No. Damn. She frowned at Seth. How could you believe Aiden would betray you? Why would you believe it? Aren't you friends? Aiden saw guilt enter his leader's countenance and sought to erase it. We are, he told Dana, but there was compelling evidence. Had Seth and I not been as close as we are, I don't know what would have happened. She didn't seem to like that. Seth sighed. We weren't able to defeat Gershom, and we have not been able to capture him. Although we did manage to foil his attempt to start a third world war last year. Dana's mouth fell open. What? But Gershom has not abandoned his quest, Seth went on, and he is once more attempting to sow dissent amongst us. A short laugh containing no mirth escaped Dana. Well, he seems to be succeeding. Seth nodded. Whatever new plan he has hatched is more complex than the last. He knows Immortal Guardians and the vast network of humans that aid us watch over gifted ones. We have been watching over you, Dana, since your birth, as we do all others. Her brow furrowed. That's kind of creepy. Seth smiled. Not really. We do it so that, if your advanced DNA should ever be discovered, or come to the attention of those who may want to hurt you or exploit you for your differences, or even dissect you to seek their source, we can protect you. Her frown deepened. Okay, that's even creepier. Again, Seth nodded. It seems that someone has been abducting gifted ones in North Carolina. 6 women and 3 men have gone missing thus far. Are they still alive? She asked. We don't know, in part because of the circumstances surrounding some of the abductions. Aiden shifted, uneasiness rising. Dana noticed and gave his thigh another affectionate squeeze. Now you look really nervous. I am, Aiden admitted. Dana, Seth said, reclaiming her attention. The 6 female gifted ones all went missing after having contact with Aiden. She narrowed her eyes at Aiden. What kind of contact? Casual, he hastened to clarify. "I bumped into two at the grocery store, changed a flat tire for another, or a couple. Ah, hell." He rubbed his forehead. "Truth be told, I stole a list of gifted ones from the network and arranged to bump into them so I could strike up a conversation with them and see if perhaps—" She cocked a brow. "You might hit it off with one of them?" "Yes." "Only gifted ones?" "Yes." "Was I on that list?" she asked, a distinct edge entering her voice. "Yes, but none of the others interested me," he vowed. "Only you. I stopped looking once I met you." When Dana opened her mouth to say Aiden didn't know what, Seth interrupted. "If you think about it, Dana, it wasn't that different from trying an online dating service, or letting a friend set you up with a blind date. Aiden did what most men and women do. He narrowed the field to gifted ones, in hopes of finding someone he had something in common with, someone who was more likely to understand his differences, and instead of dying in a few decades and leaving him alone again, would eventually Aiden shook his head quickly. He did not want any of his brethren to start pressuring Dana into transforming for him. Seth clamped his lips shut. "I'm sorry. I don't think I'm helping this situation very much. So, back to the problem at hand." Dana looked from Seth to Aiden and back again with suspicion. "It appears as though Aiden was the last person to see the missing women," Seth informed her, "and 3 of those encounters were caught on video by security cameras that showed the women getting into vehicles with Aiden. They have not been seen since." Dana eyed Aiden with concern. "Were you trying to help them? Taking them to a safe house or something?" That her mind would go there first and not jump to the conclusion that he was the villain who had abducted them made Aiden rejoice inside. "The man in the video wasn't me," he explained. "I didn't know 6 gifted ones I'd spoken with were missing. I knew one woman was missing, but thought Gershom had taken her because of her connections to the network. I didn't learn that 5 others I'd spoken with had also gone missing until last night. As soon as I did, I panicked and raced to your place to ensure you were safe." Seth shifted, drawing Dana's confused gaze. "We believe the man in the video abducted those women, but we don't think that man was Aiden. We believe it was Gershom." She shot Aiden a glance. "Gershom looks like you? I mean, all of you Immortal Guardians seem to look so much alike that you could be brothers, but does Gershom look enough like you to actually pass as you?" "No," Aiden corrected. "Gershom doesn't resemble me, but he can shapeshift and make himself look like my twin." She stared at him a long moment. "Really?" He didn't blame her for her skepticism. None of the gifts she had witnessed thus far had altered one's physical traits aside from healing wounds. He looked to Seth. "A demonstration, please." Dana followed his gaze. Seth's form abruptly shrank. His long, dark hair shortened, curled, and turned red. His masculine features softened into a pretty, feminine face. His broad shoulders narrowed. Then Amy sat where Seth had previously been. "Holy crap!" Dana exclaimed. Amy morphed into Seth once more. "Holy crap!" Dana repeated. Her head snapped around. Wide hazel eyes met Aiden's. "Can you do that?" "No." "Most shape-shifting immortals," Seth told her, "can only shift into the shapes of animals. Generic creatures, large or small. Changing one's appearance to mimic that of a specific person requires enormous power and concentration. It's very difficult because of the many unique nuances that must be perfected. Posture, movement, mannerisms, tiny changes in facial expressions. I can do it, Zach can too. But for the others, it poses a greater challenge because they have kept their distance from humanity for so long that mastering all those little nuances, well, I had not thought any of them capable of it until recently, and Gershom appears to have mastered it." She frowned. "So you're telling me that there is an immortal out there who is as old and powerful as you are,
can make himself look exactly like Aiden, and is abducting gifted ones? Is that why vampires attacked us at my home? Did Gershom send them to abduct me?
Yes, Seth answered. I believe so.
And I somehow fit in with whatever wild plan he's hatched to end the world?
Essentially.
Swiveling to face Aiden, she threw up her hands. Well, shit! I kind of understated it when I said we couldn't catch a break. This is bad, Aiden. This is really, really bad.
He grinned, so damned relieved he wanted to throw his head back and laugh.
Dana eyed him with disbelief. What the hell are you smiling about? This is not good news.
I'm smiling because you don't believe I'm guilty.
Well, of course I don't think you're guilty, honey. Why would I? Aiden hugged her tight. Wait. Dana drew back and looked at both men. Do the other Immortals know about this? Do Ethan and Heather and Roland and the rest know that someone is mimicking Aiden's appearance to make him look guilty?
Yes, Seth answered.
And they trust Aiden so much that even if their eyes tell them he's guilty, they know he's innocent?
Yes, Seth replied again. Well, except for Roland. One of the missing women is his descendant, so he didn't wait around long enough to hear us dispute the evidence. But he's come around now. And Chris Rawdon, the head of the East Coast division of the network, has some doubts. That's why I've told Ethan not to let Aiden out of his sight. Ethan has what he likes to call a photographic memory raised to the nth power, and notices all the little details that tend to escape the rest of us. He has viewed the video footage and is convinced that the man in the video was not Aiden. So if he keeps Aiden close and another gifted one should go missing, then Ethan will be able to confirm without a doubt that Aiden was not responsible and lay Rawdon's suspicions to rest.
Nodding, Dana seemed to mull over Seth's words for a moment. So, is it the old divide and conquer thing? Is Gershom trying to pit you guys against each other so he can defeat you more easily, or do whatever he intends to do while you're distracted, fighting each other?
In part, Seth agreed, but Gershom also bears a hell of a lot of animosity toward me. I'm still not sure why. But he knows how precious my immortal guardians are to me, and knows he can strike at me through them.
And through Amy and her daughter, Dana added.
Seth's brows drew down in a frown. How did you know that?
Dana shrugged. They clearly mean a lot to you.
Seth sighed. Amy is like a daughter to me, her child like a granddaughter. I love them both dearly and fear they have also become targets of Gershom.
This Gershom sounds like a real asshole.
Aiden laughed. Seth did too. An insane one, apparently. Anyway, I'd rather not have a repeat performance, so after tonight I'd like you both to stay at David's place. David is nearly as old and powerful as I am, and opens his homes to all immortals and the mortals who aid us. He is, in large part, the reason we've become such a close family.
Aiden frowned.
I don't want to place Amy and Adira in danger.
Dana shook her head. I don't either.
Seth smiled. I appreciate that, but my immortals seem to be leaving me little choice in the matter. He smiled wryly. If you omit Zark and Bastion, immortal guardians very rarely defy me. The job I have assigned myself is to keep them all safe, so when they make that harder for me to do, I tend not to react well.
Aiden snorted.
A bit of an understatement. Unlike the youngsters, I've seen you fully unleash your anger.
Which was another reason he hoped like hell that Dana's vision of Seth wanting him dead wouldn't come to pass.
So their defiance tonight, Seth continued, was quite telling.
Dana patted Aiden's thigh. If defying Seth is such a big deal, they must really love you.
Almost as much as I do.
His breath caught. Had she meant to send him that thought?
Skillet's Monster began to play. Seth drew out his cell phone and glanced at it, his lips quirked up as he answered. Yes, David. Everyone still alive and breathing over there?
Aiden heard the elder immortal ask.
Seth's smile widened. Yes. No injuries? Aside from Dana trying to trank me twice, none. David's startled laughter floated over the line. Aiden glanced down at Dana. "I'm going to be hearing about that a lot, aren't I?" she mumbled. "Yes." Laughing, he gave her shoulders a squeeze. "They'll cheer you for tranking Roland and revere you for trying to trank Seth." And his heart did a little leap, because it sounded like she didn't mind sticking around. "I'm going to stay for an hour or two and let Ethan and Heather get some sleep," Seth continued. "Can you and Darnell field my calls?" "Of course," David promised. "After tonight, Aiden and Dana will stay at your place until all is resolved. I'll have a room ready for them when they come. I thought I would also have Richard fetch Imhotep and Chalk for added protection." "Good idea." Seth pocketed his phone, then frowned. "I guess you can't really have a date night with me hanging around. But if you need an alibi, Chris would never doubt my word, so I shall remain here until Ethan has gotten some rest." Dana sent Aiden an apologetic smile. "I don't think I'm up for a date night anyway. I may not be a morning person, but I do usually go to bed before midnight and get up early for my clients, so the abrupt change to the night shift is taking its toll." Aiden didn't think lack of sleep was the only thing taking its toll. Throw in several adrenaline rushes, a few brushes with death, and the reality of his world being dumped on her, and he was surprised she still had enough energy to stand, let alone stand up to Seth. Seth gave her a kind smile. "Why don't you two get some sleep as well? I'll wake Ethan and Heather before I leave." Nodding, Aiden rose and crossed to Seth. When he offered Seth his hand, Seth stood and clasped it. "We can't let Gershom come between us, Seth," Aiden said again. "We've been friends, family, for too long to let that bastard win." Seth dipped his chin in a nod. "He won't." Pulling him into a man-hug, Seth clapped him hard on the back, then released him. "Go get some rest." Chapter 14. Seth let the younger Immortal sleep for a couple of hours before waking them so he could teleport to David's study. David sat behind his desk, speaking to an Australian Immortal on the phone. Darnell was seated at Amy's desk, fielding the calls Seth received that bore no urgency. Both men nodded at Seth's appearance, then ended their conversations. "Have Zack and Lizette returned from their hunt?" Seth asked. Both nodded. "Zack," Seth called telepathically. "Yes," Zack responded from the bedroom he and Lizette shared below. "Join me in David's study. There's something I'd like to discuss." "I'm on my way." Darnell grinned. "Did Dana really shoot you with a tranquilizer dart?" "Twice," Seth replied, amused despite his worries. Darnell shook his head. "That was gutsy as hell. I can't wait to meet her." "Well, they'll be here by morning, so you'll have your chance then." Zack entered, clad only in black pants and black boots. He had worn a shirt to Ethan's home in deference to Dana, but tonight his chest was bare, and large, dark wings graced his back. "What's up?" David rose, circling the desk to join them by the door. Seth looked to Darnell. "Can you field my calls for a little while longer? Rawdon can help you if you need him." "Sure." Without another word, Seth touched David's shoulder and teleported away. A moonlit meadow replaced David's study. Long grasses and weeds swayed in a gentle breeze and brushed their knees. The ground around them gradually sloped upward on all sides, as though he and David stood in the bottom of a massive salad bowl. At the top, verdant grasses gave way to a forest so dark and dense that even Seth's eyes couldn't penetrate it. Stars winked above them in a cloudless sky. Zack appeared beside them. "We have a problem," Seth announced without preamble. David's brow furrowed. "Aside from the missing gifted ones, the gathering vampires, our waiting to see if Aiden is being mind-controlled, and several immortals going astray." Not to mention Chris Rawdon's vendetta, Zack mumbled. Yes, Seth responded. Zack grunted. What now? Seth recalled his search of Dana's mind. You know the woman Aiden is seeing is psychic. I assume, David said, her gift is stronger than that of most other gifted ones of her generation, since she is able to earn a living with it. Most gifted ones born in recent decades had gifts so mild that they weren't even aware of them. Melanie was psychic too, but her gifts had been so dampened by centuries of human DNA winding its way through her family tree that she only got what she called feelings now. She might know the phone was about to ring, or if something bad were about to happen, she might feel a sense of foreboding. Dana's gift is surprisingly strong, Seth confirmed, even stronger when it comes to Aiden. I don't know if it's because he's a gifted one too, or perhaps a result of the bond growing between them, but she's been seeing his future in brief, vivid visions since the day they met. And you saw her visions when you read her mind, David guessed. Not the first time, when Roland attacked Aiden and brought her to my attention. Her thoughts were too chaotic, and time was short. The same held true at her home after the vampires struck. Zack frowned. Wait, if she saw Aiden's future in visions, how did she not know what he is? Most of her visions were of an intimate nature. Seth smiled. There have been more of those than Aiden knows about. David's lips twitched. Good for him. Zack laughed. Clearly those need no explanation, and I see no problem with that. Nor do I, Seth agreed. But I performed a more thorough search of Dana's mind after you, Seth scowled at Zack, and the others left a few hours ago and was able to access more of her visions. What did she see? David asked, curiosity lighting his dark features. Roland, doing his damnedest to kill Aiden. She foresaw the battle that outed Aiden as an immortal. Zack grunted. And she didn't think that odd? She did, Seth said, but Aiden told her he was a member of a reenactment group. Smart thinking, David said. What else did you see? Me, doing the same. Zack frowned. She foresaw you trying to kill Aiden. Seth nodded. Or maim him at the very least. We were both wielding swords with sharpened blades, and I looked furious. That's why she tried to trank me earlier. She thought the vision was about to come true, that I was there to kill Aiden. Zack sighed. That's a damned shame. I had actually begun to like Aiden. David looked at Zack in surprise. Really? Seth did too. He hadn't realized Zack liked any of the other immortals, aside from Bastion. He had thought Zack just tolerated them all for Lizette's benefit. Zack shrugged. When I thought he was in league with the men who had nearly killed Lizette, I kicked Aiden's ass. I really beat the shit out of him. And Aiden has never held it against me. Nor did he hold Seth's actions against him. Kind of hard to dislike the poor bastard when he's been so understanding. He looked to Seth. If you're going to want to kill him, I guess that means Rawdon was right. Aiden really did abduct those women. Gershom must be mind-controlling him. Not necessarily, David said. If Ethan is right, it could have been Gershom posing as Aiden in the visions. Zack shook his head. If Dana was seeing Aiden's future, the Aiden in the vision would have to have been him, not someone posing as him. True, Seth said. Then perhaps, David inserted, Gershom is using mind control to have Aiden do his bidding. Has Aiden let you read his thoughts yet? I haven't asked him, Seth admitted, but I doubt he will agree, because he probably doesn't want me to see Dana's vision. Zack grunted. Can't really blame him there. There's another option, David pointed out. Seth nodded. We know Gershom has assumed your appearance in the past, Zack. If he is assuming Aiden's as well, then there's no reason for us to believe he can't assume mine, too. What if the Seth in Dana's vision isn't me? Both men swore.
Seth himself had mixed reactions to the notion. On the one hand, it would be a relief to know that he wouldn't want to kill Aiden in the future, but the idea that Gershom might be moving about the Immortals' ranks pretending to be Seth was disturbing as hell. Zach's brow furrowed with doubt. You had no difficulty determining that the man who met with the mercenaries 2 years ago wasn't me, that it was one of the others. If the man in Dana's vision wasn't you, I would think you'd be able to tell. Not, David interjected, if Gershom has been practicing and honing his shape-shifting skills. Such is my fear, Seth told them, so I've called in a little backup. Zach frowned suddenly and tilted his head as though listening to something. Jared, one of the others, abruptly appeared a few yards away. Like Zach, he wore no shirt, just black leather pants and boots. He was less lean and more muscled than he had been when Seth had last seen him. Seth guessed the other was strengthening himself for battle now that visions of Armageddon had scared the hell out of him. Huge wings spread behind Jared, the semi-translucent feathers that graced them the same tan of his skin at their base and darkening to black at their tips. Folding the wings in against his back, he strolled over to join them. Seth smiled. Just in time. Zach drew back an arm and slammed his fist into Jared's face. Bone cracked and blood spurted from Jared's nose as he flew backward and landed with a thud several yards away. "Damn it!" Seth, David, and Jared all ground out. Zach managed to look both innocent and wickedly satisfied at the same time. What? The bastard tortured me. Jared's eyes glowed golden as he sat up. Cupping his nose, he glowered at Zach. "How long are you going to keep punishing me for that?" Zach's features hardened. "Until I've repaid you wound for wound." Seth wouldn't admit it out loud, but he kind of sided with Zach on that. Rising, Jared strode toward them, eyes still glowing golden from either pain or anger, as the bones in his nose and face slipped back into place and healed. "Why did you summon me?" he asked Seth. "Have you been posing as immortal guardians and tampering in their affairs again?" Seth didn't think he had, but thought it worth asking. Jared's face lit with surprise. "No, I've been towing the line and staying on the straight and narrow so the others won't realize I've defected." Instead of following Zach's lead and fully joining the ranks of the Immortal Guardians, Jared had become something of a double agent, living life as usual with the others to avoid suspicion while helping Seth and feeding him information. Jared studied them. "Why? What's going on?" Seth smiled. "I'd like to conduct a little experiment." Aiden opened his eyes. He lay on his back, Dana's head on his shoulder, her arm resting upon his chest, her thigh draped across his groin. No sun shone behind the curtains, so it must still be night. He sighed. While he had slept a deep healing sleep at Dana's, now that he was at full strength, he was having little luck getting any rest. He hadn't slept beside a woman since his days as a mortal and, much to his dismay, woke at Dana's every movement, no matter how slight. Dana sometimes talked in her sleep, mostly incoherent mumbles he found amusing, and that woke him as well. With a mental shrug, he cuddled her closer. It was worth it. He didn't mind being a little tired if losing sleep enabled him to enjoy her warm body nestled up against his. She shifted, tightening her hold on him. Tilting her head back, she raised her eyelids to half-mast and offered him a sleepy smile. "Hi, handsome." "Hi, yourself," he returned with a grin. He loved seeing her like this. One cheek pink from resting on his shoulder, her hair mussed and tangled. She squinted at the window. "Did we sleep all day again?" "No, we only slept 3 or 4 hours. She shifted again, her smooth thigh teasing his erection. Her smile grew. "Oh, is that for me?" "Hell yes, if you want it." Chuckling, she shook her head. "If I want it," he says. Rising onto an elbow, she slid her lower body over on top of his, then sat up. Aidan hissed in pleasure as she straddled him, her core settling atop his arousal. Clamping his hands on her hips, he arched against her. Dana moaned as her head dropped back. "I just woke up and I'm already wet for you. How do you do that?" He slid his hands up her thighs, his thumb stopping just short of the dark curls at their juncture. He had enjoyed learning her body yesterday, how and where she liked to be touched, what drew the most gasps from her, what made her moan and writhe and beg for more. When he slid his hands back down to her knees, she moaned a protest. "Tease." Smiling, he repeated the caress, coming just a bit closer to the heart of her, then withdrew. Again he smoothed his hands up her thighs, retreating without giving her what she wanted. "Aidan," she said, her voice hoarse. "You want my touch?" he asked innocently. She met his gaze. "I want your touch." Aidan caressed his way up her thighs again, this time giving her a light brush of his thumbs. Dana hissed in pleasure. Another light touch, just enough to tease and tantalize. "More," she pleaded. Aidan obeyed, stroking her until she moaned and rocked against him, sliding along his shaft. Lust hit him hard as he watched her slip a hand up her side and cup her breast. She met his gaze as she toyed with her nipple. "Your eyes are really bright," she whispered before another moan escaped her. "They always will be with you," he told her gruffly. Leaning up, he closed his lips over the other taut peak, took it between his teeth and teased it with his tongue. Dana buried her hands in his hair, urging him closer, still rocking against him. Heat flooded him. He would never get enough of her. Sliding his arms around her, he rose onto his knees, then pressed her back onto the bed. She smiled up at him as he leaned over her. "I love feeling your weight on me, all that delicious muscle." She practically purred with anticipation as she reached for him. Aidan gave her a sensual smile. "Not yet." Grasping her ankles, he eased her legs farther apart. Her heartbeat picked up as her breathing quickened. Sliding his arms beneath her knees, Aidan lowered his head and took her with his mouth. Dana moaned, fisting her hands in Aidan's hair. He found her clit with his tongue, stealing her breath with licks and flicks and undulations. So good. He slid a finger inside her slick entrance, then added another. Curling them upward, he stroked her while applying more pressure with his tongue. She bucked against him, crying out as she came hard, her inner walls clenching and unclenching around his fingers. Aidan lunged up over her. Her heart jackhammering in her chest, she met his intense, glowing gaze. How she loved seeing him like this, so hungry for her. She slipped a hand down between them and curled it around his erection. He groaned as she gave him a squeeze and teased the tip with her thumb. "You're killing me, sweetheart," he said, voice gravelly with need. Grinning unrepentantly, she guided him to her entrance and arched up to embrace him. He was so big, stretching her and sparking new heat as he sank deep inside her. He lowered his lips to hers, took her mouth in a devouring kiss as he withdrew almost to the crown and thrust again. He slid a hand up to her breast. His touch grew rough as he drove inside her again and again, but she voiced no complaint. She liked it, wanted more, loved that she could make him lose control like this. So the rougher he got, pounding into her, the more she moaned and urged him on. Aidan gladly delivered, quickly driving her to another climax but holding back his own. Sparks of pleasure still dancing through her, Dana reared up suddenly and shoved him off her and onto his back. He stared up at her in surprise, his erection jutting toward her. Dana swiftly straddled him, curling a hand around his cock and taking him inside her again. Groaning, he clamped his hands on her hips and arched up against her as she rode him. Resting her hands on his chest, she gave his nipples a hard pinch as she circled her hips. He groaned. "You're mine," she told him. He smoothed his hands up her sides to tease her breasts. "And you're mine." Again she rotated her hips in a way that made him groan and sent sharp darts of pleasure through her. "No one else's," she breathed, her body on fire. "No one else's," he rasped, tweaking her nipples. Dana cried out as a third orgasm rocked her. As her inner muscles clamped down around him, Aiden growled her name and stiffened as he finally allowed himself to climax and came inside her. Breathless, Dana slumped down on top of him. Aiden closed his arms around her, his heart pounding a rapid beat beneath her ear. "Damn, you're good," she mumbled. No man had ever pleased her more. Aiden laughed, rolling them onto their sides. Settling her head on the pillow beside his, Dana smiled as she tried to catch her breath. His own smile tender, Aiden brushed her tangled hair back from her face and pressed a lingering kiss to her lips. "I love you." Her heart skipped a beat. "You don't have to say it back," he said softly. "I just wanted you to know. Because I do. I love you, Dana." She touched a hand to his stubbled cheek. "I love you too." A shiver shook her as her passion-warmed skin began to cool beneath the gentle breeze of the air conditioner. Aiden released her long enough to draw the sheet up over them both, then slid his arms around her beneath it. "I'm sorry our courtship was interrupted. I'm sorry I couldn't spend months wooing you as an ordinary man." Amusement sifted through her. "But you aren't an ordinary man, Aiden. Even if you hadn't been born a gifted one, you still wouldn't have been an ordinary man." Silence enfolded them. Dana would have thought sleep would claim her pretty quickly after their fabulous lovemaking, but it didn't. Aiden arched a brow. She grinned. "I don't know about you, but I'm wide awake now." He laughed. "Me too. Do you want to watch a movie or something?" "As much as I would love to," he murmured with regret. Her smile faded. "What?" "With vampire numbers increasing the way they are, I don't feel right about not hunting tonight." She frowned. "I thought Seth told you to take the night off." "He only said that as a kindness. He's trying to limit your exposure to the harsher aspects of our reality. But vampires are amassing again, which means they're preying upon more humans every night." Sitting up, Dana tucked the sheet beneath her arms. "And you don't like the idea of staying home and watching a movie when you could be out there, protecting innocence?" "Yes," he reluctantly confessed. He said it as though he expected it to upset her. "That's a good thing, Aiden," she said. "A noble thing. Why do you look so grim?" "Because if I hunt tonight, you'll have to accompany me." She had thought as much. And? Did he think she would hinder him in some way? He sat up, the sheet falling to his lap and leaving his muscled chest bare. "Ethan and Heather would accompany us, so we'd have safety in numbers." She had assumed that as well. "What aren't you saying?" He ran his fingers through his mussed hair. "Knowing I hunt vampires and seeing me hunt vampires are two very different things." And he looked as though he thought the latter would drive her away from him. "I've seen you kill vampires before," she reminded him. "You killed one right in front of me at my place." "That was different," he said with a shake of his head. "They attacked us. You haven't seen me hunt and kill vampires who haven't attacked us." She studied him. "And you think I'll leave you once I do?" "I hope like hell you won't," he admitted. "But you do have choice, Dana. And I love you enough to want you to know everything about my life before you make that choice." Taking his hand, she raised it to her lips and pressed a kiss to his knuckles. "Which just makes me love you even more." An amber glow entered his eyes.
I don't like the idea of exposing you to more violence after you've seen so much in the past couple of nights. But more humans may die if you don't hunt tonight, she finished for him. Yes. He gave her hand a squeeze. Are you up for it? Will you go hunting with me? She smiled. Yes. He brought her palm to his lips for a kiss. Is there anything you won't do for me? He whispered. Schooling her features into a somber mask, she nodded. Yes. His brow furrowed. Leaning in close, Dana held his worried gaze. I will never, she intoned, wear thong underwear for you. He laughed, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I'd rather you not wear any at all, he said with a wink. Tossing back the sheet, he rose. Let's take a quick shower, then I'll let Ethan and Heather know our plans and find you some hunting clothes. Had Dana not been so deliciously sated, she would have wanted to spend more time in the shower with Aiden. She had learned yesterday that one of the perks of Aiden's being immortal was that he didn't need to recharge after having an orgasm. He could go again immediately and have as many orgasms as she did. Dana had also learned, much to Aiden's amusement, that multiple orgasms left her too tired to move. So they rushed through their shower and donned hunting togs. Heather's clothes ended up fitting Dana just fine, though the boots were a little snug. Judging by the faint glow in Aiden's eyes, he liked seeing her in the black cargo pants, long-sleeved black shirt, and boots. Ethan, Heather, Brody, and Ed all smiled when she and Aiden joined them in the living room. Brody crossed to Dana. I don't know how much you know about seconds, but our job is to arm and protect the immortals we serve. In this instance, that job extends to protecting you. So, if you don't mind? He held up a shoulder holster and weapons. Oh, she had thought she would just be observing. Okay. While she held out her arms, Brody fitted her for a shoulder holster he packed with 9mm. Aiden's brows drew down as he watched them. Is he not supposed to arm me? She asked. You look a little pissed. Heather laughed. He just doesn't like Brody touching you. When Aiden didn't dispute it, Dana smiled at him. It's not like he's trying to feel me up or anything. Aiden's frown deepened. He'd lose a hand if he did. His second laughed, unperturbed by the threat. When Brody reached both arms around Dana to secure a belt with a thigh holster around her waist, Aiden strode forward and elbowed him aside. Let me do that, he grumbled, taking the belt. Brody stepped back with a good-natured grin. Yes, sir. Dana watched Aiden as he buckled the belt around her waist, then knelt and went to work, tying the bottom of the holster around her thigh. He was jealous and didn't like that he was jealous. Dana didn't need to be telepathic to glean that, or to suspect that that was why he wouldn't meet her eyes. When at last he did, she grinned. You are too adorable. His soft lips turned up in a sheepish smile. Sorry about that. Jealousy is new to me. I vow I'll work on it. Dana combed her fingers through his soft, thick, wavy hair. I don't mind. I think it's cute. Tucking a tranquilizer gun into the thigh holster, Aiden started to fill her pockets with extra ammo and darts. Dana toyed with his silky hair. The room around them changed, transforming from a living room into what looked like a huge walk-in closet. A his and hers closet, with masculine black clothes on one side and feminine black clothes on the other. Long black coats hung beside each other on the wall behind him, one small, one large. Weapons and ammo adorned another wall. In the vision, Aiden knelt before her, tying a thigh holster. When he smiled up at her, Dana saw her reflection in his deep brown eyes and sucked in a breath. Her eyes glowed amber. How was that? Aiden asked, dispelling the vision and plunking her back down in Ethan and Heather's living room. Too heavy? Her heart hammered against her rib cage as he rose. Concern entering his dark brown eyes, he stroked her arms. Dana, what is it? She shook her head. Just nerves, I guess.
It wasn't entirely a lie. She had just foreseen herself arming up as an immortal guardian. How could that not fray her nerves a bit? As Aidan had pointed out, knowing she might one day become immortal and seeing it were two very different things. "We can stay home if you'd prefer." "No." She produced a smile. "I'm fine. It was just a momentary aberration." Rising onto her toes, she gave him a quick kiss, then stepped back and accepted the long coat Brody offered her. It, too, fit her well, the hem falling to her knees. "Ready?" Aidan asked, his face still registering doubt. She nodded. "Let's go hunt some vampires," she proclaimed cheerfully, then grimaced and shook her head. "I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth." Heather laughed. "I know. It's weird, right?" "Definitely." But hunt vampires they did. They didn't take a car. Aidan just touched their shoulders and teleported them to their hunting destination. Dana examined their surroundings with some confusion. They were on the roof of a building. Beyond it lay what appeared to be a college campus. "Where are we?" "Duke," Aidan replied, resting a hand on her lower back. Music pulsed somewhere in the distance. Dana wasn't familiar with Duke University's campus, but the buildings around her did kind of scream money. "And we're here because—" "College campuses are prime vampire hunting grounds," he explained. Heather grinned. "It's Friday night. Do you have any idea how many students are getting high or drunk off their asses tonight?" Ethan nodded. "Easy pickings for vampires." Dana looked up at Aidan. He shrugged. "Vampires are lazy that way. And too, vampires who have fully lost their sanity tend to migrate toward places that were familiar to them in their mortal life." "Like zombies in a horror movie?" That was a little freaky. Heather pointed at her. "Exactly. We can almost always find vampires hunting on campuses like this." Dana supposed so, because not more than 15 minutes passed before Aidan and Heather suddenly looked toward the west. Both inhaled deeply. "How many?" Aidan asked softly. Heather drew in another deep breath. 12. 13, Aidan corrected. Heather swore. He smiled. "Don't be so hard on yourself. You're getting more accurate every day. This time you didn't let the sense of their victims distract you." Ethan nodded and touched Heather's back. "I can't even smell them yet." He grimaced. "Wait. Yes, I can. I see they've already been hunting." Dana saw nothing at all, nor did she smell anything. How far away were the vampires? And how cool was it that the Immortals could scent them on the breeze like wolves? "Heather," Aidan murmured, "I'd like you to remain here on the roof with Dana while Ethan and I take care of the vampires." Heather's face darkened with a belligerent frown. "Are you ordering me to stay here because I'm a girl?" Aidan's eyebrows flew up. "No," he responded with obvious surprise. "I want you to stay here and guard Dana because you match me in strength and speed. She'll be safer with you." Ethan nodded. "And I need to keep Aidan in my sight during the battle so Chris can't say Aidan teleported away while I was distracted." "Oh." Heather sent Aidan an apologetic smile. "Sorry, force of habit. I have to deal with a lot of good old boys in law enforcement agencies, and that run along and play, little girl, while the men take care of business attitude has gotten old." Ethan grinned. "I keep trying to tell you, honey, immortal males aren't stupid. We love strong women." Aidan smiled at Dana. "We really do." And the affection that accompanied his words as he stared down at her made warmth unfurl inside her. All right, Heather said, waving her hands at Aidan. "Don't get all goo-goo-eyed. You boys have work to do. Get moving." Laughing, Aidan leaned down and brushed a quick kiss against Dana's lips. "I'll be back in a minute." Turning away, he joined Ethan at the edge of the roof. Then the two just stepped off and dropped out of sight. Gasping, Dana hurried forward and cautiously peered over the edge. Down below, Ethan and Aidan strolled away as casually as if they had just jumped off a front porch instead of a 3-story building. Heather joined Dana, a smile gracing her pretty features. "That's nothing," she whispered. I jumped off a 10-story building once." Dana stared at her in wonder. "I know, right? Being immortal is so cool. I can even lift and throw a car." Seriously? Heather was Dana's size. Had transforming given her that much strength? Dana returned her attention to the men. The powerful immortal's smooth gait revealed nothing of their purpose. Anyone who saw them and didn't know better would think they were just out for a stroll and shooting the breeze, instead of preparing to slay over a dozen psychotic vampires. Their shoulders were relaxed, their hands nowhere near the weapons that lined the interior of their coats. Dana even caught the sound of them chuckling on the breeze. A couple of male students, young and staggeringly drunk, stumbled onto the sidewalk, their laughter loud and obnoxious. Aiden made a slight motion with his hand. Without missing a step, the college boys turned and stumbled back the way they had come. "Aiden guided them away," Heather whispered. "Telepathically?" She nodded, drawing 2 short swords. Dana strained to make out the words of the men she couldn't see, but failed. 13 figures entered her view, no longer cloaked by the trees that lined the path. As she studied them, Dana couldn't find anything remarkable about their appearance. Their eyes didn't glow like those of the vampires who had attacked her home. Their lips weren't peeled back to expose glinting fangs. Their features didn't contort with malevolent smiles. And they were young, college-aged. A lot of them could easily pass for students of the university if one failed to notice the blood that stained their clothing. "Fuckers," Heather muttered, her hands tightening on the hilts of her weapons. Her jaw tightened, her eyes flashed bright amber. Dana caught her attention and tapped a temple. "Are you reading their thoughts?" she asked, trying to think the thought loudly, whatever that meant. "Yes," Heather replied, "and they made those girls scream." The group of vampires halted. Words passed between the vampires and immortals. "Oh, shit," Heather whispered. "What?" Dana asked. Heather looked stunned, or maybe scared, or worried. Dana didn't have time to ask before Aiden and Ethan drew swords and leapt forward. The vampire's eyes flashed as bright as Christmas lights, blue, green, silver, amber, as they drew weapons and blurred. Over the faint booming of a party raging elsewhere on campus, Dana heard the clash of weapons and the spewing of vile epithets. Once more, she didn't think. She just reacted. As soon as a vampire slowed down enough for her to be sure she wouldn't hit Aiden or Ethan, Dana drew her tranq gun and fired 3 darts. 3 vampires sank, unconscious, to the ground. "Wait!" Heather stopped Dana before she could tranq another vamp. "Why?" Heather shook her head, her gaze on the tempest below, as she prevented Dana from raising her weapon once more. The fighting took place at such speeds that Dana had difficulty following it. Aiden and Ethan seemed to remain in constant motion as bodies fell around them. Dana swallowed hard. It was different from the last time she had seen Aiden kill vampires. If Heather hadn't told her the vampires had made their victims scream, Dana would have found it a lot harder to watch. When the last vampire fell, Aiden and Ethan stood back to back, bodies scattered at their feet. All but 3 of the vampires began to shrivel up. Though blood splattered their faces and dampened their clothing, the immortal males didn't appear to be breathing hard. Both warriors, however, looked grim rather than triumphant. Chapter 15. Heather sheathed her weapons, then turned and lifted Dana into her arms as though Dana were as light as an infant. "Hold on tight." Dana barely had time to wrap her arms around Heather before the woman stepped off the roof. Fear whipped Dana alongside the wind as she tightened her hold. Heather landed nimbly on her feet and lowered Dana to the ground. Dana swayed a little, not from dizziness but from shock. She had not expected that. When Heather strode toward the men with urgency and concern, Dana hurried after her. "I'm sorry," Heather blurted. "I didn't know she was going to tranq them. After reading their thoughts, I would have stopped her sooner, but—" His brow furrowed. Aiden sheathed his weapons and moved forward to block Dana's view of the carnage. "Dana!" She shook her head and stepped around him. Seeing blood and guts in a movie was a hell of a lot different from seeing and smelling it in person. Dana wanted to look away, but refused to let herself. If she transformed and became immortal so she could be with Aiden, she would see this every night for the rest of her life. She needed to know if she would be able to handle it. "I'm sorry," Heather said again, her voice tormented. "It's okay," Aiden murmured. "No, it isn't," Heather exclaimed, so agitated she couldn't seem to stand still and constantly shifted her weight. "I read their thoughts. What are we going to do?" "What was in their thoughts?" Ethan asked, while Dana continued to stare at the bodies. "I was," Aiden told him. "The vampires believe I'm leading them." "That's bullshit," Ethan sputtered. Heather bit her lip. "But Seth and Chris may not think so, not after Seth reads the unconscious vamp's thoughts." Aiden nodded. "The vampire's thoughts indicate that I've been coming to them during my afternoons with Cliff, and Chris and Seth have both already shot Cliff down as an alibi." Understanding began to dawn as Dana listened. Dragging her gaze away from the bloody, deteriorating corpses, she looked at Aiden. "Seth will think you're guilty when he reads the vampire's minds? He'll think you've turned against him? Against your immortal family?" No one answered her. Horror filled her. What have I done? She had been trying to help Aiden, but instead had pretty much ensured her vision of Seth attacking him would come true and signed his death warrant. "Nothing," Aiden said, wiping his hands on his coat before he moved forward to grip her arms. "You've done nothing, Dana. This isn't your fault." "Bullshit," she said, echoing Ethan. "I tranked the damned vampires, and now their thoughts will implicate you." "I say we kill them," Ethan said, his hands tightening on the hilts of his swords. Aiden stayed him. "It will do no good. Seth will still read the truth in Heather's thoughts the next time he sees her." Dismay and regret filled the other woman's features as tears welled in her eyes. "Aiden, I'm so sorry. I wish now that I hadn't read their thoughts." Ethan sheathed his weapons. "Seth didn't believe you were guilty before. We can—" "When Seth reads the vampire's minds," Aiden interrupted, "he will see me instructing them to turn more humans and to continue to increase their numbers. He'll see me order them to travel in packs and to attack immortal guardians in large groups, to attack us and Dana again and again until Dana believes that the only way she can survive is to transform for me. And in return, they believe I will reward them with more gifted ones." Silence fell, disturbed only by that distant booming music. "Aiden," Dana said, but could find no other words. "That was not me, Dana," he told her earnestly. "I vow it. I am not the man leading the vampires or abducting the gifted ones." "I know. But my vision. Seth is going to try to kill you when he hears this." Ethan took a step forward. "You saw Seth trying to kill Aiden in a vision?" "Yes." He and Heather both swore. "Erase my memory," Heather blurted. Aiden immediately refused. "No." Heather shook her head. "If you erase my memory and slay the vampires, Seth won't— He'll see the same thing in the mind of any vampire the other immortals capture. And if he fights vampires himself here in North Carolina, he'll see the same thing Lisette and Etienne will see in the vampires' minds. Me leading them, me guiding them, me promising them the gifted ones who rebuffed me. Erasing your memory and slaying these vampires will only delay the inevitable." "If the inevitable," Heather insisted, "is Seth killing you, then I say we delay it until we can prove you're innocent. You gave me this life, Aiden. You made me as strong as I am. You ensured I wouldn't have to give up sunlight for the rest of eternity. I'm not going to just stand by and let Gershom make you look so guilty that Seth will execute you." The fact that Aiden looked as though there were no point in fighting it anymore scared the hell out of Dana. "Can we convince Seth that the man in the vampire's memories is Gershom?" Aiden shook his head. "Your vision was clear. Seth will want to kill me, and after everything he's overlooked thus far, this will give him good reason." Ethan stepped forward. "But you don't even know that it was Seth in Dana's vision. What if it was Gershom?" "It wasn't Gershom," Aiden responded. "But you don't know that," Ethan retorted. "Not with any certainty.
"Yes, I do know it," Aidan said, a sharp edge entering his voice. "Bullshit," Ethan barked. "If Gershom can imitate you, then he can just as easily imitate Seth." Aidan shook his head as anger darkened his features. "You aren't thinking clearly," he bit out. "You're only seeing what you want to see." Dana looked at the others. Both Ethan and Heather radiated frustration. "Why do you think Gershom chose to mimic me in the first place?" Aidan asked them. "Because I'm the new guy, and the first thing I did when I came here was defy Seth." Heather frowned. "You're not the new guy. I am. I just transformed last year." Aidan shook his head. "But you're already a cherished member of the family. You have close friendships with many of the others stationed here. You spent a lot of time with them. They've all welcomed you and Krista and Sarah with open arms and fall over themselves to ensure you feel welcome. But I linger on the outskirts. I'm just an acquaintance. I'm not really part of the family. I'm just along for the ride, and temporarily at that. I'm just backup. None of you really know me well." Heather and Ethan shared an uncertain look. "I don't think that's true," Heather said, her words hesitant. "Most of you rarely see me outside of meetings at David's home. I've spent more time with Cliff than with any of you. And even when I do spend downtime at David's with the rest of you, your attention is usually focused on each other or on Adira. You haven't known me long enough and don't know me well enough to notice little alterations in my appearance or mannerisms that may be present when Gershom takes on my form." He looked to Ethan. "Only Ethan can spot those." Confusion flooded Dana. They had all been so eager to defend Aidan. Did they really not know him well enough to see the difference if someone tried to mimic him? "But you all know Seth," Aidan continued, "and you all know him well. Every one of us does. We know how he speaks, when he's angry, when he's tired, when he's amused or exasperated. We know his laugh, his growls of aggravation. We know how he moves, how he fights, how he reacts to just about everything. Because so many of us, upon transforming, admired him so much that we wanted to be just like him. Do you really think Gershom could convince any of us that he was Seth? Do you really think he could fool us? That we wouldn't know the difference even without Ethan's gift?" Silence descended, the music still booming in the distance like a struggling heartbeat. Neither Ethan nor Heather refuted his words. Guilt crashed down on Dana's shoulders, so heavy she wanted to sink to her knees and weep with it. If she hadn't tranked the damned vampires, if she had just thought before she acted, it would have only delayed the inevitable, Aidan told her gently as he drew out his cell phone. Heather looked to her husband, tears in her eyes, as Aidan dialed a number. "Ethan." He shook his head. "Maybe Gershom abducted another gifted one while Aidan was with us. That's all the proof we would need to dispute this latest evidence." Unconsoled, Heather nodded and sheathed her weapons. "Chris," Aidan said, "it's Aidan. Ethan and I just fought 13 vampires at Duke. We killed 10 and tranked 3, so we could use a cleanup." Dana's stomach nodded as he narrowed down their location on campus for the network leader. How long would they have before Seth found out? 10 hours. 10 excruciatingly tense hours passed. Aidan sat with Dana on a sofa across from Ethan and Heather in the couple's living room. Dana had pretty much glued herself to his side ever since they had returned home, not letting him out of her sight, which was fine by Aidan. Things were looking pretty grim, so he wanted to keep her as close as he could for as long as he could before whatever confrontation came. She was wedged in against his side so tightly now that she might as well have sat on his lap. Aidan thought she probably would have if the other couple weren't present. He wished he could tell her everything would be all right, but the grave looks on Ethan and Heather's faces told him they feared the same thing he did, that his long-standing friendship with Seth wouldn't stop the Immortal Guardian's leader from doing what he felt he had to do in order to protect the other Immortals as well as the gifted ones. If that meant executing Aidan, Seth would do it, and Dana's vision would come true. A program played on the television, but none of them watched it. All stiffened when Aidan's phone vibrated on the table beside him. Dana's hand tightened around his. Giving it a squeeze,
Aidan took the call. Yes? Aidan, it's Chris Riordan. Are you still with Ethan? Yes, we're at his and Heather's home. That's what I thought. Listen, Seth needs to see you and Ethan for a minute. He could use your help with something. Ethan and Heather, who had no difficulty hearing both sides of the conversation, shared a look. Chris was all business, his voice lacking the dislike for Aidan that it usually carried whenever the two spoke, and nothing in his tone indicated that an axe would soon fall. "Sure," Aidan said. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine." Aidan actually felt a twinge of hope. Had Seth disregarded the captured vampire's memories after all and given Aidan the benefit of the doubt? "Since the sun's up and Ethan is young, you'll have to teleport over," Chris went on. "We don't want Heather to be left alone guarding Dana, so we'd like you to bring them too." "Okay." "Seth is worried that you might not be infusing yourself now that Dana is with you all the time. How's your strength? Would you like Richard to help you teleport the three of them over?" "Is he there with you now?" Aidan asked. "Yeah." "Then yes, I would appreciate the help." "Okay, he'll be there in a minute." Aidan returned his phone to his pocket. "What is it?" Dana asked. "Seth wants to see me and Ethan down at network headquarters." She bit her lip. Heather leaned forward. "Aidan, do you need blood?" He shook his head. "I'm at full strength." Ethan shared a look with his wife. "Then why did you tell Chris you need Richard's help?" "Because Richard is there with them now. If Seth is calling for my head, Heather and I will see it in Richard's thoughts." "And if you don't?" Ethan asked. Aidan forced a smile. "Then Richard teleporting you two will keep me from expending unnecessary energy, and help him remain at full strength in case Seth had not opted to disregard the vampire's memories." He stood. Dana rose beside him, clinging to his hand and curling her other hand around his biceps. Ethan and Heather rose too. Richard appeared just inside the front door. When he saw them, he strolled over to join them and offered Dana a smile. "You must be Dana." She nodded and forced a smile, but failed to erase the pensive look from her pretty face. "I'm Richard d'Alençon. I believe you've met my sister Lisette." He extended his hand, palm up. "It's a pleasure to meet you." When Dana placed her hand in his, Richard carried it to his lips and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. "Nice to meet you, too." Giving her a friendly smile, Richard released her hand and met Aidan's gaze. "If you're conserving energy, I can take all three of them, but we'll have to make 2 trips. Richard was only a couple of centuries old, so teleporting more than 1 or 2 people at a time was difficult for him. Aidan gave the young French immortal's mind a quick scan and found nothing to indicate they were about to face Seth's wrath. He glanced at Heather, whose face lit with hope. "If you take Ethan and Heather, I can take Dana." Richard nodded. "Shall we go then? Seth wants us to teleport directly to Chris's office." Ethan and Heather clasped hands and moved to stand beside Richard. The French immortal touched Ethan's shoulder, then looked to Aidan. Aidan glanced down at Dana and murmured, "Here we go." When she gave him a silent nod, he teleported to Chris's office. Richard, Ethan, and Heather appeared beside them just as Chris entered through the boardroom doorway. He dipped his chin in a brief nod of greeting as he set some papers on his cluttered desk. "Thanks for coming. This shouldn't take long, then you can go back home and get some rest." Well, hell, that sounded good. Had Aidan been wrong? Had Seth seen through the vampire's bullshit memories? Could Dana's vision of Seth trying to kill him be wrong? Or had they, perhaps, managed to alter the course of events so it would never come to pass? She had dreamed the vampires who attacked them in her home would kill both her and Aidan, but they had survived. Chris strode toward them and offered Dana his hand. "You must be Dana. I'm Chris Riordan, head of the East Coast division of the network that aids Immortal Guardians." Dana started to take his hand, but jerked her own back at the last minute. "Wait, did you say Chris Riordan?" "Yes." She narrowed her eyes as her brows drew down in a disapproving scowl. "Are you the asshole who keeps trying to make Aidan out to be the bad guy?" Ethan barked out a laugh, then caught himself. Aidan struggled to contain his own amusement as Heather grinned and masculine laughter floated out of the boardroom. Much to Aidan's surprise, Chris took no offense. Smiling, Chris said, "I used to be the asshole who was trying to make Aidan out to be the bad guy, but," he hastened to add when Dana opened her mouth, ready to verbally lambaste him, "I'm now the guy who is trying to help everyone else prove that Aidan is not the bad guy." Her expression still unwelcome, Dana grudgingly shook his hand. Unperturbed, Chris got down to business. "Aidan, would you join us in the boardroom? Richard, you can come too. Heather, Dana, Ethan, please make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, my assistant is right outside that door." He pointed. Aidan gently disentangled himself from Dana's grip. "I'll be back in a minute." Dipping his head, he gave her a swift kiss, then followed Chris into the boardroom. Richard entered behind them. The door snicked shut. Seth, Zach, and a man Aidan didn't recognize stood on the opposite side of the room. The third man was garbed much like Zach usually was, black pants, black boots, and nothing else. Like Zach, he apparently didn't wear a shirt, so it wouldn't restrict the huge dark wings that peeked over the man's shoulders. Fury filled Aidan. Was this Gershom? Had they caught him? "You son of a bitch!" Aidan growled and lunged forward. Richard grabbed him by the arm and struggled to hold him back. Seth threw up a hand and stepped in front of the other. "This isn't Gershom." Aidan stilled. "What?" "This isn't Gershom," Seth repeated. Confusion filled him. "But he's another." Seth, Zach, and Gershom were the only others who had strayed from the path. Weren't they? "Jared has been working with us in secret for about a year now," Seth said, moving aside so Aidan could examine the newcomer. "The others don't know it, nor do most of the Immortals in the area." Aidan stared at the other. Jared was playing both sides? Pretending to walk the line with the others while aiding the Immortal Guardians? That was pretty damned ballsy. Zach had once been tortured by the others just for telling Seth his phone wasn't working when the Immortals in North Carolina had needed him. What the hell would the others do if they found out Jared was actually working with them? "Why take the risk?" Aidan couldn't resist asking. Jared's lips turned up in a grim smile. "A prophetic vision showed me Gershom succeeding in launching Armageddon. In the vision, no one survived. Humans, gifted ones, immortals, vampires, and others all perished." Hell. Aidan looked to Seth. "Isn't Jared being here with us dangerous?" "Yes," Seth answered, "but we want to confirm something and could use his aid." "Confirm what?" "Is this about the vampires we captured?" "May as well put it right out there." Seth shook his head. "They're being held at another location. I haven't had a chance to see them yet." Damn, there went the hope that Seth had read their minds and seen past the bullshit. "This is about the surveillance videos," Seth explained. "The ones that showed my doppelganger with the gifted ones?" "Yes. I'd like to try something." As Aidan watched, Seth's shape changed. Zach and Jared's forms shifted as well. When the three finished transforming, Aidan smiled. Maybe all hope wasn't lost. Ethan watched Dana's knee bob up and down, her teeth nibble her lower lip, and wished he could reassure her, but he felt as anxious as she looked. She sat in one of the chairs by Chris's desk. Ethan and Heather shared a nearby sofa that was so long Ethan guessed Chris probably slept on it on occasion. The door to the boardroom opened. Chris leaned out. "Ethan, will you join us?" Ethan squeezed Heather's hand, then rose and crossed to the boardroom. Richard stood just inside, arms crossed, a look of amusement on his face. Chris closed the door. Somewhat reassured by Richard's relaxed demeanor, Ethan glanced around. Aidan stood at the other end of the room, beyond the long oak table, staring back. Ethan took in the figures to either side of him. 4 Aidan stared back, to be precise. "Okay," he said, eyeing the quadruplets. "This is weird."
Richard laughed. "All right," Chris said, "let's do this." Ethan looked from Chris to the Aidens. "Do what?" Chris motioned to the Scottish Immortals. "Can you tell which one is the real Aiden?" "Yeah," Ethan pointed. "That one, second from the left." The other three swore. Ethan didn't ask if he was right. He already knew it. Chris gaped at him. "How did you know that? And so quickly? You didn't even hear them talk." Ethan shrugged. "I didn't have to. There were little things like, 'Don't tell us!'" The Aiden on the far right cut him off in what Ethan thought was an impressively close imitation of Aiden's brogue. "We have to figure it out ourselves." "Hey, not bad," Ethan said. "You sound a lot like him, Seth." Seth swore. "Turn your back." Laughing, Ethan did so. This was good. This was very good. If Seth had seen the vampire's memories, they clearly hadn't fooled him. Seth wanted Aiden to be innocent. This was definitely good. Aiden stood still while Seth, Zach, and Jared, all of whom had shape-shifted into mirror images of him, walked around him in slow circles, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Minutes passed. "Frown," one of his lookalikes ordered. He did so. "Smile," another commanded. He did. "Squint your eyes," the third said. It was like taking orders from himself. He'd seen his own reflection in calm waters, looking glasses, and mirrors for millennia, yet even he thought they all looked exactly like him, sounded like him, too. Aiden cleared his throat. "I have to say I agree with Ethan. This is weird." Ethan laughed, his back still to them, and Aiden could hear relief in his laugh, so Ethan must be thinking the same thing he was. This was good. Aiden's 3 carbon copies lined up again. "Okay," Chris told Ethan. "Let's try this again." Ethan turned around. Chris nodded to them. "Which one is the real Aiden?" Ethan pointed at Aiden. "Him. Still the second from the left." The other 3 swore. Chris looked astounded. "He was right?" Aiden grinned. "Yes." "That's amazing," Richard mumbled. "I can discern no difference between them." Chris turned to Ethan. "What gave it away?" One of the imitators held up a hand. "Don't answer that," Seth said in his usual voice. "If he tells you, Gershom will be able to read it in your thoughts." "Oh," Chris grimaced. "Right. Yeah, don't tell me." Ethan smiled. "Want to try again?" Seth, Aiden, shook his head. "Now we need to see if Dana can tell us apart." Surprised, Aiden turned to him. "Why?" Then he frowned. "Is that how I look when I'm exasperated?" "So we'll know," Seth explained, "whether or not she'll be able to recognize that he isn't you if Gershom comes to her in your form, as we believe he did with Veronica and the others." Oh, damn, that was disconcerting. Aiden would like to think Dana would be able to tell the difference, but even Chris and Richard couldn't tell them apart, and he'd known them a lot longer than he had Dana. Aiden zipped over to the door when Chris opened it. "Dana," he said, leaning out. Relief blanketed her features when she saw he was all right. "Yes." He smiled to let her know all was well. "Would you join us, please?" "Sure." Heather rose. "Can I come too?" Chris nudged Aiden back inside and motioned for him to hurry and rejoin the lookalikes. "Sure." Aiden dashed back to the others and stilled before the women entered. Dana didn't know what to expect when she passed through the doorway, but ended up in a very large, swanky boardroom. Wow, these immortal guardians and their network had money, a lot of it by the looks of things. Richard smiled at her and nodded toward the other end of the room. Dana swiveled around, started to smile, then froze. "Whoa!" Her eyes widened. Her mouth fell open. 4 Aidens stood on the opposite side of the room. Not 4 men who resembled Aiden, but 4 Aidens. Slowly, she walked around the long table and stared at them. The moment stretched. They sent her encouraging smiles. "Okay," she announced. "I'm not going to lie. This is freaking me out a little." Richard laughed.
Chris moved to stand beside her. "Can you tell which one is the real Aiden?" She moved to stand in front of the Aiden on the far left. He had the right height, the right build, same hair, same handsome-as-hell face. When she had learned someone was posing as Aiden, she had thought, if no other way, she would see something in his eyes that would tip her off and help her discern whether it was her Aiden or a faker. But she moved on to the second one, then the third, and the last. She just wasn't seeing anything. "Can I talk to them?" she asked Chris. "Of course," the Aiden before her responded. "We want you to be certain." The third Aiden repeated the response, then the second and the first. They even sounded like him. So how else could she tell the difference? An idea occurred, one she didn't particularly like. "Aiden," she murmured, "don't be mad, okay?" All four chorused, "Okay." Drawing in a deep breath, she rose onto her toes, reached up, cupped the back of the fourth Aiden's head, and drew him down for a kiss. His lips were soft like Aiden's. After a moment's hesitation, those soft lips parted, and, like Aiden, he slid one arm around her waist and pulled her up against him as he deepened the contact. Holy hell, he could kiss, teasing her as skillfully as Aiden did, his mouth moving on hers in a way that should have made her heart pound, but... She jerked away and took a step back. "You're not Aiden." "No," the other Aidens all growled in unison. "He isn't." Then their eyes flashed bright. Ethan gaped. "Holy crap, Dana just kissed Seth." Heather gasped as her mouth fell open. "That's Seth?" The eyes of three of the Aidens faded to a dark brown color. The real Aiden's eyes remained bright as he glowered. "Yes, and Seth kissed her back." The Aiden on the right shifted into Seth's taller form and held up both hands. "I was trying to convince her I was you," he said, his voice low and calming. "If I hadn't, we wouldn't know that she does have a way of identifying which one is you." "By kissing him?" Aiden growled. Dana scowled and propped her hands on her hips. "Okay, if you do this again, I am not going to kiss all of you, especially since I now know I have another means of figuring out who is who." Seth turned to her with interest. "What other means?" Chris opened his mouth. Dana held up a hand to silence him and arched a brow at Seth in challenge. "Care to test me again?" He nodded. "Turn your back, please." Dana gave them her back. The scuffling of shoes filled the air, followed by silence. Chris nodded to Dana. "Okay, you can turn around." Dana swiveled around and faced them. Pursing her lips, she tilted her head to one side, then the other. None of the men's eyes glowed, and the four of them really did look identical. Walking up to the Aiden on the far right, she studied him closely. "You suck at dating," she announced, deadpan. He grinned, his brown eyes sparkling with amusement. "Yes, I do." She moved on to the next one. "You suck at dating." Aiden number 2 grinned, his brown eyes sparkling with amusement. "Yes, I do." She could identify no difference between them. It was very unsettling. Dana said the same thing to the next Aiden and the last, both of whom imitated the other Aiden's responses. She moved closer to the last and rested her hand on his shoulder. Then, without warning, she rammed her knee up into his groin. Groaning, the man's eyes flashed golden as he slammed his knees together and folded over. Stepping back, she smiled. 1 down, 3 to go. The Aiden beside him burst into guffaws as he shifted into Zach's form. The Aiden beside him shifted into Seth. The Aiden on the end, her Aiden, remained unchanged as he laughed in delight. Dismay filled Aiden as she turned to the Aiden who groaned as he shifted into the form of a tall man with no shirt and... wings? "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She looked at Seth with a wince. "I hate to admit this, but I was kind of hoping that was you."
Far from being offended, Seth laughed. "Had it been me, I would have deserved it. I hope you will forgive me for kissing you." Relieved, she sent him a wry smile. "Since it tipped me off to your eyes, you're forgiven." Seth's brows flew up. "My eyes?" She nodded. "When I kissed you, Aiden's eyes flashed bright amber. Yours?" She looked at Zach and the recovering man. All glowed golden. Frowning, Seth looked at Ethan and the others. They nodded. The Immortal Guardian's leader closed his eyes. Still grinning, Aiden crossed to Dana and wrapped an arm around her waist. Rising onto her toes, she kissed him. Thoroughly, then lowered her heels to the floor and gave him a grin. "Just making sure you're you," he laughed. Seth opened his eyes. "What about now?" Aiden shook his head. "Still golden." All three of the elder immortals then tried to alter the color their eyes glowed, multiple times. None succeeded. "That's interesting to know," Seth concluded. "Even when we aren't gripped by strong emotion, we can't control what color our eyes glow, and Gersham's eyes glow golden like ours." Dana winked up at Aiden. "So all I have to do to make sure you're you is either kiss the stuffing out of you or piss you off." Smiling, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Piss me off. If it's me, you can always make it up to me later." She laughed. "Well," Seth said, "I should go see the vampires you captured last night." Dread pooled in Dana's stomach. He hadn't seen the vampires yet? Seth turned to the unfamiliar man with wings. "Jared, you should leave before your absence is noted." Nodding, Jared vanished without another word. Seth drew out a pocket watch, flipped it open, and glanced at the time. "The head of the West Coast Division of the network wants to see me. It shouldn't take too long. Then I'll pop over to speak with the vampires and read their minds." Tucking the watch away again, he looked to Chris. "They're in the missile silo you refurbished?" "Yeah," Chris confirmed. "The guards there are expecting you." "Good." "Seth," Aiden said. "Yes?" "I need to take Cliff into the sunlight for an hour. I didn't do it yesterday and don't want to miss another." Seth hesitated. "Is it that bad?" Aiden nodded. "Have you not read his thoughts?" "Not in a while." A moment passed while Seth tilted his head as though listening, his brow furrowed. "All right. But take Ethan, Heather, and Dana with you, and make sure Ethan has ample shade." "I will." Seth vanished. Zach dipped his chin in an abrupt nod, then vanished too. Richard yawned. "Do you want me to help you teleport Ethan and Heather?" Aiden smiled. "No, I've got it. Go home and get some rest." The French immortal nodded. "Call me if you need me." In the next instant, he disappeared. "Who is Cliff?" Dana asked. She'd learned so many new names in the last few days that she couldn't remember. "My friend who is ill," Aiden told her. "Oh, right, the one with the brain injury or brain-related illness." "He's a vampire, Dana," Aiden admitted. She stared at him. "I thought vampires were the bad guys. According to her gift, the man Aiden worried over was a friend, not an enemy." "They usually are. But Cliff surrendered to us in battle a few years ago, hoping we'd be able to help him hold off the insanity, or cure it altogether. He's been living here at the network ever since." She didn't ask if they'd succeeded in helping Cliff. The concern she had felt when she touched Aiden during his second reading told her they had not, and that his condition was worsening. "He's become a strong ally to us, and a good friend to me. He's an honorable man. He's just infected with a virus that is slowly robbing him of his sanity," she finished for him. "Yes." That was messed up. "We discovered that the sun silences the voices in his head, so I've been taking him into sunlight every day and healing him in real time to keep it from harming him." Dana's admiration for Aiden soared. "Is he dangerous?" "Not to you, I vow it." And she trusted Aiden implicitly. "Okay." Aiden dipped his head and gave her a brief kiss, then drew her into his arms for a hug. "Thank you.
She patted his back. "Let's go help your friend." Chapter 16. Chris opened the boardroom door and led them into his office. "I'll turn the alarm off for 10 minutes to give you time to teleport out. Call me when you're ready to bring him back, and I'll turn it off again and alert the guards." Aiden nodded as he took Dana's hand and led her out of Chris's office. Ethan and Heather followed. An attractive brunette sat at a large desk in an outer office. Dana smiled at her. The woman smiled back and gave them a nod as she rose, picked up a stack of folders, and headed into Chris's office. Dana accompanied Aiden down one hallway, then another, until they came to a pair of elevators. Men garbed in black cargo pants, black boots, and black shirts stood sentry on either side of the elevator doors, clutching automatic weapons. Dana thought they stood a little straighter when they spied the Immortals approaching them. "Sirs," one of them said with a respectful nod to both men. "Ma'ams," he said to Heather and Dana with equal respect. She smiled. "Sub-level 5?" he asked. "Yes," Aiden confirmed. Turning to the elevators, the guard pressed a button. The doors swished open. Aiden drew Dana inside. Once Ethan and Heather joined them, the guard stepped inside too. The doors swished closed. As Dana watched curiously, the guard removed a plastic card from his pocket and swiped it in what looked like one of those high-tech security gadgets she'd seen in movies. He punched in a code, then pressed a button that said S5. A familiar weightlessness struck for a second as the elevator began to descend. The guard took up a position in front of the doors. Dana eyed his weapon and the pockets that bulged with extra ammo. Were the guards at the network there to keep their enemies out or to keep the vampires in? She glanced up at Aiden. "How many vampires live here?" Aiden pursed his lips. 7, I think. Or is it 8 now, Paul?" "It's 7, sir," the guard replied. 7 vampires with super strength and speed who were afflicted with varying stages of insanity? Yeah, the guards must be there to keep the vampires in. The elevator eased to a halt. A bell dinged seconds before the doors swished open. More guards, a lot more, clustered around a desk in front of the elevator and stood sentry before a door to a stairwell. Several more manned doors down a long, white hallway. One of the guards strode forward. "Sir?" "Todd," Aiden greeted him. "Is Cliff in his apartment?" "No, sir. He's in the lab. The last I checked, he was running on one of the treadmills." Aiden's look turned grim. "We'll be teleporting out with him shortly." "Yes, sir. Mr. Rorden already informed us over the walkie." Dana squeezed Aiden's hand as he led her down the hallway. "What is it?" "Vampires usually sleep all day," he told her telepathically. "If Cliff is on the treadmill, it means the voices are so loud he can't rest and needs something physically strenuous to do to help quash his desire to commit violence." That wasn't good. Dana found her stomach fluttering a little with nerves as she followed Aiden inside the lab. The huge room seemed to be divided into segments. A lot of medical instruments and gurneys occupied one area. 4 desks, each boasting a computer, formed a square in another. A large shelving unit full of patient folders like those she saw in her doctor's office took up one wall, while doorways provided glimpses of smaller rooms that boasted MRI machines, X-ray machines, and more. One room seemed only to house huge refrigerators that contained, she didn't want to know what, blood? Tissue samples? Not snack foods, she would guess. Treadmills, exercise bikes, and weight benches sporting more weights than she thought 5 Mr. Universes could lift took up one end of the room. The lab was currently empty, save one occupant. An African-American man ran on one of the treadmills, his legs and feet moving so swiftly that they were only a blur, while his upper body remained mostly stationary. It was a weird effect. Upon seeing them, he stopped running. Odd. He wasn't even sweating. Dana studied him as he stepped off the treadmill. Sadness filled her. He looked so young, like a junior or senior in college.
His skin was smooth milk chocolate. Dark dreadlocks fell past his shoulders, tidy despite his run. His handsome face did not lighten with welcome as he approached them. A muscle flexed in his strong jaw as though he was grinding his teeth. His eyes glowed bright amber as they met and clung to Aiden's. He appeared to be exactly what he was, a man perched upon a precipice, trying like hell not to tumble over the edge. Aiden tightened his grip on Dana's hand. "Huddle up," he instructed mentally. "We need to go now." Ethan and Heather moved forward and placed their hands on Aiden's shoulders. As soon as Cliff came within reach, Aiden gripped his arm and teleported them all away. Blinding sunlight bathed them. Ethan and Heather darted away. Dana blinked against the sudden brightness and threw up a hand to shade her eyes as she glanced around. She, Aiden, and Cliff stood on a neatly mown lawn about the size of a football field. Tall evergreen trees rose around its edges, a playground for the birds she could hear but couldn't see. Aiden released her hand. "Ethan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ethan responded. Dana swiveled around and spotted Ethan and Heather standing on the shaded back porch of a one-story house that was roughly 30 yards away. She thought Ethan's skin might be a little pink, but the extra color swiftly faded. The house that sheltered them was pretty, painted a pale gray with white trim. The porch stretched the entire width of the home and boasted 2 comfy cushioned chairs and a swing, upon which the immortal couple soon settled. She knew this place, knew that swing. She and Aiden had curled up on it and enjoyed the evening breeze once after he had cooked dinner for her. This was Aiden's home. Lowering her hand, she glanced at Aiden and Cliff as her eyes adjusted to the brightness. All of Aiden's attention remained focused on the young vampire. Dana wasn't sure if she should stay or go join his friends on the porch, but felt reluctant to leave him. Cliff's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. The fingers he had curled into fists loosened and fell open. The tick in his jaw ceased. His eyes lost their amber glow and darkened to a warm brown as the crease between his brows smoothed. A long sigh escaped him as he looked at Aiden, his lips curled up in a faint smile. "Thank you." Aiden smiled back, keeping his hand on Cliff's arm. "Sorry I missed you yesterday." Cliff shook his head, his manner almost easygoing now. "You have a lot on your plate." When he shifted his gaze to Dana, his smile grew. "Are you Dana?" She nodded, her nerves settling now that he seemed less like someone who could attack at any moment. He offered his hand. "It's really nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you, too." Returning his smile, she shook his hand and had to fight not to recoil as images of violence filled her head. All took place at night, the shift from bright daylight to darkness and back to daylight making her dizzy, but she steadfastly kept her smile in place as she released his hand. Had she not gone hunting with Aiden and his friends the previous night, she likely would have stumbled backward and freaked out the way she had the first couple of times she'd had visions of Aiden engaged in battle. "Sorry about that," Cliff said, his smile shifting into an expression of regret. "I hope I didn't scare you." "Not at all," she lied. Aiden cut her a glance. Did he know her so well that he saw through the untruth? "Yes, I did," Cliff responded, "but I appreciate your not wanting to hurt my feelings." Cliff knew, too. How? Oh, right. Her heartbeat was racing, and everyone else could hear it. "I forgot your visions are touch-sensitive," Cliff continued. "Had I remembered, I wouldn't have shaken your hand." "I'm sorry," she returned, not knowing what else to say. "It kind of sucks that even when I keep a straight face, you guys can hear my heart race and know I'm unnerved." Aiden's lips turned up. "Actually, your face is very expressive. We would have known even if we hadn't heard your heartbeat pick up." "Really?" Cliff nodded. "It was pretty obvious." "Damn it," she grumbled. "I thought I was better than that." Cliff grinned, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "You sound like Amy. Amy can't lie worth a damn, and actually considers it a flaw." Aidan laughed. She really can't. It's an endless source of amusement for Marcus. At last, Dana relaxed. Gossip is flowing freely at the network, Cliff mentioned, his eyes still on Dana. Did you really trank Roland Warbrook? Dana smiled. Yes. And Seth, Aidan added, with what sounded oddly like pride. Cliff's jaw dropped. You tranked Seth? I tried to, she admitted with some disgruntlement, but apparently the tranquilizer doesn't work on him. Both men laughed. In the next instant, as though summoned by their speech, Seth appeared. Dana gasped. Perhaps 20 yards away, the powerful Immortal Guardian's leader bent forward and braced his hands on his knees. Blood coated half his face and matted his hair on one side. His shirt and coat boasted dozens of holes torn by large-caliber bullets. Blood saturated the shredded fabric, glistening beneath the sun's rays. The porch swing squeaked as Ethan and Heather leapt to their feet. Aidan took a step forward. Seth? A low growl rumbled forth from Seth's chest, raising the hairs on the back of Dana's neck. Little lumps of metal fell from his clothing and hit the grass as the ground began to tremble. Oh, shit. Seth? Aidan repeated, keeping his hand on Cliff's arm. What happened? Are you all right? What happened? Seth snarled, then spat blood. I teleported over to the missile silo to read the vampires' minds, only to discover them wreaking fucking havoc as they attempted to make what was very nearly a successful escape. Reaching into his back pocket, he drew out a white handkerchief and wiped his blood-slick mouth. You caught them? Aidan asked. Of course I caught them, Seth snapped. After they killed or seriously injured most of the guards. I caught them, incapacitated them, read their fucking minds, then destroyed them. Clouds began to gather overhead, fluffy white swiftly thickening and darkening to gray. Thunder rumbled as a breeze picked up, tugging at Dana's hair. Oh, shit, Cliff whispered, his hands once more curling into fists. Dana's treacherous heart began to race again. Seth, Aidan said, his voice full of reason, you know that wasn't me in their memories, just like it wasn't me in the security footage. Even Ethan confirmed it wasn't me in the videos. I know that wasn't you in the videos, Seth said, tucking his handkerchief away. It was Gershom. Dana didn't breathe a sigh of relief, though. Seth's words continued to resonate with fury. But that was you, he continued, in the vampires' memories, taking advantage of Gershom's bullshit and telling the vampires to increase their numbers and attack your mortal brethren, to attack you and Dana so Dana would feel compelled to transform for you. Reaching out with his free hand, Aidan settled it on Dana's hip and eased her behind him. Heather, she heard him instruct mentally, get Dana to safety. No, Dana blurted. Heather zipped up beside her, picked her up, and zipped back to the porch. Get inside, she ordered as soon as Dana regained her feet. No, Dana refused. I'm not leaving him. Aidan swore. Seth, Ethan said behind them. That wasn't Aidan. It couldn't have been. He's been with us ever since the attack at Dana's home. Dana glanced back at him just as Heather grabbed her husband's arm to keep him from stepping out of the shade of the porch. Was Ethan so photosensitive that even with clouds gathering and dampening the sun's rays, he couldn't go out without burning and blistering? Aidan, Seth growled, is the one who orchestrated the attack at Dana's home. The trees began to thrash and sway as though beaten by his anger. Just teleport away, Dana thought desperately, hoping Aidan would hear her. Instead, he took another step toward Seth. Aidan stilled when Seth held up a hand, silently commanding him to halt. Backing up a step, then another, Seth turned and paced away, in an attempt to regain control over his temper. It doesn't make sense, Aidan said, keeping his voice calm. I love Dana. Telling the vampires to attack her would have put her in danger. I would never do that, no more than I would put my fellow immortals in danger. You know that, Seth, because you know me. Yes, Seth acknowledged, I know you. Well enough to tell the difference between you and someone mimicking you." Aiden frowned. "I thought... No, even you couldn't tell that wasn't me in the videos, not until Ethan confirmed it." "I lied," he roared. "Of course I knew it wasn't you. I also knew Rawdon wouldn't believe me, that he would assume I was just being cautious because I felt guilty for misjudging you once before. That's why I brought Ethan in. I wanted Rawdon to think that whoever was mimicking you was so good that even I could be fooled. I was trying to help you." "What?" Aiden frowned. Seth had known that wasn't him in the videos? "I didn't expect you to betray me. I didn't," Aiden vowed. Halting, Seth swiveled just enough for Aiden to view his bloody profile. Beside Aiden, Cliff stiffened and began to strain against Aiden's hold. Violent thoughts slithered into Aiden's mind via his gift. Cliff's thoughts. His sudden desperate need to rip Seth apart for threatening his friend. "Heather," Aiden warned telepathically, "I may need you to keep Cliff in check if this escalates. Don't let him attack Seth." Seth laughed, a chilling sound that held no mirth, only anger and bitterness. Even from this distance, with Seth not fully facing him, Aiden could read the hurt in his leaders, his friends' glowing golden eyes, and felt his stomach sink. Seth shook his head. "Do you really think I don't know you as well as you know me? Do you really think I don't know all of you as well as you know me? I've watched over you all since your births. I watched over you when you were gifted ones, and then I took you under my wing after you transformed and became immortals. I made you part of my family, brought you into my world, did every fucking thing I could think of to help you find happiness or at least some contentment in this existence. I know you, Aiden." "Then you know that wasn't me in any of the vampire's memories," Aiden repeated, frustration rising. How could Seth possibly believe otherwise? "You think I'm mistaken? I know you are." Seth faced him. "Then let's see who's right, shall we?" His eyes flashed brighter. Pain struck, as sharp as a knife stabbing Aiden in the eye, cutting through his skull and tearing its way through his mind. Crying out, he released Cliff and gripped his head. Cliff leapt forward with a snarl. Someone swept past in a blur as Aiden staggered beneath the agony of Seth forcibly toppling his mental barriers and tearing through his memories. Heather bumped into him as she dragged a struggling Cliff backward to the porch. Something wet tickled Aiden's upper lip as he sank to his knees. His hearing wavered as blood filled his ears, then spilled out. The world around him went red as blood stung his eyes. "Stop it!" Dana shouted. "You're killing him!" Seth wasn't killing him, but any hope Aiden had held on to that this wasn't Seth, that it was Gershom instead, died a swift death as the pain peaked. Gershom wouldn't have bothered to search Aiden's memories for something that would prove his innocence, but Seth would. Seth would explore every option, gather every piece of evidence he could before condemning Aiden. The pain stopped abruptly. Shaken, Aiden braced his hands on the grass and fought to catch his breath. The sound of blades slipping from sheaths met his ears. Wiping blood from his eyes, Aiden climbed to his feet and straightened. Seth strode toward him, swords in hand, more menacing and terrifying than Aiden had ever seen him. "How could you betray me like this?" he roared in anguish. Fear sliced through Aiden. Seth had read his thoughts and still thought him guilty? He must have seen something, must have found memories even Aiden couldn't access, which meant Gershom had mind-controlled him, and Aiden had done the things he'd found in the vampire's memories. He had done them under Gershom's compulsion and just couldn't remember them. Aiden had sent those vampires to attack Dana in her home, and those vampires would have killed her had her vision not forewarned them. He staggered again, this time from shock. How had Gershom mind-controlled him without Aiden knowing? And how had he left so little trace of his influence that Seth believed Aiden the villain, not a victim? Was Gershom truly that powerful? Seth blurred. Aiden barely had time to draw his own swords before Seth struck. Still thrown by the revelation that he had actually committed the crime Seth thought him guilty of, Aiden incurred several wounds before he got his shit together and began to defend himself in earnest.
He had been sparring with Seth for nearly 3,000 years. Seth had even told him that Aidan was one of only a handful of immortals who could still afford him a challenge. So once Aidan shook off the shock, he actually began to inflict a wound or two of his own. The thoughts of everyone else present, excluding Ethan, clamored in his head. He couldn't focus on keeping Seth from killing him and shut off his telepathy. Cliff wanted to kill Seth for hurting Aidan. Heather was torn, wanting to defend Aidan but not wanting to betray Seth. Dana was terrified, weeping as Ethan held her back. Then Cliff broke loose. In the next instant, the young vampire appeared at Aidan's side. With astounding agility, he filched 2 blades from Aidan's coat and struck at Seth. Shite! Distracted, Aidan failed to fend off Seth's latest blow. Agony flashed through him as Seth's blade drove through his side. Stumbling backward, Aidan watched in horror as a furious Seth turned on Cliff, carving a path across the vamp's chest with his other blade. When Cliff didn't go down, Seth backhanded him so hard Aidan heard bones shatter. Cliff flew through the air and crashed into a tree trunk, then fell 30 feet to land in a heap in the grass. "No!" Aidan leapt forward and struck Seth once more. "That's not Seth!" Ethan shouted abruptly. "That's not Seth! It's Gershom!" Before Aidan could ask if he was sure, all hell broke loose. Heather and Ethan leapt into the fray, blades gleaming. Cliff lurched to his feet, reclaimed the weapons he'd dropped, then rejoined the battle. Aidan didn't know where Dana was while the 4 of them fought Seth, or rather Gershom, but worried she too would enter to fight. "Seth!" he bellowed mentally, losing strength and speed as he racked up wounds. If he, Ethan, Heather, and Cliff could just hold Gershom until... Seth appeared a few feet away. Relief suffused Aidan, easing some of the pain. Despite Ethan's claim, Aidan hadn't been sure until then that the man they all fought really wasn't Seth. Zack appeared beside Seth. Seth's eyes flashed bright gold. Lightning streaked across the sky and struck a nearby tree. Still bearing Seth's appearance, Gershom laughed, then vanished. Caught mid-swing, Aidan, Ethan, Heather, and Cliff nearly fell on their asses. "Zack!" Seth hissed, striding forward. Zack vanished. Breathing hard, Aidan shook his head as his leader approached. "You don't know how fucking glad I am that wasn't you." Cliff bellowed in frustration when his prey disappeared. When he turned and noted Seth's presence, his lips curled up in a chilling smile as he lunged forward. Seth held up a hand. Cliff stopped short, held in place by telekinesis. While the vampire struggled to free himself from the unseen force, Seth moved forward and touched his shoulder. Cliff's struggles ceased. The anger and bloodlust fueling the fire in his eyes drained away as lucidity returned. His wounds and blistering skin healed. "It wasn't me," Seth said, forcing calm tones despite the fury Aidan could feel riding him. "That was Gershom." Cliff nodded. A weight struck Aidan in the back, pushing him forward a startled step. Dana hugged him with all her might, unintentionally doubling the pain of his wounds. Dropping his weapons, Aidan reached behind him and shifted her around to his front. "It's okay, sweetheart. I'm okay." His words did little to soothe her as she sobbed against his chest. Seth gently touched her arm. "Step back a moment, please, and let me heal him." Nodding, Dana allowed Seth to disentangle her from Aidan and stood staring up at them with tear-filled eyes. Seth placed a hand on Aidan's chest. Healing energy swept through him, mending his wounds and erasing his pain. "You didn't know he wasn't me?" Seth asked quietly. "No, he was very convincing." Seth turned to Heather and touched her shoulder, healing her wounds. Guilt wormed its way through Aidan when he noticed the red splotches on her clothing as well as Ethan's. They had incurred those wounds trying to protect him. Seth moved on to Ethan, healing both his wounds and his blistering skin. "You didn't know either." Ethan shook his head. His wounds and the blood that poured from them explained away all the little differences I noticed. I had my suspicions, but wasn't sure until he hurt Cliff. I know you wouldn't do that, even when enraged.
Withdrawing his touch, Seth backed away. "Take Cliff to the network, then go straight to David's. I need to help Zack track Gershom." "Wait," Aiden blurted. "Gershom claimed he was wounded at the missile silo. He said the vampires had freed themselves and—" Seth shook his head. "I was there when you summoned me. All is well." Before any of them could reply, Seth vanished. Aiden hastily grabbed Ethan and Cliff's shoulders and used his healing gift to keep them from blistering again as the clouds above dissipated, letting the sun fight its way through to them. "Call Chris," he told Ethan, "and tell him we're on our way." Dana wrapped her arms around him, resting her face on his chest. "Do you think they'll catch him?" "I sure as hell hope so," Aiden murmured. Dana's stomach burned with nerves as she stood in the shade of a huge barn that served as a garage for Immortal Guardian's vehicles. "We're going to head inside now," Ethan said. Aiden nodded. Ethan took Heather's hand. The two blurred as they darted forward, their indistinct forms racing down the drive and around to the front of the house, disappearing from view. Aiden had followed Seth's instructions and teleported them all to the network. While Dana had struggled to get her hands to stop shaking, the Immortals and Cliff had availed themselves of bagged blood to replenish what they had lost in the battle with Seth, or rather Gershom. Dana's stomach continued to tie itself up in a knot. How could they defeat an enemy who was so good at camouflaging himself as someone else that he could stand right next to them and they wouldn't even know it? After siphoning new blood into his veins, Aiden had admitted he wasn't at full strength and had borrowed a network car with dark-tinted windows to drive them all to David's home instead of teleporting them. Aiden curled his fingers around hers. Dana clutched his hand in a death grip. "Are you sure you're okay?" He nodded. "I'm fine. I just need a deep, healing sleep. I'll be able to get one here without worrying over our safety." She looked again at the sprawling house. Apparently this was the hub of the Immortal Guardians' world here in North Carolina, their favorite place to relax and unwind after a night of hunting and slaying vampires. So who knew how many of them were in there? "It'll be all right," Aiden murmured, leaning down to press a kiss to her temple. "There's no reason to be nervous. They're all just like me." Right. She was just rattled from the close call with Gershom. "Ethan and Heather are already in there, though it sounds like they're retiring," Aiden murmured. "Since Seth and Zack are chasing down Gershom, we shouldn't have to worry about the bastard popping in and pretending to be me or anything like that. And even if he did, Amy would know it in an instant." "Amy is in there too?" "Yes, as are her husband and daughter." Aiden must have sensed her anxiety, because he seemed in no hurry to move, despite his need of sleep. But he did need sleep. His energy hadn't just been taxed by the wounds he'd incurred, it had been taxed by teleporting them to and from the network, and by healing Ethan and Cliff in real time to keep the sunlight from harming them. "Okay." She straightened her shoulders with determination. "I'm ready." Aiden squeezed her hand, a warm smile lighting his handsome features. "I really do love you, you know." She smiled. "I love you, too." The feeling was undeniable, and the two of them could very well be living on borrowed time, so she saw little reason to waste a minute of it playing the "is it too soon" game. The barn was located behind and to one side of the house. She and Aiden strolled down the shaded drive, then turned onto a sidewalk that led to a large front door. Aiden didn't knock when they reached it. He just opened the door and escorted her inside. Unable to completely quash her nerves, Dana glanced over her shoulder and watched him enter behind her. The half-dozen or so immortals who had made that impromptu appearance at Ethan and Heather's house hadn't unnerved her as much as she would have thought. But for all she knew, there could be dozens more here in David's home. Smiling down at her, Aiden winked. "They're just like me," he mentioned again. Was he reading her thoughts, or was her face really as expressive as he'd claimed? Aiden looked over her shoulder. His eyes widened. Dana swung around, followed his gaze, and gaped at the man who exited the kitchen. Okay, Aiden murmured. Maybe they aren't all like me. Chapter 17. Sheldon looked up at the sound of Aiden's voice. Hey, man, how's it going? Aiden dipped his chin in a nod and slowly approached the young second. Sheldon? Balancing two substantial sandwiches on a plate, Sheldon shifted his gaze to Dana. Hi, Dana. Great to see you again. Nice to see you, too. She tried not to stare. She really did, but failed miserably as her lips stretched into a broad grin. The handsome redhead wore a tight black t-shirt that revealed muscled arms and a chest as broad as Aiden's. He also wore badly scuffed combat boots that were in dire need of replacement, worn black cargo shorts that ended just above his knees, and, atop the shorts, a fluffy pink tutu that began at his waist and fell almost to the hem of his shorts in delicate, filmy layers. A pretty yellow sunflower decorated the center of the waistband. I heard about the attack at your place, Sheldon said, his eyes on Dana. That sucks. But from what I understand, you really kicked ass and took names. That attack seemed so long ago now. Those names being Numbnuts and Dumbass? She asked, trying not to laugh. He grinned. Those would be the ones. I also heard you tranked Roland. Well done. I wish I could have seen that. Sheldon, Aiden said. Yeah? What the hell are you wearing? Sheldon sighed. Dude, don't diss my boots. I know I had to glue the soles back on to both shoes with super glue, but these are the most comfortable boots I've ever owned, so I don't want to replace them. Dana glanced up at Aiden, whose expression remained deadpan. The tutu, Sheldon, Aiden said. Sheldon glanced down. Oh, that, he shrugged. I thought Amy and Marcus could use some alone time and offered to take Adira to the playground. Adira didn't want to go without her mommy, so I promised her if she would let me take her, she could go to my closet and choose what I would wear. Aiden arched a brow. And she chose a tutu. Yeah. Do I even want to know why you happen to have an adult-sized pink tutu in your closet? Sheldon grinned. Tracy ordered it online for Adira a couple of months ago, thinking it was child-sized, and didn't feel like returning it once she realized it wasn't. And you just wore it to the park? Aiden asked. Sure, a promise is a promise. Dana smiled. That was very sweet of you. He shrugged. Adira has me wrapped around her little finger. Aiden grunted. You and everyone else who frequents David's home. Didn't the other adults at the park find your attire odd? Sheldon laughed. Are you kidding? The women loved it. 2 moms and 3 nannies gave me their phone numbers. Hey, a woman called from down the hallway. I heard that. Grinning, Sheldon called back, I only took their numbers in case Amy wanted to arrange a play date or something. The woman, Tracy, grumbled something Dana couldn't hear clearly. Sheldon held up his plate. Are you two hungry? I saw Ethan and Heather pass by a minute ago, and it looked like you guys might have had a long day. Word must not have gotten around yet about the battle with Gershom. Aiden nodded. I could use a bite. He looked down at Dana. I could eat, she said, only then realizing she hadn't had a meal in a while. Sheldon handed her the plate. I'm glad recent events haven't scared you away. Not yet, she said with a wry smile. Sheldon waved a hand. I wasn't worried about the violence. You kind of give off a Xena warrior princess vibe, so I knew you could hold your own. Dana looked up at Aiden. Really? Aiden smiled. I don't know who Xena is, but the term warrior princess suits you well. Oh, she couldn't help but feel pleased. Nah, Sheldon continued. I figured if anything would send you fleeing to the hills, it would be Aiden's age. She looked up at Aiden in time to catch him glaring at Sheldon. That was the second time Aiden's age had come up, and he seemed no more interested in imparting it now than he had before. She turned back to Sheldon. Why? How old is he? Sheldon's features slipped into a comical, oops expression. Oh, He hasn't told you yet? No. Recovering from his gaffe, Sheldon waved a hand. You know what? It's not a big thing. It really isn't. Some people are just weirdly sensitive about their age. Hell, Tracy is only 8 years older than me, and she still freaks out about it. 9, Tracy called from down the hallway. I'm 9 years older than you, loose lips. Sheldon laughed. See what I mean? She's only 9 years older than me and still can't believe I'm not going to ditch her for a younger woman. But I keep telling her that I don't care how old she is. She could be 100 years older than me, or 1,000 years older, or even 1,000,000 years older, and I would still want to be with her. Tracy entered with a smile. Yeah, but what makes you think I'd still want you if I were 1,000,000 years older than you? He grinned down at her. All the wisdom you would have acquired over the ages would make you recognize my value. She smirked. And if it didn't, then vanity would make you want me for your boy toy. Laughing, she curled a hand around the back of his neck and drew him down for a quick kiss. I'm sure it would. She turned to Dana. Hi, Dana. She jerked a thumb toward Sheldon. Ignore this one. He's still high from all the female attention he got at the park. Aidan shook his head. Who would have thought a man wearing a tutu would evoke such adoration? Tracy rolled her eyes. I know, right? Uncle Aidan, a small voice cried with glee. Aidan's face lit with a wide grin. In here, he called. The red-headed toddler Dana had seen briefly the previous night ran into the room on chubby legs. A fluffy pink tutu like Sheldon's covered pink shorts, while matching pink fairy wings bounced on her back, and a flower garland, sporting a pink veil, jounced on her curls. There's my lovely fairy princess, Aidan crooned, bending to scoop her into his arms. Giggling, she wrapped adorably plump arms around his neck and gave him a hug. She was beautiful. And Aidan looked damned appealing, hugging her and bussing her rosy cheek. This must be the little one for whom he had cleaned up his language. You did you? He asked, his brown eyes alight with pleasure as he grinned at the little girl. Nodding, she waved a glittery wand with a pink butterfly on the end. So he told me. And you had fun? Aidan asked. A minute passed, then he laughed. Dana looked to Tracy. Tracy smiled. Adira doesn't talk much yet, but she has strong telepathic abilities. Dana looked at the child in surprise. Really? She couldn't be more than 2 years old. The little girl turned her attention to Dana. Hi there, Dana said with a smile. Giving her a grin that exposed little white teeth, the toddler lunged toward her. Sheldon grabbed the plate of sandwiches while Dana scrambled to catch Adira and wrapped her arms securely around the little beauty. Adira raised bright green eyes to meet hers and touched her cheek. Annie Dana, she said with a grin. Tracy's eyebrows flew up. I think she just called you Auntie Dana. Adira rested her head on Dana's shoulder and snuggled against her with a happy sigh. Dude, Sheldon said, his eyes going from the toddler to Dana to Aidan. Adira can see the future. I'm pretty sure that means you're in. Dana glanced up at Aidan, who looked as surprised as she was. After a moment, he smiled and touched her shoulder. Don't worry, you still have choice. She smiled back and rocked from side to side, enjoying the feel of the baby against her chest, all anxiety fleeing amidst the comfort the child brought and the light family atmosphere that welcomed her. I know. But she didn't really, at least not where Aidan was concerned. She was in love with him, and that made choosing anything other than a future with him impossible. The hallway behind them darkened as a figure filled it, then moved forward to join them. Dana's eyes widened as she tilted her head back and stared up at him. Wow! Tracy laughed. I bet I had that same expression on my face the first time I saw him. He's a handsome devil, isn't he? Chuckling, the man met Dana's gaze with dark brown eyes that infused her with as much warmth and comfort as the child did. I'm David, he said, offering her a slight bow. Welcome to my home, Dana.
"Thank you," she managed to say. She estimated his height to be about 6 feet 7 inches. His smooth, flawless skin was as dark as midnight. Pencil-thin dreadlocks, pulled back from his face with a leather tie, fell all the way down to his hips. Like the other immortals, he wore all black and wore it well. His shoulders were as broad and his body as muscular as Aiden's. David nodded to the toddler she held. "I see you've already made a new friend." "Yes, she's beautiful." As with Seth, there was just something about this man that screamed power. Dana actually found herself a little tongue-tied around him. "And as happy to have you here as the rest of us are. Seth has informed me of this afternoon's events." Aiden's expression sobered. "Have they caught Gershom?" "Not yet. They are pursuing him now." Tracy and Sheldon exchanged a look. "Seth got a lead on Gershom?" Sheldon asked, all business now. David nodded. "Gershom posed as Seth and attacked Aiden this afternoon." Sheldon's eyes widened. "Shit!" Tracy popped him on the back of the head. He glanced at Adira. "I mean, shoot!" David held up a hand to halt the questions that otherwise would have poured forth. "We'll discuss it later. Right now, Aiden needs a healing sleep." Sheldon nodded. "Of course." He handed Aiden the plate of sandwiches. "Let us know if you two need anything." Taking Tracy's hand, he headed down the hallway. "With all that's happening," Aiden said, lowering his voice, "I'm surprised you let Sheldon take Adira to the park." David's lips turned up in a wry smile. "I followed and watched over them in the form of a crow." "He could shapeshift? That is so cool," Dana murmured. David's smile broadened. "Fun, too." He turned his gaze to Adira. "Come here, sweetheart. Uncle Aiden and Auntie Dana need to get some rest." "You heard that, did you?" Aiden asked. "The Auntie Dana?" "Yes, I did." Adira smiled and let Dana transfer her to David's arms. Reaching over his shoulder, Adira pulled one of his dreadlocks forward and began to play with it. "I hope you will enjoy your stay in my home, Dana. I've had a room prepared for you both. Would you like to see it?" he asked. "Yes, please." Aiden nodded. "Thank you, David. I appreciate it." David motioned for them to accompany him down the hallway. "This way." Dana glanced curiously into the rooms they passed. A bathroom, a huge study/library, what appeared to be a medical facility of some sort, perhaps an infirmary. When David passed through a doorway and led them down a flight of stairs, disappointment threatened. They would be sleeping in the basement? Her eyebrows rose, though, when they reached the foot of the stairs. On their left, a pair of open double doors revealed a gym or training room roughly the size of a high school gymnasium, with a padded floor, a wall of mirrors, and a lot of exercise equipment. That must be for the seconds, since immortals were already super strong. On the right, a long, elegant hallway with at least a dozen doors stretched before them. Lovely dark wood floors, earth-toned walls adorned with modern paintings, a high, white ceiling with recessed lighting, wingback chairs stationed in twos, plant stands supporting plants that somehow thrived without any sun exposure. Very nice. Aiden nudged her shoulder, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You were expecting something cold and damp and crypt-like?" She grinned. "Maybe." David led them down the hallway, stopping in front of the next-to-last door on the right. Opening it, he motioned for them to enter. Dana stepped inside a large, sumptuous bedroom with an adjoining bathroom. Aiden followed. "Thank you again, David." Smiling, he turned to Dana. "My home is your home, Dana. You are welcome to explore it as you will. Grab a snack from the kitchen, a book from my study, whatever will make you comfortable. I only ask that you knock first before entering any of the rooms down here, save the training room, because they are bedrooms, and most are occupied." "Thank you. That's very kind of you." He clapped Aiden on the shoulder. "Get some rest." David turned and headed back down the hallway, Adira waving at them over his shoulder. Aidan waved to the little cutie, then closed the door. "He's so nice," Dana said. Nodding, Aidan shrugged off his coat and tossed it over the wooden back of a nearby chair. "Go ahead and ask me." She tilted her head to one side. "Ask you what?" "The question you've been wanting to ask ever since Sheldon opened his yap upstairs. He's bound to blurt it out eventually, so I'd just as soon get it out of the way." "Are you sure?" Dana saw the way his shoulders slumped with weariness, and David had said he needed a healing sleep. "It can wait." "I'm sure." Sinking down in the chair, he began to tug on the laces of one boot. She drew in a deep breath. "How old are you?" Pulling the boot off, he set it aside. "I've lived just shy of 3,000 years." She stared at him. She had heard 1,000, but he must have said 100, right? "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard that correctly." He went to work on his other boot. "You heard it right." Shock and dismay warred within her. "You're 3,000 years old?" He winced, his expression almost apologetic. "Almost." A heavy silence enveloped them as he removed the second boot and set it beside the first. "Dina?" He seemed to be waiting for a comment, but "I don't know how to respond to that." Leaning forward, he braced his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands between them. "If it helps, I look and feel a lot younger than that. Far younger since I met you and you breathed light and life back into my world." "You're 3,000 years old," she whispered, not really hearing him. He was 3,000 years old, and she was 30. "Why are you even with me?" she blurted, insecurity rising. His features filled with dread. "What?" "Why are you even with me?" she repeated. "I mean, all the things you must have learned and the wisdom you must have accrued in 3,000 years. I just don't know what the hell about me would even appeal to you. I must seem so young and naive and oh so lacking in knowledge and experience. I must seem like an adolescent to you." Her words seemed to take him aback. "What? No, not at all." "Oh, come on, Aidan," she retorted, unable to believe him. "Clearly I haven't acquired as much wisdom as you think I have, because the reason I avoided telling you my age is I thought it would repel you or, how would Sheldon put it, creep you out." He frowned. "Wait, is that a saying? It sounds odd." "It's a saying," she confirmed, her dismay lightening a little with amusement. "How long have you lived in North Carolina?" he asked. She frowned at the change in subject. 12 years. "Where did you live before that?" "Oklahoma." "In all my time on Earth, I've never been to Oklahoma," he told her. "Does my lack of knowledge regarding that state make you think less of me?" "No, but that isn't the same thing." "If the two of us went to Oklahoma, would showing me around seem like a chore to you?" "Of course not, but that isn't—" "It is the same thing," he told her. "And the fact that you think the difference in our ages should bother me more than it does you is a clear indication that I haven't learned as much as you think I have, because I thought the opposite would be true." She bit her lip. "Our age difference really doesn't bother you?" He smiled. "The only thing that ever bothered me about it was the fear that you might declare me a decrepit old geezer when you found out." She laughed. "That is one thing you will never be, Aidan." He grinned. 3,000 years. Sorrow filled her as she recalled something she'd learned the first time she had read his palm. "You've lived almost 3,000 years, and you've never married?" He shrugged. "I never found a woman I felt comfortable sharing my differences with. Never found anyone I loved enough to risk it. Not until I met you." Her heart ached for him. "So you've been alone all this time?" "I've had seconds, and my immortal brethren." It wasn't enough. Closing the distance between them, she brushed his hands aside so she could stand between his thighs, wrap her arms around him, and hold him close. "I'm so glad my name was on that list you stole." Releasing a contented sigh, he slid his arms around her and buried his face in the crook of her neck. "I am too." Branches snapped and fallen leaves crackled beneath David's big boots as he strode through dense forest. The usual night sounds serenaded him. Insects buzzed, frogs croaked and twanged, sounding alternately like growling belches and plucked guitar strings. Wings flapped far above him as an owl rode the breeze, seeking prey to fill its belly, and somewhere off to his left, a large opossum foraged through the brush. The trees thinned ahead of David. Stepping out of the forest, he crossed a paved road that no longer saw traffic. 2 years of inactivity and no care had evoked quite a change in it. Weeds grew out of cracks in the pavement. Others thrived along the road's edge, obscuring the border as they crept toward the road's center, attempting to rendezvous with the weeds on the other side. The twisted, rusted remains of a gate folded outward in a permanent bow, courtesy of the grenades that had blown it open. David passed between the two sides, noting the no trespassing sign each now boasted. The signs themselves might not discourage curious ne'er-do-wells from exploring the former mercenary compound, but the network guards who monitored the place via hidden surveillance cameras would. He walked past the remains of buildings that bore scorch marks and jagged holes between the vines that slithered up their walls. Broken windows watched like vacant eyes that revealed interiors damaged by the elements. In the distance, a lone, dark figure stood in the center of a slab of blackened, weed-strewn asphalt that marked the place where an armory had once stood. David had known he would find Seth there. The Immortal Guardian's leader often came to this place of loss when he was troubled, and after the day he'd had, Seth no doubt needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Head bowed, Seth said nothing when David joined him. Minutes passed. "Anything?" David asked softly, referring not to Seth's hunt for Gershom, but to what Seth sought every time he came here. Seth shook his head. Nothing. David had known it would be thus. The loss of Yuri and Stanislav had hit Seth hard. It had hit them all hard. But for Seth, the uncertainty, the not knowing absolutely what had happened to Stanislav, not seeing him fall, never encountering his spirit, had made the loss all the worse, because Seth couldn't quite abandon hope that Stanislav had somehow survived. "How long do you intend to search for him?" David asked, no criticism in the question. Seth turned his gaze to the decimated compound around them. "Until I know for certain he is gone." David offered no objection. "Gershom eluded you and Zack again." "Yes." Gershom was proving to be a far more formidable foe than they had anticipated, which made him wonder just how long the other had been plotting and planning and building his strength. Far longer than his brethren realized, it would seem. "The others tried to aid us in our pursuit," Seth said. David had hoped they would. Even the others couldn't ignore the chaos Gershom was breeding and wanted him brought to heel as much as the Immortal Guardians did. "They followed the same pattern they did before," Seth went on, scattering themselves around the globe and teleporting from place to place, hoping they would land in Gershom's general vicinity and be able to hold him until Zack and I could get there. But Gershom was expecting as much and used it against us. "How so?" "He teleported to the other's home." Surprise gripped David, and very little surprised him after such a lengthy life. "He did? Were any of the others still there?" "One, who was caught off guard and easily defeated." "Defeated but not killed?" "Yes." At least Gershom hadn't lost all his sanity. "Gershom was already gone when Zack and I tracked him there, but there were so many energy trails leading from the place as a result of the others teleporting out to try to help us that we couldn't discern which one was his, and lost him despite trying all damned day and most of tonight to locate him." "That was ingenious." "And unexpected. The others have vowed they won't make the same mistake again." "At least there is that." But David knew such provided Seth with little solace. "The bastard posed as me, David." "I know."
And he did it so well that even Ethan didn't know it wasn't me until Gershom made the mistake of harming Cliff. David nodded, finding the news beyond troubling. He must have been studying you for years. Every movement, every mannerism, every inflection in your voice. As Etienne would say, that shit is creepy. David laughed. Very much so. I just wish I understood why he hates me so much, Seth proclaimed with a sort of helpless bafflement. Perhaps Jared was right. Perhaps Gershom simply resents the fact that, while the others have been merely observing life for thousands of years, you've been living it. Well, if that's the case, I wish to hell he had just defected, like me and Zach. David shrugged. Or perhaps he's insane. I'm not sure which would be worse. Frogs continued to croak and twang. Crickets chirped. Insects hummed. You need to talk to Aiden, David offered softly. I know. I want him to get some rest first. He isn't hunting tonight, is he? No, he and Dana are both sleeping, and I ordered all the other Immortals in the area to stand down and take the night off. Good. You called a meeting? Sunset. Seth nodded. I'll be sure to talk to Aiden before then. David locked his hands behind his back as the sky began to brighten with approaching dawn. The day was a long one. The night, too. Seth sent him a wry smile, at last meeting his gaze. Yes, it was. According to Darnell, the internet is all abuzz. Seth sighed, full of exclamations of dismay upon discovering that Gershom may be as powerful as I am, whispered fears that he may triumph. David waved a hand in dismissal. No, they are all confident you will defeat him. Seth's face lit with surprise. Really? Of course. Then what's all the chatter about? Amusement stole away some of David's concern. Every immortal guardian on the planet is sharing the jaw-dropping news that Aiden's woman kissed their illustrious leader. His friend's face acquired a comical, pained look. Seriously? Yes. Even the men. Even the men. Seth shook his head. With everything that's happened in the past few days, you'd think that wouldn't have even made the headlines. David laughed. Of course it made the headlines. You're not just their leader, their commanding officer. You're a father figure to them. And they just found out that their daddy kissed a woman. Seth groaned. No wonder my phone has gone silent. I thought they were all just dismayed over my having failed to capture Gershom again. David grinned. Your phone hasn't gone silent. I asked Chris to divert your calls to Zach after he returned. If anyone can quash their curiosity and get them to leave you alone, he can, particularly since he's cranky over Gershom slipping away. Seth's lips curled up in a wry smile. I'm sure he can. And we'll enjoy doing so far too much, David guessed. But at least it will give you some quiet time. Thank you. Dana may not fare so well, though, David said. I'm sure the female Immortals and Seconds will pepper her with questions at the earliest opportunity. Again Seth groaned. Poor woman. You see now why I don't date. David knew well why Seth didn't date, and it had nothing to do with Immortal Guardian family gossip. The owl David had heard earlier abruptly dove down and plucked a field mouse from the weeds near the abandoned airplane hangar. David cast Seth a sidelong glance. So? He didn't have to say more for Seth to know what he wondered. Seth looked up at the sky. Thousands of years, and I still can't kiss another woman without feeling as though I'm betraying her. That came as no surprise. David knew Seth still mourned the death of his wife and the deaths of their children. You know she wouldn't have wanted this, he said gently. That sparked another wry smile. I'm not so sure. She was a jealous woman. David chuckled. And you weren't a jealous husband? Seth's smile widened. David shook his head. She loved you, Seth. She wouldn't have wanted you to be alone this time. Seth shrugged. I'm not alone. David opted to let that pass, recognizing it as the evasion it was. In the thousands of years since his wife had been slain, Seth had taken no wives, had no girlfriends, no one-night stands, no intimacy of any kind with a woman. Having experienced such a loss himself, David couldn't really blame him. So you felt nothing, then? He asked Seth curiously, when Dana kissed you. Seth snorted. I felt guilty as hell for kissing Aiden's woman right in front of him, I can tell you that. David laughed. After what she did to Jared, I think you'd best mind your manners around her in the future. Seth laughed. She's a fighter. Zach is still chuckling over that. I'm sure he is. A breeze set the weeds and grasses around them into motion. The trees beyond the perimeter fence swayed, their leaves brushing together and creating soothing, swishing sounds. When will it be time to move on, Seth? Seth returned his stare to the blackened asphalt beneath his boots. How many more years of mourning will be enough? And how long would the thought of being with another woman fill the Immortal Guardian's leader with guilt? Seth responded with a slow shake of his head. I don't know. It was the same answer he always gave when David broached the subject. You were wed once, too, Seth murmured. How long did it take you to get past losing your wife? Pain pierced David. I'll let you know when that day comes. As in so many ways, he and Seth were the same in this. I still think of her every day. As do I. David tucked his hands in his pockets and sighed. Well, I guess for a while longer then we shall remain what Chris has deemed us. Seth's face lightened with a smile. A couple of old farts who would rather read a good book than learn how to troll the internet for women? David laughed. Just so. Skillet's monster blared from Seth's pocket. David felt a stab of concern as he watched him retrieve his phone. The only calls that should be coming through now were those that could not be ignored and couldn't be handled by Zach. Yes, Seth answered. Seth, it's Elena Moreno, head of the West Coast division of the network. I need to see you again. I have some new information, and it's disturbing. Seth met David's gaze. I shall be there shortly. He ended the call and returned his phone to his pocket. Monster again disturbed the quiet. His brow furrowing, Seth answered the call. Yes. Seth, Scott Henderson, head of the Midwest division of the network. I need to see you. The sooner the better. This couldn't be good. I'll be there as soon as I can, Seth told him and slid his phone back into his pocket. Good thing you called a meeting. David nodded. Looks like we'll have more to discuss than I'd thought. Chapter 18. Aiden. Aiden's eyes flew open. Dana slept peacefully, curled up against his side with her head resting on his shoulder. She had slung one arm across his chest and draped a knee across his groin, effectively locking him in place. A very happy place. He loved having Dana's small, warm body snuggled up to him. It made him never want to get out of bed. But something had awoken him. He examined the dim bedroom. He had turned the light on in the bathroom prior to retiring and had left the door cracked, so Dana would be able to find her way around if she awoke before him. Even had he not, his eyes would have had no difficulty piercing the darkness. The bedroom was empty, save for themselves. His and Dana's clothes still decorated the floor where they had dropped them wearily on their way to the shower. Aiden. His gaze slid to the bedroom door. Careful not to wake her, he slowly eased out from beneath Dana and slipped from the bed. Murmuring something in her sleep, she rolled onto her other side.
Aiden drew the covers up to her chin, then dressed at preternatural speed. Tossing their dirty clothing in the bathroom, he headed for the door. Light bathed him as he opened it, only partially blocked by the figures in the hallway. Seth stared down at him, Amy at his side. Aiden eyed them both, dread and frustration filling him, because he could guess why Amy was there. "You didn't catch Gershom?" "No," Seth confirmed, then nodded to Amy. "I thought you might be more at ease if Amy confirmed that I'm me." Amy offered Aiden a smile. "He's Seth." "Thank you," Aiden said, failing to muster up a smile in return. That bastard Gershom was still on the loose, which meant this wasn't over. Dana was still in danger. They were all still in danger. Seth's smile didn't quite reach his eyes as Amy touched his arm, then left them. Aiden stepped back, opening the door wider in silent invitation. "I don't want to leave Dana alone." Nodding, Seth entered. Aiden closed the door and faced his leader, his friend. "You thought he was me," Seth said. "I did. You thought I wanted to kill you." "I did." And Aiden's stomach knotted up when he thought about it. Seth offered his hand. When Aiden clasped it, Seth pulled him into a rough hug. "I'm sorry. It wasn't you." But damned if it didn't make him feel better to have Seth reinforce that fact. He had known Seth longer than he had known anyone else still living. They had been through a hell of a lot together. The knowledge that Gershom had nearly fucked all that up. Releasing him, Seth stepped back. "Tell me what happened." Aiden nodded. Picking up the large storage ottoman at the foot of the bed, he placed it against the wall and sat down. Seth sank down beside him. "He got into my head, Seth." Seth shot him a sharp glance. "Literally or figuratively?" "Both," Aiden confessed with a touch of despair. "He knew just what to say to make me think he was you. Knew what to do, how to behave, what I would expect. He even mimicked your temper perfectly. When I said he was very convincing earlier, I meant he was terrifyingly convincing." Seth's eyes began to glow with renewed anger. "Tell me everything." Aiden shook his head. "I want you to see it for yourself. I'm afraid I'll leave something out if I do the telling." And he wanted Seth to have every tiny shred of information in his arsenal. So Aiden tapped his temple. "Go ahead and have a look." Seth shifted his gaze to Aiden's forehead. Quiet engulfed them, broken only by the faint sounds of Dana's breathing that Aiden's preternatural hearing caught as she slumbered on, oblivious to their presence. This bedroom, like many others here at David's place, was soundproofed. David had enlisted the network's aid in accomplishing such when the Immortals began to marry, wishing to afford the couples more privacy so they could spend the night whenever they wanted to without worrying about the other Immortals hearing them make love. Seth's eyes grew brighter as he reviewed the confrontation with Gershom, the gold light a sharp contrast to the darkness of the bedroom. The floor beneath Aiden's feet began to vibrate ever so slightly as Seth's fury rose in response to the memories he scoured. If Aiden were to open the door of the soundproof room, he likely would hear thunder rumbling outside as rain beat the grass and trees. The rumbling vibrations increased. Dana shifted beneath the covers, the quaking luring her toward consciousness. Aiden touched a hand to Seth's arm and tried to infuse him with calm. Seth blinked, and the ground stopped shaking. Dana stilled, sighing in her sleep. But the bright golden light in Seth's eyes was slow to fade as they met Aiden's. "What did you see?" Aiden asked. "Everything that transpired in your backyard." "Just that? Nothing else?" "Yes." Rising, Seth paced away, his movements the same as those Gershom had demonstrated earlier. It was eerie how identical the two appeared. "The bastard made you doubt yourself," Seth growled in fury. Aiden tried to shrug it off, but couldn't. "I'm still doubting myself," he admitted softly.
Seth ceased his restless movements. "He was lying, Aidan. You don't know that, not for sure. You only read my memories of the confrontation. As strong as your mental barriers are, I'm convinced he could not possibly topple them without your knowing. I've known you for 3,000 years, Seth. Until yesterday I was convinced no one could possibly trick me into believing he was you, and yet Gershom succeeded." Silence. "I need you to be sure," Aidan continued. "I need to be sure that Gershom isn't mind-controlling me. Aidan, I know you don't want to. I know that, contrary to popular opinion, you don't like sneaking into people's minds and nosing about in their private business. But I need you to do it. I need you to comb every nook and cranny of my mind and tell me with absolute certainty that Gershom hasn't planted any commands up there." Seth hesitated. "Please," Aidan added as he glanced at the bed, "I need to know I'm not a danger to Dana and the others, that I'm not a danger to you," he said, meeting his friend's gaze. "I need to know that Gershom is full of shite." A long sigh escaped Seth. Aidan smiled. "Thank you." Seth reclaimed his seat beside Aidan. "You've lowered the rest of your barriers." "Yes." "As you will." Seth closed his eyes. Aidan sat quietly, watching Dana slumber. Minutes passed. Many long minutes. The brain's capacity for storing information seemed limitless, and a brain could accrue a hell of a lot of information over the course of 3,000 years. Since the virus that infected Immortals protected their minds from the degeneration often caused by aging, Aidan had retained much of what he had experienced over time. Not as much as Ethan, of course. Ethan's memory was phenomenal. But there was enough crammed up inside Aidan's brain that it took Seth a good long while to sort through it all. When Seth opened his eyes, the golden glow had left them, returning to a brown so dark it was almost black. "Well?" Aidan asked, almost afraid of the answer Seth would give. "You're good," Seth said. "Gershom was bullshitting you." Aidan let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "You don't know how happy I am to hear it." Seth offered him a wry smile. "Yes, I do." Aidan laughed. Seth glanced at the bed. "I can't believe Dana was more worried that you might think she was too young for you than she was about you being too old for her." "I know," Aidan smiled. "It's kind of nice that people can still surprise us after all this time." Seth rose. "I only wish Gershom weren't one of those people." Aidan stood. "We'll stop him, Seth. I know we will." Seth drew out a pocket watch and consulted it. "Yes, but he's been up to more than you know." That was unsettling. "What do you mean?" "You'll hear it all at the meeting." Seth tucked the watch away and headed for the door. "Darnell, Tracy, and Sheldon have cooked dinner. You should probably wake Dana and partake before the meeting." "Okay." When Seth opened the door, Aidan stopped him. "Seth." Seth paused and glanced over at him. "Yes?" "We're good, right?" Seth smiled. "We're good." Aidan motioned to his head. "You didn't find anything up there that was as weird as the shite I find in Sheldon's mind, did you?" Seth laughed. "No, I didn't." Aidan grinned, happy to have made his friend laugh after such a stressful day. "Happy to hear it." "I'll see you at the meeting." Stepping out into the hallway, Seth closed the door. Aidan lost his smile. What more had Gershom been up to? He almost dreaded finding out. Dana stood beside Aidan, her hand tucked in his, while they watched Darnell and Sheldon add 2 new leaves to the already long table in David's dining room. The house had a fairly open floor plan with a huge living room, sporting a surprisingly modern decor, multiple sofas, love seats, scuffed-up coffee tables, and chairs, blending into a dining room. A bar separated the dining room from a kitchen that boasted 2 gargantuan refrigerators and so much cooking equipment that Dana didn't even know how to use half of it.
She thought it was very sweet of David to open his homes, apparently this was just one of many, to immortals and their seconds, and provide them with a gathering place. They really did seem like a family. She wasn't sure why that continued to surprise her, but it did. Cheers erupted when the table slid back together. She smiled. The table must have sat at least 20 beforehand. Now she watched as they produced extra chairs and slid them up to the table, enabling, 31 people to sit at it under Darnell's direction. Dana was an only child. Both parents had also been only children, so she'd had no aunts or uncles and no cousins to play with when she was growing up. Her grandparents had passed away so early that she barely remembered them, and now her parents were gone too. What must it be like, she wondered, as she watched the men and women around her smile and chat, despite the gravity of recent events, to have a family this large, to have this many people you loved and cared about. I guess I'm about to find out, she thought. David claimed the seat at the head of the table, with Darnell sitting to his left. Exiting the kitchen, Seth strode over and seated himself at the foot of the table. Amy smiled and said something to Seth as she sat down catty-corner to him. Taking the seat next to her, Marcus scooted it back so his daughter, whom Dana hadn't noticed until then, could climb up onto his lap. Roland leaned over Marcus's shoulder and held a thick coloring book boasting colorful cartoon animals in front of Adira. As her eyes lit up, he seated himself beside Marcus, then opened the book on the table while Sarah produced a box of crayons. As the other immortals and seconds converged on the table, Aidan guided Dana to a couple of seats on the side opposite Roland and Sarah. Wood scuffed across wood as chairs were claimed and bodies filled seats. As Dana scooted her own chair closer to the table, her gaze touched upon David. He smiled. "Are you settling in okay?" he asked, raising his voice a bit so she could hear him over the rumblings of the rest. "Yes, thank you," she said with a smile. After Aidan had disclosed his age, the two of them had taken a shower together, devoured Sheldon's sandwiches, then slept deeply. They'd been so tired that they hadn't even made love. As soon as their heads had hit the pillow, both had fallen into an exhausted slumber. David nodded, then turned to speak with Darnell. The seat beside Darnell was empty. Two very imposing immortals claimed the next two seats. Dana squeezed Aidan's hand. "Read my thoughts," she whispered. "Okay." "Who were those two?" "Imhotep and Chuck. They are elders like me who have been brought in as backup." The front door opened and closed. Chris Rorden headed for the table and plunked a battered briefcase down on the seat to David's right. After returning the greetings offered him, he nodded to Seth. Seth rose and vanished. Dana smiled up at Aidan. "I still think that's cool." Across the table, Tracy leaned forward with a smile. "I know, right? When I first started serving as Lizette's second, she almost ditched me, because every time Richard would come over, I'd pester him into teleporting me to foreign countries." Richard grinned. "You still try to pester me into teleporting you to other countries." Tracy wrinkled her nose. "Yeah, but you stopped taking me because I started making you take Sheldon, too, and you're afraid he's going to spark an international incident." "Oh, come on, guys," Sheldon protested with a grin. "I'm not that bad." Everyone laughed. Seth reappeared with two companions. One was a slender woman with long, silky black hair and light brown skin, clad in a black business suit that showcased every curve and managed to appear both alluring and all business at the same time. The other was a man with sandy brown hair who was dressed similarly to Chris in dark slacks and a white dress shirt that was open at the collar and had the sleeves rolled up almost to his elbows. Both carried battered briefcases similar to Chris's. Chris headed down the table with a smile. "Nice to see you again, Elena." He shook her hand, then shook the man's. "Scott, good to see you." "Good to see you too, Chris. If you'll both have a seat, we'll go ahead and get started." Scott followed Chris to David's end of the table, where they sank into the last two chairs on David's right. Elena headed for the empty chair across from them, between Darnell and Imhotep. Darnell rose and drew the chair out as she approached. Smiling, she thanked him and set her briefcase on the table as she sat down. Once Seth reclaimed his seat at the foot of the table, all conversation ceased and everyone looked to him to begin the meeting. "Thank you all for joining us," Seth began. "I assume you've all heard by now that Gershom escaped us once again." Somber nods all around. "Then you also know that the only reason we had this latest chance to play cat and mouse with him is because he posed as me and attacked Aiden." The Immortal Guardians all exchanged uncomfortable looks. "Gershom has upped his game," Seth began, "even more so than we first believed. He is telling the vampires in our area to increase their numbers and travel in larger packs, and he poses as Aiden when he directs them. Apparently he has become very adept at shape-shifting and is using that talent to once more try to pit us against each other and sow dissent amongst our ranks." "He's doing a hell of a job," Roland murmured. Seth dipped his chin in acknowledgement. "There's more. Chris." Leaning forward, Chris braced his elbows on the table. "I'd like to begin by introducing our guests." He gestured to the woman. "This is Elena Moreno, the head of the West Coast Division of the network here in the United States." Dana nodded a greeting with the others. He motioned to the man beside him. "And this is Scott Henderson, head of the Midwest Division of the network." More nods and greetings. "Once you all not so subtly pointed out that I had my head up my ass and was fixating on proving that Aiden was the guilty party instead of proving him innocent," Chris said, "I took my investigation in a different direction." Rising, he picked up a large stack of manila file folders and slowly circled the table, handing one to each person he passed. "The gifted ones Gershom abducted failed to come to my attention immediately because the abductions were all readily explainable. They were sick with the flu, or on a cruise. There had been a death in the family. You get the picture." Nods all around. "We had what appeared to be Aiden on video absconding with 3 of the 6 women who went missing here in North Carolina. Then I discovered 3 men had also gone missing. I had my team at the network check up on every other gifted one who resides in North Carolina, as well as the rest of the East Coast that falls under my purview. Just to make sure all bases were covered, I also contacted Elena and Scott to inform them of recent events and ask them if they had encountered similar disappearances. They had not, but agreed to conduct their own investigations to be certain." Dana's eyebrows shot up when Chris came abreast of her and handed Aiden a folder, then held one out to her, too. They really were treating her as if she were one of them. Releasing Aiden's hand, she took the folder and set it on the table in front of her. "What did you learn?" Aiden asked. Chris distributed the rest of the folders, then retook his seat. "Seth and I both received calls from Elena. Elena did, in fact, come across a gifted one who was missing, a man who was supposed to be on a cruise. Seth met with her. Several hours later, after doing more investigating, Elena called him back. I also got a call from Scott about the same time." When Aiden opened his file, Dana opened hers. The first in a stack of loose pages boasted a black-and-white map of the United States. Little red dots decorated the map like confetti, the largest group of them in North Carolina. "When my East Coast team dug deeper," Chris announced, his face grim, "we discovered that a dozen more gifted ones who were believed to be on sick leave or on vacation, etc., have in fact gone missing in other states in my domain." Dana stared at the map. Was that what the red dots represented? Missing gifted ones? Elena and Scott discovered that some of the gifted ones whose absences had previously been accounted for in the rest of the states were likewise not where they were supposed to be. All told, almost 100 gifted ones have gone missing across the country in less than a month. Exclamations of disbelief erupted. Dana set the map aside. On the second page in the stack, a black-and-white picture of a woman stared up at her. The woman's name, age, and physical description were printed beneath the photo, as were her occupation and the details of her disappearance.
According to her employer, she had contracted pneumonia and was supposed to have been home recovering, but the network was unable to locate her. Dana turned the page. A man stared up at her. When his father had died, he had told his employer that he needed to fly to Dallas for the burial and would have to stay for a time to handle estate business. The network had confirmed that his father had indeed died and the man had flown to Dallas, but he had disappeared shortly after attending the funeral. Gershom was clever, Chris told them, answering the question that Dana thought must be hovering on a lot of lips. How could all of these abductions have gone unnoticed? Except for here in North Carolina, he only took 1 or 2 gifted ones from each state. Aiden looked at Scott and Elena. Was I implicated in any of the other disappearances? Elena nodded. We have video footage, taken from security cameras, of you. Frowning, she shook her head. Or someone who looks exactly like you, conversing with the women who went missing, getting into cars with them, then driving away. No one has seen them since. What about the men who went missing? Ethan asked. Elena shook her head. We only saw Aiden with the women. We found no video record of the men's abductions. When Aiden's eyes began to glow, Dana rested a hand on his arm and gave it a reassuring caress. Aiden tried to keep his fury in check, but damn it, knowing that Gershom was posing as him while he kidnapped women and, for all they knew, harmed or killed them was beyond fucked up. His pulling that shite here had been bad enough, knowing he was doing it all around the country. Is he doing it overseas as well? He ground out. No, Chris reassured him, only here in the States. Small comfort. As Dana stroked his arm, Aiden forced his hands to relax their crushing grip on the edges of the file folder and leaned back in his seat. Seth spoke into the leaden silence. When Scott and Elena both informed me that an Immortal might be implicated in the abductions, I assured them of your innocence, Aiden. Elena's lips turned up in a faint smile. By showing us that he himself can appear as you. Sheldon snorted. So he's a magician now. Who? Tracy asked beside him. Seth or Gershom? Gershom, Sheldon said. What do all magicians do? He reached a hand out to his right in front of Jenna and waved it in a circle. They do bullshit that's guaranteed to hold your attention here. He thrust his other hand out to his left in front of Tracy, while they do the real shit over here. Ethan nodded. He implicated Aiden here in a way we were guaranteed to notice, and raised a vampire army so we'd be so busy fighting amongst ourselves, trying to clear Aiden's name and addressing the new vampire threat, that we wouldn't notice that he was quietly acquiring his own little collection of gifted ones. Sheldon lowered his hands. Exactly. The question is, why is he taking the gifted ones? He isn't just taking them, Chris inserted. As of this morning, 6 of them have been found dead. Aiden's stomach sank. What? Amy whispered, horror stamped across her pretty features. And Scott's team found 3 more an hour ago. All dead. Curses filled the air. Marcus glanced down at his daughter in reflex, but she appeared to be concentrating wholly on the picture she was coloring. 9 dead. Why? Aiden asked, frustration beating him. What's his goal? What's his end game? To strike at Seth, Lizette proposed. Zach draped an arm across the back of her chair. What do little asshole schoolyard bullies do? They take away the other children's toys. They break the other children's toys and get off on the misery such spawns. He cast Seth a look of regret. Gershom has already managed to break 2 of your toys. Lizette swallowed hard, grief entering her eyes. Yuri and Stanislav. Seth's gaze dropped to the table, but not before Aiden caught the golden glow that entered them. Everyone knows, Zach continued, how important Immortals and gifted ones are to Seth, and we've all come to the conclusion that, for whatever reason, Gershom hates Seth's arse. Yuri and Stanislav were a heavy blow, but both of those Immortals at least had a fighting chance. How much harsher will the blow be if gifted ones who can't fight back are slain this time? Aidan ground his teeth. Gifted ones are so much weaker than Gershom that it would be like slaying children. What the hell is the appeal in that? Zack waved a hand in dismissal. Bullies are all pussies deep down. They only pick fights with those who can't fight back, or those who can't win if they do fight back. So instead of manning up and fighting Seth one-on-one, we all know Seth would defeat the fucker if he did, Gershom is choosing easier targets that will cut Seth deeply when slain. When grumbling protests rose in volume, Seth held up a hand. All quieted. "The problem is," Seth announced, his gaze circling the table, "we don't know where Gershom is taking the gifted ones, where he's keeping them." Roland scowled. "How do you know he's keeping them at all? Are you sure they aren't all dead?" Seth looked to Chris. Chris shook his head. "He's definitely keeping them somewhere. All the bodies we've recovered were dressed the same way and look as though they had been killed while trying to escape. And we believe humans killed them, not Gershom or vampires, because they were shot, all except one whose neck was broken." Silence. "So what do we do?" Aidan asked when he couldn't take it anymore. "How do we find them? How do we stop him?" Seth glanced around the table. "Any ideas?" No one spoke as they exchanged troubled glances. Dana cleared her throat. "Use me as bait." Aidan's neck popped, his head snapped around so quickly. "What?" he demanded incredulously. She swallowed hard, dread clouding her features. "Use me as bait." Chapter 19. "Hell no," Aidan blurted. "Are you mad, woman?" "No," Dana said, and looked around the table. "What other option is there?" "That's not an option," he retorted. "That's not even close to the table, let alone on it. We are not using you as bait, absolutely not." What was she thinking? "Look," she said, her face and voice sober as she addressed them all. "I'm not real keen on the idea either. But we already know that in North Carolina, Gershom has been targeting female gifted ones who have been in direct contact with Aidan. We know he has ordered vampires to attack me in the past. I assume he knows Aidan and I are lovers. And since he's been sticking his nose into everybody's business, he probably also knows that you've all taken me under your wing and are trying to protect me. What better target could he have?" "Amy," Marcus offered, "or Adira." Adira looked up at the sound of her name and tilted her head back to smile up at her father. Marcus kissed the top of her head. "All the more reason to use me as bait," Dana said, and direct his attention away from them. "No," Aidan said again, still having difficulty believing she would even contemplate such a thing. Hadn't she heard Chris tell them that several of the gifted ones had been found dead? Roland caught Dana's gaze. "The Immortals present can all hear your heart racing with fear at just the idea of baiting a trap for Gershom. Why would you do this for us?" She looked around the table. "Because I love Aidan, and you all stood up for him when Gershom made him look guilty as hell. You broke all the rules to stand by his side and try to help him, to help us both, to keep us safe." She shook her head. "I don't have a family of my own. I haven't in a long time. And 3 days ago, having never laid eyes on me before, you all welcomed me into yours and showed me what it would be like to be one of you, to be part of this family." Aidan's heart began to pound. "Dana." She held up a hand. "I know. I have choice. And that's what makes all of this mean so much more to me. None of you have placed any conditions on my being here. None of you have pressed me to transform for Aidan and become immortal. I honestly think that all of you would welcome me and let me be part of your family whether I transformed or remained as I am." "We would," David interjected. "We would," Seth agreed. "Of course we would," Aidan told her. Reaching up, she pressed a hand to his cheek. "You've been trying so hard to protect me, Aidan. Well, I want to protect you too. I love you, I really do. And watching Gershom do his damnedest to kill you yesterday before Seth and Zack showed up..." Tears welled in her eyes. Aidan covered her hand with his and held it to him. You're worth fighting for." She looked around the table. "You're all worth fighting for. And if the only way you can get a leg up on Gershom is by shoving me out there as bait, then I say do it." She forced a smile. "And do it quickly before I change my mind." A few chuckles lightened the heavy atmosphere. Dana lowered her hand, taking Aiden's with it and linking their fingers as she rested them on her thigh. Seth visually consulted David. Aiden frowned at them. "You aren't actually considering it, are you?" David never took his gaze from Seth. "He would read it in her memories. Such was my thought." Aiden shook his head. "Even if he couldn't, it's out of the question." Dana looked back and forth between the two elders. "Would it work better if I were immortal?" Aiden's breath caught. "What?" Dana winced. "Ow, ow, ouch! Honey, you're squeezing the crap out of my hand." He swiftly relaxed his grip. "I'm sorry." Glancing down, he examined her hand and noted the pale marks he'd left that slowly regained their color. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'd never hurt you on purpose. Are you okay?" She nodded. "I'm fine. It was just a little tight. No worries." Roland caught her attention. "Are you saying you would transform and become immortal?" "Yes. Would that help? Would that make it harder for Gershom to read my thoughts and know I'm bait?" Aiden stared at her, both elated and terrified. He wanted so badly for her to transform and spend the rest of eternity with him, but he didn't want her to feel forced into it. "Dana, don't say it again," she said, irritation creeping into her features. "You keep telling me I have choice as if you're trying to talk me out of it." "I keep telling you you have choice because I can't bring myself to believe you'll make the one I'm hoping for." He shook his head. "And I don't want Gershom to force your hand. I don't want you to make a hasty decision you may come to regret. This isn't reversible." She smiled, a soft curling up of her lips that warmed his insides and coaxed his racing heart into calming the hell down. "I'm not doing it because Gershom is forcing my hand. And I'm not doing it because I felt so helpless standing on your back porch, doing nothing while I watched you fight Gershom. Ethan and Heather both leapt to your side to help you. Cliff did too. And all I could do was just stand there," she told him, her smile gone. Aiden hadn't thought much about that aspect of things, but felt her frustration. "That was terrifying and horrible, and I never want to feel that helpless again," she continued. "But that still isn't what's compelling me to transform." "Then what is?" he asked. Her smile returned. "You. I love you, Aiden, and the opportunity to have hundreds, if not thousands, of years together instead of a few decades is just too tempting to pass up." There went his treacherous heart again, slamming against his rib cage. "You're sure? We've been seeing each other for less than a month." "I'm sure," she shrugged. "And we aren't the first couple to fall in love so quickly." Roland grunted. "Hell, it only took me 24 hours to fall for Sarah." Sarah looked up at him in surprise. "Really?" "You know you're irresistible," he countered. Grinning, she leaned up and brushed a quick kiss across his lips. Ethan glanced at Heather. "We fell for each other after only a couple of dates," he frowned. "Wait, does fighting vampires together count as a date?" Heather laughed. Farther down the table, Krista laughed too. "It did for us. That's how Etienne and I met and fell in love." Etienne smiled. "If memory serves, you tried to decapitate me the first time we met. The second, too. What kind of date is that?" Krista winked. "A fun-filled, flirtatious one?" Laughter all around. Aiden paid little attention. His eyes continued to cling to Dana's. "You're sure?" he murmured beneath the chuckles. "I'm sure," she said. "No doubts," he pressed, elation beginning to overcome fear. "None at all." Wrapping his arms around her, he hugged her tight. "Thank you." She nodded against his chest. "I didn't mean to tell you in front of everyone." Aware of the quiet that had settled around them, Aiden released her but kept an arm around her shoulders. A faint blush climbed her cheeks when she noticed everyone watching them. "But if now would be a better time for me to transform..." Seth sent her a kind smile. Becoming immortal wouldn't keep Gershom from reading your thoughts. Oh. Her brow furrowed as she looked from Seth to David and back again. Then you can't use me as bait? No, Seth said. We appreciate the offer, though, and admire the courage you showed in making it, David added. Thank you, Aiden told both elders telepathically. Then what are you going to do? Dana pressed. Chris spoke. My contacts are going to see if they can dig anything up. Heather leaned forward. Do you mean your contacts in government agencies? Chris nodded. FBI, CIA, NSA, NRO, and a few others. I want to ensure the military is not in any way involved. Heather frowned. Why would you think the military might be involved? Because my forensics team said the weapons used to kill the gifted ones we found are commonly employed by the military. The grouping of the gunshot wounds also pointed toward someone with military training. Heather looked at Seth and David, then returned her gaze to Chris. One of your contacts wouldn't happen to be my father, would it? Chris hesitated. Yes. Heather swore. Dana caught Heather's gaze. Who's your father? General Nathan Lane. Dana's eyes widened. The one I see on the news sometimes? Yes, Heather ground out, her eyes on Chris. I thought we had agreed to keep him out of this. I agreed to try to keep him out of it last time. I made no such agreement this time, and he's in a position to access even more classified information than my other contacts, so I gave him a call. Heather turned to Seth. You knew about this? Actually, Seth said, this is my first time hearing about it. Then kick his ass, Heather demanded furiously. Clearly, she didn't like the idea of her father taking dangerous risks to acquire information for them. Seth's face reflected regret. In this instance, I'm afraid the decision was your father's to make. He eyed Chris. I assume you didn't pressure him. I did not, Chris confirmed. I merely informed him of the situation and asked if he thought he could be of some assistance. He said yes. Heather's eyes flashed bright amber. Of course he did. Seth held up a hand, silencing Heather and catching Chris's eye. Does General Lane have my number? Yes, Chris said, then looked at Heather. And I told him to call if he feels even the tiniest hint that he may be in danger. Heather sighed. They all did, as tempers calmed. So, what do we do now? Krista asked. Wait to see what Chris can find out, Seth said. See what we can find out ourselves. David nodded. You should all hunt in groups now, not pairs, but groups. If possible, it would be best to include a telepath in each group. I agree, Seth said. Telepaths. Read the mind of every vampire you encounter. We don't know if the vampires are congregating in the same place the gifted ones are being held, so look for any clues in their memories that may lead us to where they are staying. And carry the sedative with you, David added. Seth, Zach, and I can examine the minds of any vampires you trank to see if there's something buried that you couldn't see yourselves. Elena closed her file folder. Scott and I will continue to work on things from our end and see what we can ferret out, since we don't even know in what state the gifted ones are being held. Seth inclined his head. Thank you. Zach leaned back in his chair. There's one problem we've yet to address. All waited for him to continue. The fact that Gershom can pass himself off as Seth. Uneasy glances slid Seth's way. Seth sighed. I don't know how to combat that. David eyed those present. You should all spend your days and downtime here until we sort this out. Amy has no difficulty telling Seth from Gershom. She doesn't even have to be in the same room with Gershom to know he's present, so she can set your minds at ease while you're here. And when we're not here? Aiden asked, wanting to avoid a repeat of his battle with Gershom and the confusion that had thrown him. Seth shook his head. I don't know how to assure you I'm me when I see you, or how to ensure Gershom won't fool you into believing he is me.
A thoughtful hush descended. "What about a password?" Melanie suggested. "Something we would know ahead of time that you'll say to prove you're you, like a pin." Seth shook his head. "Gershom could pluck it from your thoughts." She frowned. "I keep forgetting that." Chris straightened. "Wait a minute. A password may not work, but you may be onto something with the pin." Aiden glanced around. What the hell was a pin? "Let me consult my tech guys. They may be able to come up with something electronic Seth can carry on him that can identify him as the real deal, something you can scan from a distance." Seth tilted his head to one side. "Couldn't Gershom steal a duplicate from the network, or compel one of your tech guys to make a duplicate?" "Not without us knowing," Chris said, "and not if I keep my tech guys on site. If I lock down the network, no immortals can teleport in or out, and no humans can enter or leave without triggering the alarm." Seth shared a look with David. "Sounds good. Have your tech crew work as swiftly as they can. I'll let you know as soon as we have something." "Thank you." Krista glanced around the table. "Are we hunting tonight?" "Yes, you may hunt tonight," Seth said with obvious reluctance. "But do as David said and hunt in groups. I want a telepath in every group." David eyed the gathering. "I shall remain here and hold down the fort, so to speak. And protect Amy and Adira," Aiden thought. No doubt Marcus would remain behind as well, wanting to ensure Gershom didn't get his hands on his wife and daughter. "Bastion and Melanie," Seth directed. "I want you to stay at the network and keep an eye on things there. As usual, if trouble arises and you need reinforcements, let the vampires out to play until the cavalry can arrive." The couple nodded. Seth studied those around the table. "If I show up unexpectedly while you're away from David's place, I want the telepaths to summon me immediately, and I want the rest of you to speed dial me on your cell phones, just to be sure it's me." Though Seth spoke in even tones, he radiated anger that such action was necessary. "Anything else?" No one spoke. "Very well. Be safe." Chairs scuffed the bamboo floor as those gathered around the table scooted them back and rose. Seth stood and wove his way through the others to reach Aiden and Dana as they rose. "I heard what you wanted to ask," he told Dana. Aiden glanced down at Dana. "You wanted to ask something?" She nodded but seemed reluctant to speak. Seth took one of her hands and held it between his. "If Aiden transforms you tonight, you will be very ill and weakened for 3 days or more, and he will be distracted. I'm very happy you've decided to join the Immortals' ranks, but I believe it would be best if you waited." Dana had wanted Aiden to transform her tonight? Though she appeared disappointed, Dana again nodded. "Okay." Giving her hand a pat, Seth headed over to David. Aiden saw the logic of it, but would have felt a hell of a lot better going up against Gershom if Dana were immortal. Bastion stepped around Brody and Ed. "Aiden, any chance I could talk you into teleporting Melanie and me back to the network? I'd like to check on Cliff." Guilt struck. Yet again, Aiden had failed to take Cliff into sunlight this afternoon. "How's he doing? I wasn't able to take him into the sun today." "Not good. He's been very agitated since the fight with Gershom. Melanie has been giving him watered-down doses of the sedative to try to keep things in check." Aiden nodded. "We can go now, then." He looked around. "Ethan? Heather?" "Yeah," Ethan said as the couple joined them. "I want to stop off at the network before we begin the night's hunt." "Okay," they both agreed. Aiden slid an arm around Dana's waist. "Everyone grab a shoulder." Heather rested a hand on Dana's shoulder. Ethan and Bastion both gripped Aiden's. Melanie leaned into Bastion and wrapped an arm around his waist. "Aiden!" Chris called over the conversations rumbling through the room. Shouldering his way through the crowd, he stopped beside Bastion. "Can I hitch a ride back to the network?" Aiden nodded. "Grab a shoulder." Clutching his briefcase with one hand, Chris drew out his cell phone and dialed. "John? Chris Rorden. Aiden is about to teleport me and 5 others into the network. Turn the alarm off." He rested the hand holding the phone on Bastian's shoulder, then nodded. David's dining room darkened and disappeared, replaced by the lab Dana had visited once before at the network. Chris returned the phone to his ear. "Okay, we're here. Turn it back on." "Dana?" Dana glanced at the pretty brunette who stood beside Bastian. Unlike the other immortals present, Melanie wore faded blue jeans, a Tar Heels t-shirt, and sneakers. "Yes?" Melanie smiled. "I don't think we've been introduced yet. I'm Melanie. I believe you've met my husband, Bastian?" Returning her smile, Dana shook the hand she offered. "Yes, it's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too." Melanie drew her aside. "I know the past few days have been very trying, and I'm sorry you've had such a violent and terrifying entrance into our world, but I'd like to ask your help with something." "Okay," Dana said, not knowing how else to respond. "What can I do for you?" Looping her arm through Dana's, Melanie began to slowly steer her toward an area that resembled an exam room in a doctor's office. "My colleagues at the network, who have been studying the virus with me, have been puzzling over an anomaly we can't explain, and I think you could help us solve the mystery." Dana glanced over her shoulder. Aiden stood beside Bastian, his brow furrowed as though he wasn't sure he liked what he was hearing. "To put it briefly," Melanie continued, "older immortals are always stronger and faster than younger immortals. It's been that way for thousands of years, until the past decade. When Roland, who is 900-plus years old, transformed Sarah a few years ago, she ended up being as strong and powerful as he is. Roland then transformed me and Jenna, and the same thing happened. We ended up being far stronger and faster than we should be. We aren't sure if it was because we were transformed by an immortal, or perhaps if it might be something unique with Roland." Dana frowned. "Weren't there other immortals who were transformed by immortals?" "No. Until Sarah, every immortal in existence had been transformed by a vampire." She paused. "Well, except for Richard and Etienne. Lisette accidentally transformed her brothers because none of them understood the nature of the virus at the time." "Oh, that was messed up." Dana didn't realize until then that she didn't know how Aiden had been transformed. So much had happened that she hadn't had a chance to get the details yet, but it sounded as though he had been transformed against his will. "Then Etienne, a younger immortal," Melanie continued, "transformed Krista, and Aiden transformed Heather." Dana's stomach sank. She looked back at Aiden. Heather jumped up and down behind him, trying to see over his shoulder, then ducked around to stand beside him. "Ethan and I asked him to do it so I'd be stronger and better able to fight Gershom. But just FYI, there wasn't anything romantic or sexual about it, and we aren't bonded or anything like in the movies." "Oh." Relief dispelled the jealousy that had risen so swiftly. "Okay." "Anyway," Melanie said, reclaiming her attention, "we all thought Krista was as strong and fast as Etienne until she graciously allowed me to run some tests, and we discovered that she isn't. While she's stronger than a vampire, she isn't as strong as the immortal who transformed her. So we've come to believe that something different happens when immortals like Roland and Aiden transform gifted ones because they're healers. We believe their healing ability alters the transformation process in some way, and since you're planning to have Aiden transform you, I was hoping you would be willing to help us solve the mystery." "How?" Dana asked. Melanie bit her lip. "By letting me take some samples and do some blood work, both before and after your transformation. And maybe during?" Aiden stepped forward. "You only want blood samples?" She hesitated. "Actually, blood and tissue samples would be best. But I would only need the tiniest—" "Hell no," Aiden blurted. Dana didn't like the sound of that either. Melanie eyed Aiden warily, but spoke to Dana. "It sounds worse than it is. The tissue samples are tiny. It would be no more painful or invasive than having a mole removed and tested by your dermatologist." "Oh." Reassured, Dana nodded. She had actually had a freckle-like mole removed and tested 3 years ago. "Okay, sure. If that would help you, I'm fine with it." "Well, I'm not," Aiden protested. Bastian clapped Aiden on the back. "It won't hurt. I've seen her do it to Cliff and the other vampires loads of times. It really isn't as bad as it sounds." Melanie offered Dana a hopeful smile. "Could we maybe do it now?" "Seriously?" Aiden protested. She nodded. "We don't know what Gershom is going to do next or whether or not Dana will manage to come through it unscathed. If she's seriously injured, you'll go ahead and transform her ahead of schedule, so I'd really rather do it now, just to be safe." Dana took Aiden's hand. "She's right. If she doesn't do it now, I may be immortal the next time she sees me. I'm fine with it, really. Why don't you go check on Cliff while we take care of this?" "No, I want to stay with you." She grinned, both touched and amused by his concern for her. "I'm not having major surgery, Aiden. She's just going to take some blood and a couple of itty-bitty tissue samples. It's no big deal. My doctors have done it before. More than once, actually. You just go check on Cliff. We'll be done by the time you get back." It took a little more coaxing, but Aiden finally agreed. After he left with Bastian and Chris, Ethan turned to Melanie. "Do you mind if we grab some bags of blood? I want to tank up before our hunt tonight." "Not at all," Melanie said, and gestured to one of the small rooms that branched off the lab. "Employees just donated a fresh batch today. It's right through there." Taking Heather's hand, Ethan led her into the other room. Melanie pulled a privacy curtain around them and motioned for Dana to sit on the exam table. "Thank you again for doing this. Shall we get started?" His ears attuned to the murmured conversation passing between Melanie and Dana, Aiden started down the hallway to Cliff's apartment. "He isn't there," Chris said. "His behavior became too erratic after Melanie and Bastian left for the meeting, so I isolated him." Bastian scowled. "Isolated him where? In a holding room?" Though Chris shook his head in slow, deliberate movements, he said, "Yes, we had to sedate him, too. Follow me, I'll take you to him." Then he motioned to the doors of the other vampire's apartments and tapped his ear. Aiden shared a puzzled glance with Bastian. What didn't Chris want the other vampires to hear? Following Chris to the elevator, he noticed one of the guards was missing, Todd. Aiden remained quiet as the elevator carried them to the ground floor, but he exchanged another confused look with Bastian as they followed Chris down the hallway that led to his office. A dozen guards manned the entrance of the reception room outside Chris's office. Inside the reception room, Kate, Chris's assistant, sat at a large desk situated in front of a row of file cabinets. Garbed in a form-fitting business suit, not unlike the one Elena Moreno had worn, she glanced up at their entrance. "Any calls?" Chris asked, striding toward the door to his office. "Nothing that can't wait," she replied. When she reached to one side to pick up a sheaf of papers, Aiden spotted a weapon housed in a shoulder holster under her jacket. Todd and a dozen more guards bracketed the entrance to Chris's office. What the hell? Aiden had never seen such before. Chris nodded to the guards as he strode inside his office. Aiden and Bastian followed. Chris closed the door, crossed to his desk, and dropped his briefcase atop it. Aiden glanced around. Something was different. Chris's sofa was missing. Facing them both, Chris pressed a finger to his lips, then guided them over to the boardroom. Opening the door, he motioned for them to enter. Aiden followed Bastian inside and stopped short. Chris nudged them forward enough for him to enter behind them, then closed the door. "I didn't want the vampires to find out." At the other end of the boardroom, Cliff was curled up on Chris's sofa with Emma. Both slept soundly. Aiden gaped at Chris. "You knew?" Chris arched a brow. "Of course I knew." Bastian grunted. "The bastard knows everything. He's as bad as Seth." Chris laughed, but his laughter died quickly as the three of them studied the couple. Emma's face reflected the peace she had found in slumber. Cliff was another matter. His brow furrowed, his muscles tense, he clutched Emma tightly, as though he feared his violent dreams would tear her from his arms. But at least he slept. "I'm surprised you didn't put a stop to it," Aiden murmured. Chris shook his head. "I like Cliff. He's smart as hell, he's brave, he's honorable. If he were human, he'd be one of my higher-ups here at the network. I knew you didn't take him into the sun today and could see he was struggling, so I brought them both in here." Bastian turned to the network leader. "Thank you." Chris shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe whatever Melanie learns from Dana's transformation might also help Cliff." Aiden sure as hell hoped it would. Chapter 20. A cool breeze ruffled Aiden's hair as he eyed the small bandage at the bend of Dana's arm. "Are you sure you don't want me to heal it?" She laughed. "I'm sure. It was just a tiny needle prick, Aiden. Honestly, I would feel like a total wuss if you healed it for me." Nevertheless, he wondered if he couldn't find some way to heal it without her knowledge, particularly since his sharp vision caught the beginnings of a bruise peeking out from under the bandage. Heather laughed and handed Dana a sandwich. "Ethan's the same way. I'm a lot stronger and faster than he is, but he still freaks out over every little scratch I get." Ethan grunted, because some of those scratches aren't so little. They sat atop Davis Library on UNC Chapel Hill's campus. Minutes earlier, Aiden and Ethan had taken out 8 vampires below, and the 4 of them were now pretty much just hanging around until the network's cleanup crew finished working their magic below, making sure no security cameras had captured the battle, removing blood from the pavement, that sort of thing. Heather handed Aiden a sandwich. "Thank you." Apparently Rawdon's kitchen crew at the network had packed them a very nice snack to take along on their hunt. The 2 humans below tossed the Immortal sitting near the roof's edge a wave. Aiden and the others waved back and watched the men head back to their van and drive away. "This is good," Dana commented after taking a big bite of her sandwich. Aiden grinned. Yes, it was. And this was good. This moment of normalcy, or what passed for such in his world, just sitting and chatting and sharing a meal, Dana's shoulder brushing his arm. "It still feels weird," Heather said, "staying up here and doing nothing while you guys do all the fighting down there." Aiden shook his head. "You have the most important job here, Heather, protecting Dana." Dana grimaced. "I wish I were already immortal, then I could protect myself." A scent rose on the breeze. Aiden looked to the west. "Do you smell that?" he murmured. Heather set her sandwich down and followed his gaze. "Yes." "How many?" She drew in a deep breath. 15. "Excellent. You didn't let the scents from our earlier kills distract you." He handed his sandwich to Dana and rose. Ethan stuffed the last bite of his sandwich in his mouth and stood, drawing 2 sighs. The vampires that approached spoke little. Very odd. Insanity rarely bred silence. Perhaps they simply hadn't fed yet tonight and had no recent kills about which they could brag. Aiden looked to Ethan. "Ready?" "Sure." Dana and Heather stood, abandoning their meal. Aiden leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to Dana's lips. "This should only take a moment." "Okay, be careful." He hated the worry he saw in her gaze and wished that becoming part of his world would not require her to accustom herself to nightly violence. Stepping off the edge of the roof, he enjoyed the quick uptake in the wind and the thrill of being able to fall 8 stories and land easily on his feet. Perhaps little perks like that would make up for the darker side of becoming immortal for Dana. He drew his swords as Ethan landed beside him. "They'll be here momentarily." The sound of a phone number being dialed carried down from the roof. "Rawdon." "Hi, Chris, it's Heather." "Everything okay? My boys just called and said they were headed in." "Everything's fine, but you better go ahead and tell them to turn around. Looks like our night isn't over. We're about to create another mess for them to clean up." Chris laughed. "Will do." Aiden shared an amused look with Ethan. The vampires came around the corner a minute later. All looked to be newly turned, their clothing neat, their hair well-groomed. Good hygiene tended to be the first thing to go when insanity blossomed. All the vampires stopped short upon seeing the two men waiting for them. Aidan read as many minds as he could in the time allowed. The vampires took in the two men in long black coats sporting swords and concluded they faced immortal guardians. They also recognized Aidan, whom they believed had ordered them to attack him in earnest next time they encountered him, so his woman would transform for him. Damn Gershom for that. Two vampires yelped as darts struck them in the chest, fired from the library's roof. Eyes rolling back, they sank to the ground. Aidan grinned. Looked like Dana was trying to protect him again. The other vampires drew blades and raced forward, eyes glowing, fangs bared. Another dart hit its mark, dropping a third vampire in his tracks before Aidan and Ethan dove forward and began cutting a swath through the throng. Aidan didn't think a dozen vampires would be much of a problem, but nevertheless kept an eye on Ethan to ensure the younger immortal didn't end up surrounded. One lucky strike from behind was all it would take to end it for an immortal. Opening up the carotid arteries of the vamp in front of him, Aidan spun and blocked the swing of the vampire behind him. The vampire howled in fury when Aidan rid him of his weapon. Drawing two more daggers, the vamp leapt forward. Aidan swung. The vampire's head left his shoulders and fell to the ground, his body toppling after it. Two down. His swords flashed as two vampires attacked him, one from the left and one from the right. Two more down. Bodies began to clutter the ground around them as Ethan slew another vampire, then another. Aidan took out a vampire that tried to attack Ethan from behind, then stood with his back to the younger immortals, guarding him and slaying vampires at the same time. As Aidan's last opponent fell, he turned to help Ethan. Ethan spun at the same time. They met each other's gaze, then looked around. No vampires remained standing. "Are you okay?" Aidan asked, unable to tell if any of the blood that stained Ethan's shirt was his own. Ethan nodded, breathing heavily. "Just a few flesh wounds. You?" "I'm good." He had only incurred a few nicks, and those had already begun to heal. He glanced at the sedated vampires sprawled on the sidewalk a few yards away. "Let's—" Pain struck, so intense it felt as though someone had pressed a power drill to his right temple and was doing his damnedest to bore a hole clear through to the other side. Crying out, Aidan dropped his weapons and clutched his head. Dana released a sigh of relief as the last vampire fell to the ground. The battle was over, and Aidan and Ethan had emerged the victors. They also appeared unscathed. Good. She backed away from the edge. Heather smiled at her. "See, I told you they'd be fine." "I know, Aidan cried out. Dana's head whipped around. Easing back to the edge, she peered below. Aidan bent forward, gripping his head. Ethan did the same. Aidan staggered. Ethan sank to his knees. Blood began to trail from his eyes and ears. "Oh, shit!" Heather breathed and reached inside her coat. A loud crack split the night, like the sound of a large rock hitting a tree. Heather's head jerked. Dana jumped as warm, wet liquid slapped the side of her face. Then Heather slumped forward. Lunging toward her with a cry, Dana grabbed the back of her coat as Heather tumbled off the roof. Heather's weight yanked Dana down to her knees, then onto her stomach. Dana shoved her free hand against the curb at the roof's edge to keep from going over herself. So close. Heart pounding, she drew a knee up and braced it against the edge too. "Heather!" she screamed. Muscles straining, she tried to lift Heather, but just holding on to her was a struggle. The fabric in Dana's grasp was wet with blood that had sprayed from whatever wound Heather had suffered and began to slip from Dana's grasp. More blood gushed from the back of Heather's head. "No!" Dana gritted, breathing hard as the immortal's weight pulled at her, luring her farther over the edge. One shoulder and part of Dana's chest dangled over open air. "Heather!" Her muscles trembled. The fabric slipped a little more. "Please!" she sobbed. Then Heather slid from her grasp. Dana's horrified gaze clung to the other woman as Heather fell 8 stories to land with a sickening thud on the ground. Tears blurring her vision, Dana scrambled to her knees and looked at Aiden. He writhed on the ground now, blood painting the skin below his nose, eyes, and ears. Beside him, Ethan convulsed. Her breath coming in panicked gasps, Dana stood and, with shaking hands, dragged her cell phone out of her pocket. Before she could call Seth, the phone leapt from her grasp and disappeared behind her. She spun around. Her heart stopped. A man as tall as Seth stood behind her, his chest bare. Long black hair moved with the breeze and blended with the huge dark wings spread behind him. Clutching her cell phone in one hand, he smiled.
"Hello, Pete."
Aiden jerked awake. Bright lights blinded him. Panic rose, kicking his heartbeat into a gallop. "Dana!" He lunged upward. Hands clutched his shoulders and tried to restrain him. "Hold him down! Hold him down!" a male with a British accent shouted. Aiden fought them with all his might until faces swam into view. Familiar faces. He slowed, breathing hard, and surveyed his surroundings, or tried to. A sea of black encircled him, the clothing of his concerned brethren. Bastian and Melanie, Roland and Sarah, Marcus, David, and Brody. Again he tried to rise. "Where's Dana? And Ethan? And Heather?" "Easy," David said, resting a hand on his shoulder. Aiden's rapid heartbeat slowed. His choppy breaths lengthened and became less ragged, but his panic did not recede. He couldn't see Dana. Where was she? Where was he? He glanced down. He sat on what appeared to be a gurney. Blood seeped from the bend of his arm where he had inadvertently yanked out an IV tube, but the ceiling above him, the lights and the walls he caught glimpses of when his friends shifted, did not look like the network's medical facilities, nor did they resemble those in the infirmary at David's home. "Lie back and let me finish," David coaxed. "Finish what?" Aiden shook his head. "Where's Dana?" "Do as I say and let me finish healing you," David commanded. Though he spoke softly, his tone advised Aiden not to refuse. Worry pounding him even more than the pain in his head, Aiden lay back. David cupped Aiden's head and closed his eyes. Warmth blossomed in those large hands, transferring itself to Aiden and diminishing the throbbing in his temples. Minutes passed, feeling more like hours. Aiden fidgeted anxiously, his mind racing. What exactly had happened? Everything seemed fuzzy. He had been fighting vampires with Ethan, and they had defeated them all, hadn't they? It took a frustratingly long time to recall that, yes, they had defeated the vampires. Then he remembered nothing but pain. Had they not defeated the vampires after all? Had one snuck up behind him and gotten in a lucky strike? What about Dana? Was she all right? Was she safe? David opened his eyes. His hands cooled. He sighed as he stepped back. "All right. The damage was extensive, but I believe I've healed it all. How do you feel?" Aiden sat up. "Where's Dana?" The immortals encircling him shared a grim look. Brody cleared his throat. "We believe Gershom took her." Icy fear clawed at him. "And Heather? Ethan? Are they okay?" Bodies shifted, parting like double doors swinging open, and Aiden discovered with a great deal of surprise that he was in Chris Rorden's boardroom at network headquarters. Several seconds sat at the long table, the laptop computers in front of them casting a bluish tint to their features. On the other side of the table, 2 more gurneys, similar to Aiden's, bore Ethan and Heather. Seth leaned over Ethan, his eyes closed, his hands bearing a golden glow as they cupped Ethan's head. Lizette stood beside them, nose red, nibbling her thumbnail as tears streamed down her cheeks. An IV hanging beside her fed blood into Ethan's veins. Zach leaned over Heather, much like Seth, his eyes closed, brow furrowed in concentration. His hands also bore an unearthly golden glow where they clasped Heather's head. Both unconscious immortals looked pale as death. Aiden checked every face in the room. With the exception of Elena Moreno and Scott Henderson, everyone who had been present at the last meeting in David's home was there.
everyone but Dana. Even little Adira slept in Amy's arms over on the sofa Cliff and Emma had occupied earlier. Aidan swung his legs over the side of the gurney and rose. Dizziness struck, an indication that he needed more blood. He staggered. Brody grabbed him by the arm to steady him. Aidan nodded to Ethan and Heather. "What happened?" David spoke. "When Chris's cleanup crew arrived on the scene, they found you and Ethan unconscious on the ground, bleeding from your eyes, nose, and ears. 3 sedated vampires lay several yards away. What was left of the dozen or so you had slain littered the ground around you." He motioned to Heather. "They found Heather at the base of Davis Library. Something had struck her from behind with such force that it laid open her head and caused a great deal of damage to her skull and brain." Aidan's concern increased. Brain injuries were extremely difficult to heal. Even Seth could not heal all brain injuries, which was why he had been unable to prevent Cliff from slowly losing his sanity. "Zack is still struggling to repair the damage," David informed him. Aidan swallowed hard as he stared at the young woman. Heather had been on that roof at his behest. He had asked her to stay and protect Dana. What would that cost her if Zack could only partially heal her? "You and Ethan suffered severe brain damage as well," David continued. "With you, it was as though someone took a sledgehammer to your mental barriers, then, once those barriers toppled, just kept swinging the hammer willy-nilly, wrecking anything in its path. Fortunately, you're an elder and a powerful healer with stronger regenerative abilities that aided me in repairing the damage. Ethan, however, is not faring so well." "What do you mean?" Aidan asked. "Ethan's brain is wired differently. Even something as simple as navigating it to read his thoughts is tricky, so Seth is having difficulty healing him and repairing the damage." Aidan caught David's eye. "Can Seth save him?" he asked telepathically, not wanting Lizette or Ed to hear. "We aren't certain," David responded in kind. "Seth has kept him alive thus far, but Ethan may be changed if Seth is unable to make all necessary repairs." "Changed?" "And Dana?" Aidan asked aloud. David hesitated. "The cleanup crew didn't find her, so we believe Gershom took her." Gershom had Dana, and 9 of the gifted ones Gershom had taken had been found dead. "Was there anything on the roof to indicate she had been injured?" Aidan forced himself to ask. Bastian moved closer. "No. When we heard what happened, Melanie and I asked Richard to teleport us to the scene. We found no trace of her blood on the roof, nor did we smell it anywhere on campus. I examined the marks on the roof myself, and it looked as though Dana damned near threw herself off trying to save Heather, then was teleported away by someone she struggled with briefly." The images that filled Aidan's mind then sent fury flinging its way through him. While he had been unconscious on the ground, Dana had been fighting for her life. She had needed him, and he hadn't been there for her. Now Gershom had her. What the hell were they going to do? "How long have I been out?" he gritted. "Hours," Bastian told him. Across the room, Heather's eyes flew open. "Oh, shit!" she whispered, then lunged upright. "Seth!" She started to fumble in her pockets, then stopped as she seemed to forget what she'd intended to do. Ed hurried to her side as others flowed toward her. Heather looked around with wild eyes. "What happened? Where's Ethan? Is he okay? I was going to call Seth, but I can't remember why, just that Ethan needed him." She trailed off as Ed took her hands. Her eyes met his, took in his grave expression, and filled with tears. "No, don't say it. Please don't say it, Ed." "He's alive," her second told her. Her throat worked in a swallow. Her eyes acquired a bright amber glow. "But—" "He's in bad shape," Ed said, his hoarse voice telling her without further words that the wounds Ethan had suffered could not be healed with a simple blood infusion. "Where is he?" she asked. Ed helped her off the gurney and guided her to Ethan's side. Tears spilled down her cheeks. When she reached out to take Ethan's hand, Ed stopped her. "You can't. Not while Seth is trying to heal him. The word trying seemed to hit Heather like a kick in the gut. She gripped Ed's hand. We were at UNC. I remember his eyes and nose bleeding. Did Gershom fuck with his brain? Yes, Ed confirmed. Seth is doing what he can to heal him. More tears dampened her cheeks as she glanced around. Aiden and Dana were there, weren't they? Are they okay? Aiden leaned to one side so she could see him. I'm okay, Heather. The crease in her brow relaxed just a bit when she saw he was all right. She searched the crowd around them, then met his gaze. Where's Dana? He drew in a deep breath. Gershom took her. Oh, no! Hurrying across the room, she threw her arms around his neck. I'm so sorry, she cried, her tears dampening his shirt. I can't remember all of it, but I think it was my fault. I wasn't fast enough and didn't... Aiden patted her back. It wasn't your fault, Heather. If with anyone, the fault lies with me. I expected Gershom to attack us as he did before, by posing as Seth and striking with words and swords. But he didn't. He again played the magician, Sheldon named him. He distracted us with a standard vampire attack, then blindsided us while our guard was down. But he has Dana, she sobbed, and Ethan is... Aiden hugged her tight, murmuring soothing sounds he thought woefully inadequate. Ethan is a fighter, and Seth is the most powerful healer on the planet. Let's wait and see what the two of them can do before we jump ahead to grieving. Okay? She nodded, but he could hear all the terrifying what-ifs swirling around in her mind. The boardroom door opened. Chris Rorden strode in, a laptop tucked under one arm. Closing the door behind him, he wound his way over to the head of the table. Everyone take a seat. Aiden guided Heather over to the closest chairs. Why are we here? He asked Chris. Why aren't we at David's? Chris set his laptop down and seated himself. Because the walls, ceiling, and floor of this room are packed with so much soundproofing that even Seth can't hear what's spoken in here if he's outside that door. This is the only place I feel confident that Gershom can't eavesdrop if he tries. The chairs around the table rapidly filled. Marcus seated himself on the sofa beside Amy and Adira. Seth, Chris said, are you okay with my proceeding, or would you like me to wait? Go ahead, he answered, his eyes closed. Chris looked to Aiden. How are you feeling? Scared out of my mind, Aiden admitted. That fucker Gershom has Dana. A dark figure abruptly appeared at the far end of the room beside the sofa. Aiden glanced over at him and found a mirror image of Seth. An alarm began to blare, wonk, wonk, wonking as Aiden and the other immortals all leapt to their feet. Adira jerked awake and began to wail. Aiden reached for his weapons, only to realize he no longer had any. His brethren did, however, and swiftly drew them. The man threw up his hands as his form shifted into that of Jared. Easy, he said. I'm friend, not foe. Seth can confirm it. He's a friend, Seth said, opening his eyes. Amy nodded as she patted Adira's back. He's not Gershom. Adira's cries quieted to whimpers. Chris murmured something into a walkie-talkie. The alarm ceased, but Aiden's ears continued to ring. Were you able to track him? Seth asked Jared. No, he answered, the picture of regret. Too much time had passed before you summoned me. The trail was too faint. I tried to follow it anyway, but couldn't locate him. Roland scowled at him. Why did you look like Seth just now? Jared lifted one shoulder in a slight shrug. The others don't know I have joined your fight. They think I'm still treading their path. I assumed Seth's appearance while I tried to follow Gershom so they wouldn't learn the truth. The immortals present all looked to Seth, then slowly retook their seats. Skillet's monster disrupted the quiet. Seth didn't open his eyes. Zach? A cell phone leapt from Seth's pocket and flew into Zach's hand. Seth's phone, he answered. Zach speaking. It's General Lane, a man announced in an urgent whisper. I'm in a bind and could use your help. Heather gasped. Zach vanished. Heather swung on Chris. "What did you do?" she demanded. "Why is my father in danger?" "It wasn't Chris," Seth murmured. "It was me." Uncertainty filled her features. Chris nodded. Seth thought Dana was right about being a likely target of Gershom, so he took measures to ensure we would be able to find her if Gershom got his hands on her. Aiden retook his seat, hope rising. "What kind of measures?" Chris nodded at Melanie. He mind-controlled Melanie and had her plant a tracker under Dana's skin when she took blood and tissue samples for her research. Melanie's eyebrows shot up. "He did? I did?" David spoke. "We both believed you would agree to help if we asked, but had we done so, we would have had to erase the memory of our conversation afterward." She nodded. "Of course I would have agreed to it." Bastian frowned. "Did the mind control harm Melanie?" David shook his head. "Because Roland transformed her, Melanie's regenerative capabilities are as strong as an elder's, so the damage done was minor enough for the virus to heal. We wouldn't have proceeded otherwise." Aiden looked at Chris. "Were you able to track Dana after she was taken?" "Yes." Chris opened his laptop, then motioned to a large-screen television or monitor that hung on one wall. The screen lit up with a satellite image that depicted a fairly large building surrounded by forest. "Dana is being held in a building located in West Texas," Chris told them. "Texas?" a few repeated. Aiden shared their surprise. Almost all of their troubles in recent years had originated in North Carolina. "What is it? It doesn't look like a mercenary compound." Aiden saw nothing in the satellite image to indicate this building was part of a private military company. No training fields, no barracks, no helicopter landing pad, no runways for transport planes, no hangars housing tanks or other combat vehicles. The building looked civilian in nature. "As far as we can tell, there's just the one building." Chris tapped some keys on the laptop. The image on the monitor shifted from color to shades of gray and became a little less distinct. "My contacts were able to get me keyhole satellite images. The one you're seeing now is infrared. White indicates heat. And there were a lot of glowing white bodies in that building." The video abruptly zoomed in on one wing of the building. "We think Dana is here." He highlighted a room with 4 figures, and that these other rooms— he zoomed out and pointed to many more groups of 4— contain the other missing gifted ones. Roland frowned. "That doesn't look like 100 gifted ones to me." "No," Chris acknowledged. "We're hoping the building has an underground floor the satellite image doesn't show that houses the rest, like the network." Heather motioned to the image. "You think it's military?" Aiden glanced at her. "Why would you say that?" It looked like a regular building to him. "Because my dad just called Zach, and he wouldn't do that if he didn't think his life was in danger." She glared at Chris. Chris showed no remorse. "It's hard to see because there are so many damned trees, but some of the images my contacts sent indicate that the building's perimeter is being guarded by men wearing military uniforms." "Couldn't they be mercenaries?" Aiden asked. Chris shook his head. "In the hours since I traced Dana to this location, my team has been unable to unearth any information on it. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, it doesn't exist. No construction permits were ever issued. No record of land ownership exists. The power and sewer companies have no record of it. It doesn't even show up on Google fucking Maps. Private military companies aren't shy. They don't hide their shit. They brag about it, because they know the more badass they appear, the more clients will hire them and pay top billing." He motioned to the map. "But this place? Nothing." "Shit," Sheldon muttered. "This isn't a fucking Area 51 kind of place, is it?" Chris shook his head. "I don't know what the hell it is. That's why I called General Lane." Zach reappeared, General Nathan Lane at his side. "Dad!" Heather leapt up and ran over to embrace her father. The tight expression on General Lane's face morphed into one of relief. "Heather." He hugged her tight. When she stepped back, he gave her a quick visual scan. "You're okay? Rorden said you'd been—" "I'm okay," she assured him. The shoulders of his decorated uniform dipped a bit as he let out a long breath. "And Ethan? He's good too?" Biting her lip, she shook her head. New tears welled in her eyes. Seth is still trying to heal him. General Lane wrapped his arms around her once more and searched the room for Seth. Seth's eyes remained closed as he concentrated on his task. Chris caught the general's attention. "What did you find out?" Sheldon rose and grabbed one of the extra chairs that had been pushed aside, then rolled it up to the table next to Heather's. Heather thanked him as she and her father seated themselves beside Aiden. "You were right. It's military," General Lane confirmed. "But it's off the books classified. And I mean it's so far off the books that I don't have the clearance needed to check it out. I called in some favors." "Dad!" Heather blurted in dismay. He rested a hand on her arm. "I was damned careful when I did my digging, but still ended up acquiring several shadows in under an hour." Heather covered his hand with hers. "What happened?" He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Zach happened. It was the damnedest thing I've ever seen, and I've seen a hell of a lot since you stumbled into the Immortal Guardian's world." All eyes went to Zach as he took a seat at David's elbow. Zach shrugged. "The military is doing what we've always assumed they would do if they ever found out about gifted ones. They're all aflutter over how the men and women Gershom hand-delivered to them can be used as weapons against the enemy." "What enemy?" Aiden asked, perplexed. "Any enemy," Zach replied. "They're holding the gifted ones there." He motioned to the screen. "All of them?" Chris asked. "I didn't see a specific number, but that's what it looked like in their minds. Right now they're doing everything they can to determine the full extent of each gifted one's talent and researching ways they can utilize it." Heather shook her head. "Against their will? How can they do that? They can't make the captives use their gifts." Zach sent her a dark smile. "Oh, but they can. They're already coming up with creative ways to force cooperation, including using the deaths of the gifted ones who attempted to escape and a few more whose gifts they deemed useless as examples to motivate any who would rather not live out the rest of their lives as lab rats and trained monkeys." Heather swore. "You were right, Dad. That's exactly what you said they'd do if they ever found out I'm telepathic." "There's more," her father said. Zach nodded. Gershom dropped the word alien into a few sentences while conferring with one of the higher-ups. General Lane huffed a laugh. "Can you believe it? A couple of them actually think the gifted ones may be extraterrestrials, who are members of some sort of sleeper cell that is quietly infiltrating our society." A few Immortal Guardians slid surreptitious glances Amy's way. General Lane, as well as most of the seconds present, wasn't aware that there was an extraterrestrial in their midst right now. The only one on the planet, in fact. Amy had been ruthlessly tortured by scientists contracted by the military for 6 months before Seth and David had found and rescued her. Her face darkened. Marcus wrapped an arm around her shoulders and drew her closer to his side. Sheldon looked back and forth between Zach and General Lane. "So this place really is like Area 51. When the general nodded, Sheldon's face seemed to lose a bit of color. Aiden studied the young second. "What is Area 51? Sheldon shifted uncomfortably. "It's supposedly a military base that investigated UFO crashes and shit, namely the Roswell crash in 1947. Aiden didn't like the way Sheldon avoided his gaze. "Investigated them how? What did they do there?" Tracy cleared her throat. "It's all just speculation, really. Rumors circulated on the internet by UFO enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and—" "What did they do there?" Aiden pressed. "What did they do that you don't want me to know about?" Darnell responded when no one else would. "Among other things, according to rumor, they performed alien autopsies." Aiden clenched his hands into fists. "Autopsies? Are you saying that while we're all sitting here with our thumbs up our arses, those bloody bastards could be killing Dana and cutting her up?" Chris caught Aiden's attention. "I don't believe so. There was no evidence that the gifted ones we found dead had been opened up or dissected.
The only marks we found on the bodies aside from the bullet wounds were needle marks on their arms where blood had been drawn. Aiden tried to find reassurance in his words, but couldn't. Zack broke the hush that engulfed them. I read the minds of the men who followed General Lane and erased all memories of his snooping. Their orders were to kill him and to stage his death so it would appear to have been an accident. Epithets filled the room. "Did you kill them?" Heather ground out. Zack's lips turned up in a faint smile. "No, I didn't want to do anything that might draw both the military's and Gersham's attention. I also erased the memories of the men who objected to your father's inquiries, the men who sent the assassins after him, as well as everyone your father spoke with today, so Gersham won't know we're on to him." Aiden looked from Zack to General Lane to Chris. "So Gersham is working with the military now?" "Apparently," Chris confirmed. Lizette shifted. "Do they know what he is?" Zack draped an arm across her shoulders. "I don't think so. Only 2 of the men I encountered had actually seen Gersham in person, and Gersham was wearing a uniform in their memories." General Lane nodded. "Zack showed me. They think Gersham is a 4-star general like me." Aiden looked at the figures in the building on the wall monitor. "He's mind-controlling them all?" That was a hell of a feat. There were a lot of bodies in that building. Chris grunted. "He only has to mind-control the higher-ups at the facility, those who give the orders." General Lane nodded. "If the highest-ranking officers say Gersham is a general and treat him as such, the lower ranks will believe it and behave accordingly." Chris typed something on his laptop. "I had my contacts do a thermal scan of the building as well." The image on the large wall monitor changed, the shades of gray filling with vibrant color. The humans and gifted ones who had previously been white turned bright red. "If you'll notice," Chris said, "there are no greenish-yellow figures in the building." "So no vampires," Aiden murmured. Vampires' body temperatures tended to run a bit cooler than that of mortals. "No vampires," Chris confirmed, "so I think it's safe to assume they haven't gotten their hands on the virus yet." Zack's head dipped in a slow nod. "That's good news. At least Dana won't have to contend with vampires." "No," Aiden retorted. "She'll just have dozens of military men who are armed out the arse." Zack waved his hand in dismissal. "I'm not worried about them. Dana can handle them." Aiden regarded him with disbelief. "How? She isn't immortal, Zack. Violence was never a part of her world until I entered it. She's had no combat training, no martial arts. She's never even taken a self-defense course." "Nevertheless," Zack persisted, "she can handle them." Lizette eyed Zack suspiciously. "Why are you so sure Dana can hold her own against military men? You've barely spoken with her." He met her gaze, then shifted in his seat. "Just a lucky guess?" Her eyes narrowed. "Zack?" Aiden watched the two, not knowing what to think. He had believed at first that Zack was just trying to put his mind at ease, but now that Lizette was drilling him with her gaze, Zack looked like a schoolboy whose teacher had just caught him dropping a lizard down the back of a girl's dress. "Fine," Zack grumbled. "There's a slight chance that I might have mind-controlled Dana. A little bit." Aiden's breath caught. Lizette's face darkened with disapproval. "Zack! I said might," he reminded her. Alarm rose once more. Dana was mortal. Mind-controlling her would cause brain damage that her body, lacking the aid of the vampiric virus, could not heal. "How slight a chance?" he demanded. Zack glanced at Lizette, then reluctantly met Aiden's eyes. "Gargantuan." Chapter 21. Aiden swore. "Damn it, Zack!" Seth growled behind Aiden. "What?" Zack protested, all innocence. "I did it for Aiden." Dozens of skeptical looks stabbed him. Okay, I did it for Lizette. Ethan is important to her. Aiden is important to Ethan, and we all know how much Dana means to Aiden." He looked down at his wife.
So by the transitive property, I did it for you. This is your fault." When Lisette opened her mouth to rebut, David held up a hand. "What exactly did you do, Zack?" He shrugged. Like Seth, I thought Dana remained a prime target for Gershom and decided to take steps that I believed would protect her to some extent. Aiden drew in a breath to start shouting as outrage rose within him like lava. Zack stopped him with a look. I knew she had lived a typically sheltered mortal life and, without her 9mm, wouldn't know how to defend herself. So... He frowned. How can I explain this? I basically planted a how-to-kick-ass manual in her head. Blank stares. "What the hell does that mean?" Aiden demanded. "It means," Zack told him, "that when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, she now knows how to do everything I can do. Everything that doesn't require gifts, that is." Stunned silence. Sheldon's lips turned up in a big grin. "That is so cool. It's just like with Neo in The Matrix." Aiden shook his head. "I don't know what the hell The Matrix is, but this is not cool. She's mortal, Zack. Mind control causes brain damage her body can't heal without the virus." Chris grunted. "You weren't so concerned about that when you mind-controlled my people here at the network." Aiden slammed his fist down on the table, nearly exploding with fury. "Would you fucking let that drop?" he roared. "The mind control I performed on the guards here took less than a minute. They suffered no more damage than they would have drinking and partying on a Friday night." He turned on Zack. "How long did it take you to plant all that information in Dana's mind?" Zack glanced over Aiden's shoulder at Seth. "Quite a while, actually." This just got worse and worse by the minute. "How much damage did it do? Were you even able to heal it?" "Did you notice any difference in her behavior?" Zack asked in lieu of answering. Bastian clamped a hand on Aiden's arm when Aiden would have risen. David looked at Zack. "When did you do this, Zack?" "Yesterday," Zack said, "while everyone was sleeping at your place. I stayed awake to keep an eye out for Gershom and thought I would take advantage of the opportunity and give Dana the know-how she'd need to survive whatever came." He met Aiden's irate gaze. "Did you notice any difference in her?" He hadn't. He hadn't noticed any difference at all. "No." Zack nodded. "There was damage when I finished, but I healed most of it." "Most?" Aiden repeated. "Not all?" Zack shook his head. "I couldn't get it all. The damage that remains is similar to that one would have after a concussion, and I feel confident the virus will heal it when she transforms." Numbness began to seep in. Gershom had Dana, and Dana had brain damage. "I know what you're thinking," Zack said. "I doubt you do." "I don't have to read your thoughts to know what they contain. I know you're now worried on two fronts, and I regret adding to your concern. You may think it was ruthless or irresponsible or however you choose to label it, but if you could just look at it without emotion clouding your judgment, you will see that this is a good thing. Dana is now armed with knowledge and skills that will enable her to defeat those guarding her should they try to harm her. She could even make an escape." Aiden shook his head. "The other gifted ones who tried to escape were killed. But Dana won't be. She's now like those rough-and-tough Marines or SEAL team soldiers in the movies Lisette and Tracy love so much. You know, the ones who go in against all odds, disarm dozens of armed combatants that grossly outnumber them, kick ass, and emerge with only a few scratches. Dana can now, with no forethought, disarm a man twice her size. If there is anything in the room with her that can be used as a weapon, she will find it." Aiden supposed he could take some comfort in that. "Well," Chris said, "hopefully it won't come to that. We should be able to formulate a plan, implement it, and get to her in the next 24 hours. Aiden found that hard to believe. "How the hell can we blitz a United States military installation?" General Lane frowned. "You can't. Can you?" Chris shook his head.
I don't think that would be the wise play here, in part because we would risk Gershom popping in the instant the first alarm sounded and killing all the gifted ones to spite Seth. More cursing. Roland folded his arms across his chest. I say we take a page from Gershom's book and have Seth, Zack, and Aiden do a little mind-controlling on the masses in that building. While we free the gifted ones, they can incarcerate the soldiers, then convince the scientists on site that they're proctologists who have found the answers to all of life's mysteries up the soldiers' arses. Startled laughter erupted around the table. Sheldon shook his head. Dude, you have a serious mean streak. Roland shrugged. I've just never favored blindly following orders. David grunted. I can vouch for that. Roland's lips twitched. Jared, who had been leaning up against the wall beside the sofa, straightened. Actually, Roland may be on to something. Aiden stared at him. You think we should convince the scientists they're proctologists? Jared gave his head an impatient shake. No. I think we should do what Gershom always does. Play the magician. Silence. Melanie, Seth said. Ethan could use some more blood. Aiden glanced over his shoulder as Seth stepped away from Ethan. Melanie rose and left the room. Heather's face reflected both hope and fear. Is he okay? Seth hesitated. I've healed everything I can. I won't know if that is enough, if the virus can heal that which is beyond me, until he awakens. Melanie dashed back in with 2 blood bags. Heather stared at her husband's prone form as Seth started down the length of the table. Sheldon reached back, grabbed the arm of an empty chair, and sent it rolling down toward David's end. Darnell caught it and scooted over to make room for Seth to sit beside David across from Zack. Seth gave both seconds a nod of thanks, then sank into the seat. His shoulders drooping with weariness, he looked up at Jared. You think we should play the magician? Jared stepped forward. Yes. Seth nodded. Tell me more. So she's crazy? The male voice carried to Dana down what seemed like a dark, murky corridor. I don't know. Another male responded. Consciousness returned in tiny increments, but lent her no memory of what had landed her wherever she was. She fought a frown, keeping her face expressionless, as she listened to the murmured conversation and tried, without success, to pick out a familiar voice. What do you mean you don't know? A third male retorted. You said her head is full of vampires. Where was she? She lay on her back on a lumpy, uncomfortable surface. A bed or a cot? The light behind her eyelids indicated the room was well lit. Not too clean, though, based on the musty scents that tweaked her nose. How had she come to be there? The last thing she remembered was... Frustration seared her as she tried to recap events. Oh, shit. The last thing she remembered was watching Heather fall to her death. Surely even an immortal couldn't survive that much blood and brain splattering the ground. Then Gershom had grabbed Dana by the throat and... Did you really see vampires in her memories? The first man asked. Shut up, the second man snapped. I'm trying to concentrate. Were these Gershom's henchmen? Had he handed her over to them while he went back to finish off Aiden, Ethan, and Heather? Her throat thickened. Aiden. Footsteps approached. Is she even still alive? The third man muttered. Fingers touched her throat. Dana's eyes flew open. A man loomed over her. Grabbing his arm, she reared up and yanked him down at the same time. Her forehead slammed into his face. Ah, shit! He sputtered as blood spurted from his broken nose. Still holding his arm, she rolled out of bed. Her bare feet hit cold concrete as she looked around wildly.
Small room, 4 bare cement walls, 2 sets of bunk beds, a sink, a toilet, fluorescent lights overhead, a heavy door with a small shuttered window like one might find in a prison's solitary confinement cell. 2 men leapt to their feet across the room. Dana adjusted her hold on Bloody Nose Guy. Gripping his elbow and wrist, she applied pressure at strategic points. The man grunted in pain and sank to his knees. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" the other men shouted as they lunged forward. Dana freed one of her hands and yanked a plastic toothbrush off the sink. Clutching the handle tightly, she slammed the head against the porcelain edge and broke off the bristle end, leaving a jagged plastic point. She seized a fistful of Bloody Nose Guy's wavy black hair and yanked his head back against her chest. Shoving the point of the broken toothbrush handle against his neck above his carotid artery, she shouted, "Stay back!" Both men stopped short, eyes wide, mouths gaping. Everyone went still, even the man Dana held captive. "Easy," one of the men facing her said. Though his voice was a little higher with anxiety, she recognized him as the second man she had heard speak. "Take it easy. We aren't going to hurt you." She increased the pressure on Bloody Nose Guy's neck. "You sure as hell aren't." "Damn it, Phil," the man on his knees grumbled. "Shut the fuck up." Everyone quieted. Dana's heart pounded in her ears. Her breath came in gasps as she glanced around the room, then down at the man she restrained. He was tall, muscular, and must be twice her weight, yet she had taken him down in less than 60 seconds. "How did I do that?" she whispered. She didn't know how to fight or turn a cheap plastic toothbrush into a weapon. About the only thing she knew to do when threatened was the old knee-to-the-groin trick. But she had just bloodied this guy's nose and now held 2 others at bay. "How the hell did I do that?" she whispered again. "Ah, crap," the first man muttered. "She is crazy." "No, she isn't," Bloody Nose Guy said softly. "She's just scared. Back away and give her a minute to acclimate." Phil and his companion backed away in unison and seated themselves on the lower of the bunk beds across the room. A minute passed, then another. Dana really had no idea what to do now. The man she held cleared his throat. "So, help me out here, fellas. Am I supposed to find the fact that someone her size took me down so fast emasculating or a turn-on? Because I'm sort of going both ways." Though she wouldn't have thought it possible, she laughed. "You sound like—" Aiden. Grief flooded her. Aiden would have fought to his last breath to keep Gershom from taking her. Had Gershom killed him? She swallowed hard, blinking back tears. "There was a man with me." "Aiden?" Phil asked somberly. Hope rose. "You saw him? He's here?" He shook his head. "We haven't seen him." She frowned. "Then how did you know his name?" His mouth twisted with a faint grimace. "I read your mind." She studied him. "You're a gifted one?" The man on his knees cautiously tilted his head back to look up at her. "A what?" "It's what she and the others call us in her mind," Phil said. "Gifted ones. I guess because of our special gifts," he finished wryly. It was only then that Dana realized all the men were dressed alike in gray jumpsuits and white socks. She glanced down and found herself similarly garbed without the socks. Releasing Bloody Nose Guy, she stepped back but kept a tight grip on the toothbrush just in case. "You're the gifted ones who went missing?" Bloody Nose Guy eased away from her on his knees, then swiveled around and sat on the floor. "I'm sure as hell not where I'm supposed to be." Recognition struck. "You're the man who disappeared after you went to your father's funeral." His brows lowered as he drew an arm across his mouth, wiping away some of the blood that stained his lips and chin. His nose bore a lump that hadn't been present in his picture and began to swell as she stared at him. "How did you know that?" "I saw your file." She looked at the others. "You're sure Aiden wasn't brought in with me? He's about this tall." She held her hand high above her head, muscular and has a Scottish accent. Phil shook his head. "Sorry. The door was open long enough for them to dump you in here with us, but all I saw was a bunch of military grunts. I'm Phil, by the way." He jerked a thumb at the man beside him. "This is Grant, and the long, tall Texan you took down is Rick." She nodded, trying hard not to weep as fear for Aiden pummeled her. "I'm Dana." She motioned to Rick. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I saw you looming over me and thought—" He smiled. "You thought we were the ones who took you?" "Something like that." Phil took a step forward. "You keep mentioning Gershom, or thinking his name, I mean. Who is he?" A sudden impulse drove her to look up at the ceiling, at the corners, and around the small room. "What is it?" Rick asked, following her gaze. She lowered her voice. "Are there cameras? Are they watching us or listening to us?" Grant shook his head. "I've gone over every centimeter of this damned cell looking for a weak point or anything that would enable us to escape, and found no cameras or mics." Holding on to the toothbrush like a talisman, Dana returned to the bed upon which she had awoken and perched on the edge. "Gershom is the one who took us." Rick scowled. "Who is he? What does he want with us?" She shook her head helplessly. "To use us as pawns." "I told you," Phil declared with triumph. "I told you the military just views us as tools." Rick nodded somberly. "Yes, you did, Phil, and I totally agree. You are a tool." Grant laughed. Dana would have, too, if they were anywhere but there. "What are your gifts?" she asked Grant and Rick. Rick looped his arms around bent knees and linked his fingers. "I know this is going to sound corny sci-fi, but I'm an empath." "You felt my emotions when we touched?" He nodded. "Including your grief. I'm sorry about your friend Aiden. Maybe this Gershom fucker didn't kill him. Maybe Aiden survived." She nodded, unable to speak for a moment. When she could, she nodded to Grant. "And you? What's your gift?" His lips turned up in a self-deprecating smile. "I can find missing people." She stared. "Seriously?" "Yeah. Ironic, right?" His chuckle held no mirth. "I can locate a missing person if I touch an object they held shortly before their disappearance. I was looking for a woman from Fresno who had gone missing and ended up going missing myself." "That's messed up," Dana said. "Yeah, it is." A strained silence engulfed them. Rick eyed Dana curiously. "So what's the deal with the vampires in your head? Are you loco in la cabeza or what?" She smiled. "I'm not crazy." Phil nodded. "I tried to tell him as much, but the things I saw in your memories are pretty hard to believe." She raised her eyebrows. "Are they as hard to believe as a telepath, an empath, and a whatever you call Grant, and a psychic being kidnapped by the United States military?" The men shared a look. "Exactly," she said. Rick tilted his head to one side. "You're psychic? You can see the future?" Dana nodded. "When I touch someone and focus my gift, I get glimpses of their future, and sometimes of their past and present." Rick extended his hand. "Can you tell me if I'm going to get out of here alive?" Dana hesitated, afraid of what she might see in Rick's, in everyone's future. But it might help them find a way out of here. Rising, she slipped the toothbrush up her sleeve, then moved closer and rested her right hand in Rick's. His light brown eyes met and held hers as he curled his long fingers around hers. Nothing happened. Nothing came to her. Covering their clasped hands, Dana slowly rotated her left hand over his and slid it up his forearm to the bend of his elbow, which bore a Band-Aid. She drew her hand back to his wrist, then stroked his forearm again, and suddenly saw him kneeling over a soldier, tugging off the man's military uniform. Her eyes widened. "What?" Rick asked. The vision vanished. Her lips turned up in a slow smile. Rick's did, too. A thunk sounded. They glanced at the door. "Oh, shit," Phil muttered from across the cell. "They're probably coming to take you to the lab." The door swung open. 2 soldiers faced them, weapons raised and pointing at Dana and the others. One soldier curled his lip at Rick. "What, are you fucking proposing?"
The second soldier motioned to Rick with the tip of his weapon. "Get up, back away, and turn to face the wall. The docs want to see her." Releasing her hand, Rick slowly rose and eased back toward the wall. Phil and Grant stood, then did the same. "Face the wall," the second soldier repeated. The three men faced the wall, exchanging glances. The first soldier motioned to Dana with the tip of his weapon. "Now you, up against the wall." Dana turned toward the wall. When she took a step, she faked a limp and stumbled to one side. Soldier 1 jerked forward. "Hands in the air! Hands in the air!" Rick spun around. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't shoot!" Soldier 1 turned his weapon on Rick. "Phil, can you hear me?" Dana thought. "Yeah." Soldier 2 kept his weapon trained on Dana. She stumbled another step and reached out to grasp the edge of the sink, ostensibly for balance. "Tell them I'm injured." "She's injured, damn it!" Rick shouted over Soldier 1's threats, catching on before Phil could come to her aid. "Cut her some fucking slack!" Phil spun around, hands in the air. "Easy, easy, she's hurt. They fucked up her ankle when they brought her in." Rick jerked back when Soldier 1 advanced on them menacingly, still barking threats. "Okay, okay," he shouted back. "I just didn't want you to shoot her, for fuck's sake. I think she's got a couple of broken ribs, too." Soldier 2 took a step inside, eyeing the growing tension between Soldier 1 and the three male prisoners. "Face the wall," he called. "All of you, face the wall. Hands where we can see 'em." Dana took another limping step, sliding her hand over to cover the bar of soap as she leaned on the sink for support. Gripping the soap, she dropped her arm to her side and lunged for the wall. A muffled thud sounded behind her. Had Soldier 1 struck one of the guys? She leaned against the wall, her weight on one leg, her hand tucking the soap in the folds of her too-big jumpsuit as she pretended to cradle sore ribs. When she looked around, Rick was glaring at Soldier 1. Blood trailed from one temple. "Please," she said, infusing her voice with pain and weariness. "Don't hurt them. I'll do whatever you say." "Face the wall," she told Phil, "but be ready to act." He looked at the others. Rick, Grant, and Phil turned to face the wall, hands raised to appease the guards. "I realize you boys are just following orders," Rick muttered, "but you don't have to be dicks about it." Soldier 1 delivered a scathing, epithet-filled response, then backed up to Soldier 2. "Take care of the woman," he growled, keeping his eyes and his weapon trained on the men. Soldier 2 lowered his weapon, letting it dangle in front of him by its sling. Approaching Dana, he drew out a zip tie. "Face the wall, hands behind your back." She nodded, hissing in feigned pain as she faced the wall. "I might need your help walking," she said softly, adding a tremor of fear to her voice. "I think my ankle is sprained." "Hands behind your back," he repeated, cold as ice. Dana straightened away from the wall, hopping a bit as though trying to find her balance, then gingerly lowered the toes of her injured foot to the ground. Giving her right arm a little shake, she slid the broken toothbrush handle down into her right palm. "I told you she was hurt," Rick grumbled. "Shut the fuck up," Soldier 1 snapped. "Left hand first," Soldier 2 instructed, all business. So much for engendering a little sympathy. Dana shifted her left arm as though to comply, then gripped the toothbrush handle with her right hand and drove it back, hard. Soldier 2 howled as the plastic point buried itself in his thigh. Spinning around, Dana threw the bar of soap, grabbed Soldier 2's weapon, and slammed it into his face as he bent forward. When Soldier 1 cast a startled look over his shoulder, the bar of soap hit him in the temple like a rock. His head jerked as he staggered to the side. Soldier 2 swore and grabbed for his weapon, but Dana had already pulled the sling over his head. As she yanked it away, he swung at her. Dana ducked the blow and came up strong, slamming the butt of the weapon into his cheek, then bending to kick out behind her. Her heel slammed into Soldier 1's jaw as he hastily regained his balance and turned to her. Soldier 1 grunted as his head snapped back. Dana remained in constant motion, swinging around and knocking Soldier 2's sidearm out of his hand before he could finish drawing it from its holster. Fury contorting his features, he swung at her. She blocked the swing with the weapon she held, then slammed her forehead into his mouth. Pain careened through her head as she turned and ducked a swing from Soldier 1. Then she was fighting them both, blocking hits and delivering kicks with an expertise she could not explain. She flung Soldier 2's weapon toward Rick, then deftly relieved Soldier 1 of his. When Soldier 1 reached for his sidearm, Rick pressed the barrel of the automatic rifle to his temple. "Don't do it," Rick growled. Soldier 2 lunged toward his discarded sidearm. Dana reached it first and aimed it at his forehead. Her breath came in gasps. Her arms hurt, unaccustomed to the hits they had taken while blocking blows, and her heel throbbed. "Holy crap," Phil breathed as he stared at her with wide eyes. "Who the hell are you? That was like some shit you'd seen in a Michael Bay movie." Quick as lightning, Dana slammed the butt of the gun into Soldier 2's temple. Knees buckling, the man sank to the floor, unconscious. Rick followed her lead, knocking Soldier 1 unconscious. Crouching beside the fallen man, Rick set his weapon aside and started removing the man's uniform. Grant gaped at Dana. "How did you do that?" Her heart racing, Dana shook her head. "I have no idea." "Phil, how many guards do you usually see?" He thought for a moment. 2 came to take me to the lab, and there were 2 more at the end of the hallway, guarding the door to the next section. There were more scattered beyond that, usually in pairs. She thought quickly. "You're telepathic. Have you caught the names of the 2 at the end of the hallway?" "They differ according to their shifts, but the 2 on duty now should be Edwards and Mitchell." He quieted, looking to one side. "Yeah, it's Edwards and Mitchell." Grant helped divest Soldier 1 of his boots and uniform. Rick stood and tugged off his jumpsuit, revealing a trim, muscular body in white boxer shorts. "If I can get you past those guards," she said, "can you read enough minds to help me bullshit our way out the back door?" "I'll sure as hell try," Phil vowed. Gershom had eluded Seth and the others thus far by remaining on the move. If he had left shortly after dropping Dana off, she wanted to be far away before he returned with his next victim. She had little hope that in the hours she had been gone, the Immortal Guardians had miraculously discovered where Gershom was holding the gifted ones, so it was up to her to find her way back to them. Rick hastily pulled on Soldier 1's uniform. Grant started on Soldier 2's. Phil looked toward one wall. "The other guards are wondering what's taking so long." Dana motioned to Grant. "Help him." As Grant donned the uniform, Dana and Rick transferred the discarded jumpsuits to the guards. "The bed," she whispered. Rick folded Soldier 1 over his shoulder, then dumped him on the bed so he lay with his back to the door. "What the hell is taking so long?" a man shouted down the hallway. She looked to Rick, who seemed to be the strongest of the group. "Call them." He nodded. "Hey, Edwards?" he yelled with a hint of uncertainty. Dana took the automatic rifle from Phil and backed up to the wall on one side of the doorway. Rick and Grant curled Soldier 2 into a fetal position, then moved to stand over him with their backs to the door. "What?" a man called back. "What's the holdup?" Rick yelled in what Dana thought was a pretty good impression of Soldier 1. "I think I might have fucked up. The woman fought me when I tried to restrain her, and I may have hit her too hard. Shit, I think she's dead." "Damn it, Cox," the unseen man grumbled. Phil backed up to the wall and put his hands behind his head, concealing the 9mm he held. Footsteps clumped down the hallway, growing closer. "What kind of asshat can't restrain a 95-pound woman?" a second voice groused. "You're fucking armed." The light from the hallway dimmed as 2 more soldiers entered. One swore when he saw soldiers, Phil and Rick, leaning over a prone figure on the floor, their heads down. "General Gershom is going to have our asses if—" Dana knocked them unconscious so quickly they didn't even have time to yelp in surprise. Kneeling beside them, she swiftly divested them of their weapons. Phil stared at her. "I'm with Grant. Who the hell are you?" Dana shook her head. "Hurry up and put his uniform on so we can get out of here."
Chapter 22. The sun sank below the horizon, painting the clouds above a soft pink and coaxing the sky into ever-darkening shades of purple and gray. Aiden's nerves jangled as they strode toward the front of the building. This had to work. It had to. But holy hell, he was worried it wouldn't. He wore a military uniform General Lane had provided. There seemed to be a lot of decorations on it, so Aiden supposed that meant he was posing as an officer. Heather walked on his left, carrying a briefcase. Zach walked on his right. Darnell walked on the other side of him, carrying a briefcase in one hand and a bulging leather bag in the other. All wore military uniforms and were armed. Behind them, actual army soldiers, hand-picked by General Lane, stuck close, more heavily armed: Tim, Wayne, Jess, and 3 others. Apparently they had all been with General Lane when Heather, Ethan, and Seth had clued him into immortals and vampires and were committed to keeping the secret. General Lane did not doubt the soldiers' loyalty. Aiden didn't either after reading their minds. All were fiercely loyal to the general, and all were surprisingly loyal to Seth, because Tim's daughter would have died of cancer if Seth hadn't healed her. Lizette, Etienne, Krista, and Sean followed, also garbed in military uniforms. Chris Rorden and seconds Brody, Tracy, and Nicole brought up the rear. In front of them all, General Lane strode forward in long, ground-eating strides beside General Gershom, a.k.a. Seth. As soon as Aiden had seen how large their group would be, he had objected, thinking it would give them away. But Heather had put his mind at ease. "Generals are like America's royalty," she had informed him. "It's very common for them to each have a substantial entourage that accompanies them wherever they go. Their own driver, a security detail, sometimes a police escort, a secretary, a coterie of various and assorted other assistants who do everything from iron the general's pants to manage his communications equipment. Since we're supposedly accompanying 2 generals, this is pretty much what would be expected." Aiden glanced at Zach. "Does Gershom bring an entourage like this when he comes here?" he asked telepathically. Zach had read enough minds to have seen it if Gershom had. "I'm not sure," Zach responded, eyes forward. "Either he's found some stooges to serve as his entourage, or he mind-controlled everyone here into believing an entourage accompanied him, because they saw nothing unusual in his actions." As the generals approached, the soldiers guarding the front entrance snapped salutes, which General Lane and General Gershom returned. The soldiers opened the doors for them so swiftly the 2 generals never broke stride. Inside, a man with a lot of decorations on his uniform approached them with a few men of lower rank. All saluted. "General Gershom?" When he turned to General Lane, his eyebrows flew up. "General Lane, I wasn't aware that you—" General Gershom cut the man off. "I brought General Lane into the loop to help clean up your mess, Nelson." Nelson stiffened. "What mess?" "The mess," General Gershom barked, "that landed a fucking self-proclaimed reporter for a conspiracy theorist website on General Lane's doorstep, asking him to confirm that this is a military installation that conducts experiments on American citizens." Nelson paled. "What?" General Gershom snapped his fingers. Darnell set his bags down, removed a large iPad from his briefcase, then straightened. After folding the cover back, he tapped the glass, then turned it to face Nelson. The bright screen illuminated an article posted on a conspiracy theorist website the network had manufactured to look so real that the article appeared to have been shared on social media thousands of times. Whatever that meant. Nelson's face mottled with fury. "Son of a bitch!" Darnell regarded him stoically. "It's trending." Aiden didn't know what that meant, but guessed by the officer's apoplectic expression that it was bad news. General Gershom waved a hand. "No one leaves without my permission until we've identified the source of the security breach." He motioned to Darnell. "My team will need access to your communications hub and your servers to determine whether this was a result of a hack or was leaked from the inside." "Yes, sir. Immediately, sir."
Nelson waved to his men, who promptly picked up Darnell's bags and escorted him, Etienne, Krista, Heather, Chris, and Nicole away. "I've made arrangements," General Gershom continued, "to transport the special cargo stored here to another facility." "But, sir—" Aiden shifted anxiously as the conversation proceeded, with General Lane and General Gershom taking turns issuing orders the others leapt to obey. This was taking too long. At least it felt like it was taking too long. What if those bastards were already shackling Dana to an operating table so they could autopsy her? "Stop panicking," Zack spoke in his head, while the generals continued to turn the place on its ear. "All is going according to plan. A few more minutes and you can see her. She's all right, and you need to keep a lid on your emotions so your eyes don't glow." Aiden drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. At least the real Gershom wasn't present. That would have been a disaster. To walk inside with a faux General Gershom, only to discover the real thing waiting for them. A soldier abruptly turned and motioned for them to follow him. "This way." General Gershom followed him, Aiden and Sean on his heels. Though Zack and Lizette stayed behind to aid General Lane, half of General Lane's men accompanied Aiden's group. The installation soldier took them down one corridor, then another, and through 2 security checkpoints. Heather had been right. These men really did react as though General Gershom were royalty, acceding to anything he asked and offering him the utmost deference and respect. Not one of them questioned or hesitated to obey his orders. No doubt the real Gershom lapped that shite up, since he seemed to have delusions of grandeur. Or just plain delusions. When they turned the next corner, Aiden's heart leapt. 3 soldiers carrying automatic weapons approached them, a small female in their midst. Clad in a too-big jumpsuit, she limped a bit on bare feet, with her hands secured behind her back. Dana. Her eyes lit up when they met his. "Aiden!" The thought came through loud and clear, accompanied by joy and relief. Then she looked at the tall man beside him, and all color fled her face. "Oh, shit! Gershom!" "It's okay," he hastened to assure her. "He captured you too?" she asked. "No, sweetheart, it isn't the real Gershom." She glanced at his companion. "Are you sure?" 100%. Since Gershom is so fond of posing as Seth, we thought we'd turn the tables on him." His eyes fell to her legs. "You're limping." Fury rose. "They hurt you?" "No, I hurt myself when I overpowered the guards." He stared at her. "I'm sorry. What?" "These men aren't soldiers. They're 3 of the gifted ones who were taken. We were just about to make our escape." While General Gershom droned on about Aiden didn't care what, Aiden swiftly reviewed Dana's memories. "Holy shite," he muttered mentally. "You overpowered the guards and secured your own release." "I know." Her brow crinkled. "I've kind of been freaking myself out because I don't know how the hell I'm doing this." General Gershom turned toward the approaching soldiers. The 3 males with Dana stiffened. Their hands tightened on their weapons. "That's the asshole who took me," one of the gifted ones told Dana telepathically. "This isn't the man who took you," Aiden told them all. "He's only posing as him, much like you're posing as guards, so we can liberate you." The men's eyes widened. A walkie squawked behind Aiden. Tim mumbled into it, then stepped forward. "General Gershom, sir. The transport trucks have arrived." General Gershom responded with a curt nod. "Let's load them up as quickly as possible." He motioned to Dana. "Start with this one." If Aiden was supposed to remain with the others, he deviated from the plan. Tim motioned for Dana and her faux soldier escort to accompany him back to the front of the building. Aiden fell in behind them, his eyes on Dana. Her hands had been secured behind her back with a zip tie, but her companions had left the tie loose enough for her to free her hands if the need should arise. Aiden ground his teeth as he again noted her limp. It seemed to take them forever to reach the front of the building. Nelson was gone, kowtowing to General Lane, no doubt. The soldiers who remained offered no objections as Aiden and Tim headed outside with Dana and the other 3. Large military trucks were lined up out front, each protected by half a dozen heavily armed soldiers Aiden knew were Chris's men. Tim guided them to the back of the first truck, then stood aside while Dana's guards helped her inside. Aiden followed the four into the truck, then let the canvas flap fall back into place. A slice of bright sunlight swept in where the flaps didn't quite meet, alleviating the darkness. Dana spun around. Jerking her hands from the zip tie, she hurled herself at him. Aiden wrapped his arms around her and crushed her to him, lifting her off her feet and burying his face in her hair. "I thought he'd killed you," she whispered, her voice choked with tears. "I feared he'd done the same to you." They held each other for a long moment. "I'm guessing he's Aiden," one of her companions murmured. His thoughts identified him as Rick. Ignoring him, Aiden lowered Dana's feet to the truck bed and leaned back so he could look down at her. "You're really okay?" he asked, brushing her loose hair back from her face. She nodded. "What the hell?" Rick murmured in astonishment. "His eyes are glowing, and he has fangs." Aiden glanced at him. Rick was tall and slim, the uniform he wore too short in the sleeves and tight across his chest, and he gaped at Aiden. "I told you she wasn't crazy," another declared triumphantly. Phil, who was apparently telepathic. The third man just stared, mouth hanging open. Dana laughed. Keeping her arms around Aiden, she leaned into his side and motioned to the men. "This is Rick, Phil, and Grant." Aiden nodded to them, but was more interested in the foot Dana kept her weight off of whenever she moved. He nudged her toward one of the bench seats that ran the length of the truck. "Sit down and let me see what you've done to yourself." Dana sank down and propped her foot on the opposite knee. "I heard it when I kicked one of the soldiers." Aiden crouched in front of her and examined her cold, dirty foot. The heel was already beginning to bruise. Cupping her foot in his hand, he smiled up at her. "I'll have to see to it you're wearing a good pair of boots next time." His hand heated. The bruise receded, then disappeared. Dana covered his hands with hers, drawing his gaze. "Did Ethan and Heather survive?" "Heather did. We're still waiting to see if Seth was able to fully heal Ethan." Nodding, she blinked back tears. "Where's the real Gershom? Did you defeat him?" He shook his head. "We don't know where he is. I half expected him to be here when we arrived." Rick took a step forward. "How did that guy in there look so much like Gershom? Are they twins or something?" "No, they're more like cousins." Sunlight brightened the truck's interior as the flap pulled back. Tim stood outside with 4 more gifted ones. Dana tugged on Aiden's hand. "Your eyes," she whispered. Aiden closed them while he took a moment to bring his emotions back under control. His fangs retracted. He opened his eyes. Dana smiled. "You're good." He brought one of her hands to his lips for a kiss, then rose. "Let's see how fast we can get you all out of here." "Aiden," Seth said in his head, "you're needed at David's." Aiden swore and met Dana's gaze. "I'm needed at David's." "Go now," Seth ordered. Though he was loath to leave Dana, Aiden teleported away. Gershom stood in the forest, a gentle breeze teasing his hair as he listened to the thoughts of those who thought themselves safe in David's abode. Ever since Seth's adopted daughter had alerted Seth to his presence at the army base last year, Gershom had been carefully testing the extent of Amy's peculiar talent to see just how close he could get before she began to sense his presence. Close enough to eavesdrop on the conversations and thoughts that cluttered David's home as the sun set. A slow smile curled his lips. Once more, he had gotten the best of his nemesis. It had been too easy, really. While that fucker Seth was busy at the military installation, pretending to be him and liberating his little gifted ones, Gershom would walk right through the front door of David's home, figuratively speaking, and take that which was most precious to him. Seth wouldn't even realize they were gone until it was too late.
Perhaps Gershom would slay David and a few of the immortal guardians while he was there, just to dig the knife in deeper. The notion held great appeal. Listening to the muted speech, he took a quick head count. Amy sat on a sofa in David's living room, reading a book to the toddler on her lap. Her husband, Marcus, sat beside them, so afraid for the two that Gershom could barely find any coherent thoughts in his head. Roland and Sarah lingered nearby, determined to do anything necessary to protect Marcus, Amy, and their child. David was there too, of course, watching over the flock in Seth's absence. It grated a little that Gershom couldn't access that one's thoughts. Imhotep and Chalk were present as well, and were likely the only two aside from David who could offer up a decent fight. The Celt had proven to be a good adversary, but he was at the military installation, fawning over his lover. The younger immortals, Richard and Jenna, manned a love seat, their second, Sheldon, across from them. Multiple other heartbeats surrounded the house. Network soldiers, no doubt. He scoffed silently. Did they really believe humans armed with guns could stop him? The immortal Black Sheep Bastion was absent, as was his wife. He and Melanie had opted to remain at the network, to make a stand with Heather and the vampires should Gershom decide to strike there, or should he simply pop in to fuck with Ethan's mind again? Maybe he should fuck with Ethan's mind. It would only take him a few minutes to undo all the healing Seth had spent hours performing. Or better yet... He tilted his head to one side. Perhaps while the other immortals were struggling to contain Seth's fury after he returned and found Amy and Adira gone, Gershom would stop by the network and nab Cliff. He could deny the valiant young vampire blood until the madness consumed him, then stick him in a room with Amy and Adira. Let nature take its course. Could be interesting. But first... He shifted into Seth's form, then teleported to David's living room, appearing beside Amy. Several gasps sounded. David rose. Marcus did too. "Is it over? Did you get Gershom?" Amy dropped her book and hugged Adira to her breast as she stared up at him with fear. "That's not Seth. It's Gershom." The immortals all leapt to their feet. In a blur of motion, Marcus scooped his wife and daughter into his arms and raced out the front door. Gershom shifted back into his natural form and teleported to David's front lawn, appearing directly in Marcus's path. Immortals poured through the front door of David's home, weapons drawn, David in their lead. Marcus darted in a different direction. Gershom again teleported into his path, then did so again, and again. Marcus stopped. Lowering Amy's feet to the ground, he moved her and the baby she held behind him and braced himself for a fight. The human guards that stood just outside the house, fewer than Gershom had guessed, raised their weapons. "Fire your weapons," Gershom called, "and I'll use telekinesis to send every bullet into Amy." No weapons fired. Richard vanished and reappeared behind Amy. Gershom flung out a hand. Richard flew backward 30 yards and slammed into one of the huge trees at the edge of David's lawn. Several of Richard's bones broke with audible cracks. Gershom swung on David, Roland, Sarah, Chalk, Imhotep, and Jenna as they leapt forward. Energy burst from him, radiating outward like a blast wave and sweeping almost everyone, immortals and humans, off their feet. Only David, Marcus, and Amy remained standing. As David drew his sword and leapt forward with a roar of fury, Gershom flung a dagger. Metal glinted in the last of the dying light as the dagger shot around Marcus and stopped half an inch from Amy's neck. David skidded to a halt, his dismayed gaze going to the blade that hovered so close to Amy's carotid artery. Triumph filling him. Gershom smiled. When Aidan appeared in David's living room, he found it empty. A ripple of power hit him, nearly knocking him on his arse. Outside, David roared in fury. Aidan raced through the front door. Roland, Sarah, Jenna, Imhotep, Chalk, Sheldon, and all the network soldiers were down on the ground. The Immortals grimaced in pain. Some of the network men appeared to be unconscious. Across the yard, an injured Richard struggled to regain his feet in front of the trees. At the center of the lawn, Marcus stood with sword in hand in front of Amy, who held Adira tight. David skidded to a halt as a dagger veered around Marcus and hovered a hair's breadth from Amy's neck. Aidan bent to grab a sword Roland or Sarah had dropped and crossed to stand beside David. David focused his glowing amber gaze on the dagger. The floating dagger eased away from Amy almost a foot, then darted forward again, nicking the soft skin of her neck. Gershom smiled and shook his head. "You only think you're as strong as me, David." Marcus drew a second sword. "Really?" Gershom drawled, then frowned. "Wait, how are you still standing? You're only 8 centuries old. You should be flat on your back like the others." Marcus shook his head. "I'm stronger than I look." The dagger that threatened Amy abruptly jerked away and flung itself at Gershom. Aidan's eyes widened, as did Gershom's, as he hastily ducked it. He looked back at Marcus with surprise. "How did you do that?" Aidan wondered the same thing. Marcus didn't have telekinetic abilities. Marcus leapt forward and swung his swords. Caught off guard, Gershom drew his own and fell back a step as he struggled to fend off Marcus's attack, which shouldn't even offer him a challenge, since Gershom was so powerful. What the hell? "How are you doing this?" Gershom growled, steadily backing away as he blocked blows backed by so much power that sparks lit the darkening night each time their blades met. Marcus's eyes suddenly flashed golden. "Surprise, cousin." In the next instant, Marcus grew taller and shifted into Seth's form. Aidan gaped. Golden fire flashed in Gershom's eyes as his features contorted with fury. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Seth is at the military installation, posing as me. I saw him with my own eyes." Seth shook his head with a dark smile. "You studied me so carefully and took such delight in impersonating me when you attacked Aidan. I'm surprised you don't recognize me." "That's not possible." "Apparently you aren't the only magician in the family," Seth snarled. A flash of panic entered Gershom's eyes. "You can't be Seth." "Oh, but I am. Someone else volunteered to bear your form at the military installation, so I could remain here and bury your ass." Aidan had had no idea. He had thought Seth had been the one pretending to be General Gershom. David shot forward, swinging his blades. Aidan followed, leaping into the fray. The three of them surrounded Gershom, whose composure began to fray as one blade bit deep, then another and another. The foliage bordering David's lawn rustled. Dozens of immortal guardians strode forward, weapons in hand, ready to take up the fight should Seth, David, or Aidan fall. Marcus was one of them, and crossed to plant himself in front of Amy and their daughter. Aidan hissed in a pained breath as Gershom's sword cut across his middle. The metallic scent of blood tinged the air. Gershom began to rack up wounds. "Lay down your swords, Gershom," Seth ordered, still hammering away at him. "This ends now." A red slash appeared on Gershom's cheek as Seth's blade drew blood. Another appeared on his chest when David's drew more. Gershom's face darkened as he roared with fury. In the next instant, he vanished. Aidan stumbled as his sword met empty air. Seth spun around. Gershom appeared behind Amy and, in the next instant, drew a blade across her throat. Her eyes widened and filled with pain as blood sprayed her husband and daughter. "No!" Seth bellowed. The sky above lit with a flash of lightning as thunder filled the clearing like an explosion. Dark clouds swelled in the sky, hiding the first twinkling stars. Smiling, Gershom vanished. Marcus spun around and caught his wife and baby as they fell. "Aidan!" Seth snapped as he zipped over and knelt beside Amy. Aidan teleported away, following Gershom's energy trail to France, to Germany, Australia, Canada, Russia, Japan, and some places Aidan didn't even recognize. But he stayed on Gershom's heels, following the trails of energy he expended each time he teleported to a new destination.
He caught up with Gershom in Finland and immediately swung his swords before Gershom could teleport away again. The other's wounds must be wearing on him. Gershom released a bestial sound, like a rabid dog cornered by hunters. Pain flashed up Aiden's arm as Gershom got in a lucky strike, but Aiden kept moving, kept swinging his swords. He just needed to hold the bastard until Seth could finish healing Amy and catch up. Gershom vanished. Swearing, Aiden teleported after him and found Gershom in a cramped alleyway in what he thought might be Lagos. A man riding a bicycle gaped at them, so startled by their sudden appearance that he nearly lost his balance. Gershom buried his blade in the man's stomach, then teleported away. Shite! Aiden caught the man as he fell and swiftly healed him. He took another few seconds to bury his memory of the incident and plant the suggestion that someone had bumped into him and spilled paint on his shirt. Then he teleported after Gershom to a country road he thought might be in Hawaii. Gershom swung his swords, cutting down two lads who looked like teenagers. "Seth!" Aiden called as Gershom teleported away. He knelt beside the boys and swiftly healed their wounds. "I'm on my way," Seth said in his head. "Hurry!" Aiden implored, running so low on energy that his skin began to burn beneath the sunlight. After burying the memories of the boys, he teleported away again. Following Gershom to China, he found himself on a narrow street facing a row of homes that had fallen into disrepair. Gershom's latest victim, an elderly man, sank to the ground as Aiden appeared. "You fucking coward!" Aiden shouted, but Gershom teleported away. Voices floated around the corner. Grabbing the fallen man, Aiden ducked into the nearest home and found it empty. Seth appeared. Aiden knelt and laid the man on the floor. "Gershom is wounding innocents to slow me down." "Zach," Seth said aloud, then teleported away. Zach appeared, still clad in a military uniform. "Catch me up," he ordered as Aiden healed the old man and altered his memories. "Seth, David and I were kicking Gershom's arse at David's place, so Gershom cut Amy's throat and teleported away." "Motherfucker!" Seth stayed to heal her. I followed Gershom. When I caught up with him, he started injuring innocents to slow me down. Seth is following him now. Zach nodded. "Get some blood to replenish the strength you've lost, then return to the military installation and guard Lizette and the rest in case Gershom ends up there." "Zach," Aiden said before the elder could teleport away, "ditch the uniform. Gershom is starting to hit more populated areas, and if you can't bury every memory, we don't want them to connect anything they see with the United States military." Zach's clothes vanished, giving Aiden a split-second view of bare skin before the black shirt, black pants, and boots favored by Immortal guardians cloaked his form. Seth doggedly pursued Gershom, struggling to keep his rage under control. The bastard had slit Amy's throat. He had slit her throat and terrorized little Adira, who, despite her youth, had understood exactly what had happened to her mommy. Brazil, Norway, Tanzania, Thailand, Greece, Kazakhstan, Chile, Egypt. Everywhere Gershom took him, the ground began to rumble and quake at Seth's appearance. Clouds gathered. He ground his teeth, trying harder to leash his temper. "Leave the damage control to me," Zach said in his head. "It's slowing you down." He was right. Gershom could cut down a bystander in a second, then teleport away. It took Seth longer than that to heal wounds, bury memories, and plant an explanation for the bloodstains and torn clothing. "I'll heal the injured and bury their memories," Zach continued. "The network can scrub whatever appears on the internet. Just find Gershom's ass and bury him." "Thank you. If you need help, summon Jared. He won't be able to keep up. None of the others can." Unfortunately, he was right. Then it's just us. As soon as Seth finished healing the couple at his feet, he teleported after Gershom again, more wounded. Leaving the victims there without healing them went against Seth's every impulse, but Gershom had gotten far enough ahead of him that he worried he would lose him soon. Gritting his teeth, Seth teleported again and again, his control slipping a little more with each felled man, woman, or child he had to leave behind for Zach. The gap tightened, then tightened some more, until Seth caught up with Gershom in Times Square, which bustled with activity. Gershom grabbed a pregnant woman, drew her back against him, and locked an arm around her throat. Whimpering, the woman dropped her shopping bag and clutched his arm. Gershom breathed hard as he tightened his hold and staggered back a step. Blood oozed from multiple wounds as he glared at Seth and raised a dagger. "Don't!" Seth blurted. He tried without success to yank the blade away from Gershom using telekinesis. His lips twisting in a sneer, Gershom buried the dagger in the woman's chest. Screams erupted. Brakes squealed as pedestrians scattered, running into traffic and darting into businesses. Dropping the woman, Gershom huffed a pained laugh and spat blood. Seth dashed forward to catch her before she could hit the pavement. Some valiant men nearby tried to tackle Gershom. Dark wings burst through the back of Gershom's blood-stained coat and spread wide, knocking the men down. More onlookers screamed. Some crossed themselves. Eyes glowing gold, Gershom burst into preternatural speed, racing up the sidewalk, swinging his swords every which way, felling one human after another, and breeding pandemonium. "You can't win," Gershom growled breathlessly. "I'll always find a weakness." Once more, he teleported away. "Zach," Seth called. "Almost there," came his response. "I've a few more to heal." The screams continued. Seth couldn't wait for him. "Jared," he called, "come to me now and bring Chris." Reaching out to every man, woman, and child he could see, Seth seized control of their minds. All motion ceased. Running bodies stumbled to a halt. Drivers braked. Bicyclers slowed to a careful stop. Horns sounded in the distance behind Seth as drivers farther back wondered what the holdup was. He couldn't worry about them right now. Blank expressions cloaked the faces of every person present as Seth began the arduous task of burying each individual's memory of what had just happened. Chris Rorden and the foe General Gershom appeared at Seth's elbow. General Gershom shifted into the form of Jared, who swiftly replaced his uniform with Immortal Guardian standard blacks. "Oh, shit," Chris whispered. "This is fucking worst-case scenario." "How can I help?" Jared murmured. "It looks like Seth is taking care of everyone we can see," Chris told him. "You need to catch all those we can't see, and bury whatever the hell they just saw." Zach appeared. Foul curses colored the air. "Heal the injured," Chris ordered, "beginning with the pregnant woman Seth is holding. Then see if you can catch Gershom." Zach knelt beside Seth and carefully pulled the bleeding woman from his arms. "If anyone took pictures," Chris told Jared, "or made a phone call, or tweeted, or otherwise spread the news, give me their names." "Okay." Seth worked as swiftly as possible. A hell of a lot of windows looked down on them. The longer it took them to clean this up, the more it would snowball. Chris dialed a number. "Yes, sir," a man answered. "There's been an incident in Times Square. Mobilize 4 units and get them here ASAP." "Yes, sir." "Put the tech team on it and expunge every record of this." "Yes, sir." Chris dialed another number. "Elena Moreno," the head of the West Coast Division answered. "It's Rorden. We have a situation," he announced without preamble. "Tell me what you need." Minutes passed as Chris made his calls. Seth and Jared buried memories, and Zach moved from body to body, healing the wounded. Too many minutes, and through it all, Seth's anger simmered. Damn Gershom for this. Chapter 23. The group that gathered around David's table 2 nights later was a somber one. No meeting had been called. Everyone had just felt the need to stay close, not just to look after each other, but to be there for Seth. They had succeeded in rescuing the gifted ones Gershom had abducted and removed all knowledge of them from the military, foiling his latest plan. But Gershom would be back. All knew it, and all now knew it would be even harder than anticipated to stop him, because Seth and the Immortals had a weakness he could exploit, a weakness Gershom lacked. They cared. About their brethren, about their seconds and network family, about all humans and gifted ones. Gershom would always be able to use that against them, and none knew how to guard against that. Dana studied the men and women around the table. Conversation flowed as plates filled with the scrumptious meal Dana wasn't sure who had prepared for them, but the conversation was muted, reserved.
More leaves had been added to the long dining table along with more chairs. All the Immortals in North Carolina were present, along with their seconds. Cliff had come too, she was pleased to see, and General Lane, who had abandoned his uniform in favor of civvies. Melanie, Bastian, and Cliff sat on Dana's right. Aidan, Heather, and Ethan sat on her left. Ethan had awoken shortly after the trucks carrying Dana and the other gifted ones from the military installation had arrived at network headquarters. He had been quiet and had spoken little when Heather, Aidan, Dana, Bastian, and Melanie gathered around him, and the words he had spoken had come slowly, sparking fear in those who loved him. But after more blood infusions and a long, healing sleep, he seemed to be his regular self again. David presided at the head of the table. Seth occupied the chair at the opposite end. This was the first time Dana had seen Seth since Gershom had taken her. Lizette and Zach sat at Seth's right elbow, Jared beside them. Apparently posing as General Gershom and having Seth pose as Marcus had been Jared's idea, and his helping clean up the mess in Times Square had outed him to the others. So he was bunking at David's now. Amy and Marcus sat on Seth's left, as usual. Adira sat in her mother's lap, brow furrowed, 2 fingers in her mouth. Aidan followed Dana's gaze. "I heard Marcus tell Roland that Adira is afraid to let her mother out of her sight now," he said softly in her mind. "I don't blame her," Dana thought. "Poor baby. Can't they just bury her memory of what happened?" He shook his head. "Seth is afraid burying the memory would do too much damage to her still-developing brain." The front door opened. Chris Warden strode in, his battered briefcase in hand. All called greetings. Tossing them a wave, he dropped his briefcase and hung his jacket up among the many black coats that adorned the long coat rack. "Join us for dinner?" David asked. Chris responded with a weary smile. "Thanks, I'd love to." Shadows darkened the skin beneath his eyes. Had he slept at all since Times Square? While Darnell grabbed another chair and pulled it up to the table, Sheldon retrieved a plate, heaped it full of food, and deposited it in front of Chris. Thanking him, Chris tucked into his meal with a gusto that made Dana wonder when the man had last eaten a hot meal. "So?" David said. Chris swallowed a mouthful. "Times Square has been taken care of. Elena Moreno and Scott Henderson had their tech teams pitch in and handle everything that popped up on the internet, while we handled phone calls and everything on the ground." Dana stared at him. "So no one knows?" "No one knows," Chris confirmed, taking another bite. "That's amazing." Chris shook his head and motioned to Seth. "What he did was amazing. No way would we have been able to contain something this big if he hadn't brought everything to a screeching halt and bought us time." Seth seemed less than impressed with the feat he had performed. "Gershom still got away." "But he's running scared," Zach countered. "I followed the bastard for hours before I ultimately lost his trail. For all we know, he may still be running." He shook his head. "He might have talked shit to you in Times Square, but you shook him, Seth. You caught him by surprise." Aidan grunted. "You caught me by surprise, too. I thought that was you by my side, helping me rescue Dana and the others. Having Jared take your place was a stroke of genius." Voices of agreement circulated the table. Dana looked to Chris. "How are the gifted ones we rescued?" "Pissed," he answered. "They want payback, but know they can't get it without revealing their gifts to the public. And after what they just went through, they know that wouldn't be wise." Dana nodded. "It would just make them targets again." "Exactly. We're doing everything we can to help them resume their normal lives, smoothing things over with their employers and the like. We're also providing any who need it with free medical care, as well as sessions with therapists on the network's payroll, if they desire it." "Thank you," she said, thinking of Rick, Phil, and Grant. Chris smiled. "Don't worry. We're taking good care of them." Seth cleared his throat. "Now tell them the bad news." Quiet descended. Lizette frowned. "What?" "Tell them the bad news, Chris," Seth repeated. All eyes went to Chris. Setting his fork down, Chris sighed and drew a hand down his face. Just once, I would like to come to this house and not be the bearer of bad news." He leaned back in his chair. "After the dust settled at network headquarters and we counted heads, we realized that we didn't recover all of the missing gifted ones." Aiden took Dana's hand. "Are you saying we left some behind?" he asked, his voice and face expressing the same dismay Dana felt. Chris shook his head. "No, we got all of them that were housed at the military installation. But 15 of the missing gifted ones weren't there. Scott Henderson's team found 3 dead this morning in Texas." "Male or female?" Seth asked softly. Chris hesitated. "All female." Aiden swore. "What about the other dozen? Do you think they met the same fate?" "We don't know," Chris admitted, "but I believe that's likely the case. I've got everyone looking for them. Elena and Scott do too. I'll update you with any progress we make." Heavy silence. "You won this battle, Seth," Zach said. "You may think you didn't, but you did." Lizette nodded. "Dozens of gifted ones are alive today, thanks to you." Zach took her hand and continued. "Gersham's been working behind the scenes all this time, but you brought him out in the open. You scared him. You made him bleed. Until now, Gershom thought himself too clever for us. He thought he was untouchable, invincible. But I got a good look at him while I was chasing him, and he stopped long enough to throw more victims my way. You, David, and Aiden cut that fucker up." He said it with such satisfaction that even Seth cracked a smile. "At least there's that." Chuckles lightened the mood. Roland folded his arms across his chest. "Zach's right," he drawled. "We're making progress. This time we cut him up. Next time, we'll bury him." Hearty agreements from all. Chris tucked into his meal again. Conversation resumed, flowing around the table more freely now. Aiden nudged Dana. "You're not eating," he said aloud. "Are you nervous?" "A little," she admitted, the butterflies in her belly resuming their flight. Heather leaned forward to peer around Aiden. "What are you nervous about?" Sheldon motioned to the Immortals sitting around the table with a fork full of chicken. "These guys don't make you nervous, do they?" Tracy gave her a sympathetic smile. "Too much testosterone in the room?" Dana laughed. "No. Aiden is going to transform me tonight." Exclamations of joy filled the air. Ethan and Bastian clapped Aiden on the back. Melanie gave Dana a hug. "Welcome to the family." "Thank you." Sarah motioned to Dana's plate. "You're smart not to eat. Anything you down now is going to come right back up." Dana grimaced. "That sucks." "It really does," Sarah agreed with a laugh. "But if Aiden is anything like Roland and the rest of the married immortals present, he'll spend the next 3 or 4 days pampering the hell out of you." Looking up at Aiden, Dana raised her brows. "Your wish is my command," he professed. "Really?" She eyed him speculatively. Aiden had suggested that he transform her while they made love, so the pleasure would dampen the pain of his bite. "Sounds kinky," she'd said, "but I'll go with it." And she could think of quite a few commands she'd like to issue as soon as they got naked. "Could my wish be your command before you transform me?" He winked. "Absolutely." Grinning, she squeezed his hand. "Then I'm not feeling so nervous." Raising their hands to his lips, he kissed her knuckles. The tableware abruptly jerked and clinked. Startled, Dana glanced at the table. Her tea splashed and danced as her glass began to tip. Hastily reaching out, she steadied it. Aiden and several others did the same. Dishes began to jump and rattle as the table began to vibrate. All conversation stopped as hands grabbed silverware that migrated toward the edges. Confusion and uneasiness filtered through Dana. What was happening? The ground beneath her feet wasn't shaking, just the table. "Seth," Amy said, her soft voice full of concern. All eyes went to their leader. Seth's head was bowed. His eyes glowed a vibrant gold. Arms straight, he gripped the sides of the table so tightly his knuckles shone white. A muscle twitched in his clenched jaw as he drew long, jagged breaths in and out through his nose as though battling... what? Pain? Illness?
David leapt to his feet and sped down the table in a blur. Resting a hand on Seth's back, he leaned in close. "What is it?" Zack rose on Seth's other side. Seth shook his head, then seemed to reel with dizziness. The table lurched violently. Zack hastily gripped Seth's arm and shoulder to steady him. "Seth?" Amy repeated, resting a hand on his where it clutched the table in front of her. He closed his eyes. "The gifted ones," he gritted, slowly gaining his feet, his arms supporting his weight more than his legs. Dana saw Aiden and several other immortals surreptitiously grip the edges of the table to hold it steady. "The ones that are still missing?" David asked softly. Seth nodded. "They aren't dead." Zack shared a glance with David. "Are you sure?" "They aren't dead," Seth repeated. "They're transforming." Shock rippled through the room. David swore, his eyes flashing bright amber. "All of them?" "Yes." "Where?" Seth shook his head, again nearly losing his balance. "I don't know. Gershom is blocking me or otherwise shielding them. I can't lock in on them." Zack glanced at Lizette. Nodding, she stood and rested a hand on his arm. As soon as Seth straightened and staggered back from the table, he, David, Zack, and Lizette vanished. Dead silence. "Well, shit," Chris whispered. "And I thought Times Square was the worst-case scenario." Dana examined the faces around the table and noticed how pale some had become. "I'm not sure I understand what just happened. Is Seth okay?" Heather nodded. "I was wondering the same thing. Was he angry or sick? I couldn't tell." "He was both," Roland answered. Dana looked at Roland, then Aiden, still not sure she understood. Aiden sighed. "I hope I'm not breaking a confidence here, but some of the youngsters present may not know that Seth feels it whenever a gifted one transforms." Heather frowned. "Feels it how?" "He once described it as a sick feeling of dread or a burning in the pit of his stomach. It's how he found each of us when we transformed and helped us adjust to our new circumstances. The closer he got, the more he felt it, like a beacon." Ethan cleared his throat. "I had heard as much, but didn't realize it actually made him physically ill." "It usually doesn't," Aiden told them, "not to this extent at least. But gifted ones don't transform as often as you might think. Humans number in the billions. We immortals only number in the thousands. As far as I know, the only time more than one gifted one transformed at the same time was when Richard, Etienne, and Bastion all transformed within days of each other. This, 12 gifted ones transforming simultaneously, is unprecedented." Ethan frowned. "We've been using that word a lot since Gershom arrived on the scene." Sighing, Aiden shook his head. "And we'll be using it again if Seth can't locate the missing gifted ones, and Gershom manages to raise his own private immortal army." "Merde," someone muttered. Days later, Aiden sprawled in a chair in front of Chris Rorden's massive desk at network headquarters. Chris sat behind it, his eyes on the computer that dominated the center of his desk. "People," Aiden said suddenly. "What?" Chris murmured, his eyes still glued to the screen. "You said people." "When?" he asked with little interest. "The last time you bitched about my using mind control here at the network, you said my people, not my guards." Squinting at the screen, Chris leaned closer. "Damn it," he muttered. "I must need sleep or something. I can't seem to bring this shit into focus." Aiden smiled. "You don't need sleep. You need reading glasses." "Bullshit," the blonde grumbled. "I'm too young for reading glasses." Rising, Aiden leaned over, braced one hand on the desk, and covered Chris's eyes with the other. "What are you—" "Shut it." His hand heated as Aiden corrected Chris's vision. Then he withdrew his hand and sank back down in his chair. Chris scowled at him, then looked at the computer. His forehead smoothed out. "I'll be damned. I did need reading glasses. Thanks." "No problem." "Now, what were you blathering on about?" Chris asked, no malice in his tone. Aiden laughed.
When I expressed concern upon learning that Zack had mind-controlled Dana, you complained about my not having felt the same concern when I mind-controlled your people. Not your guards, but your people. So, I get it now. Get what? Chris returned his attention to the computer. Why you won't let the matter drop? My messing with your guards' minds just pissed you off. It was my using mind control on your assistant, Kate, that infuriated you. Chris's eyes widened as his brows drew down. Leaping up, he crossed his office and closed the door. You're just guessing. But I guessed correctly. Aiden met his eyes as Chris returned to his seat behind the desk. And I offer you my most sincere apology. I understand mind control better than you, yet I still panicked when Zack admitted he'd tampered with Dana's brain. Because any damage is unacceptable, Chris finished for him, even that which can be healed. Yes. Mr. Rorden? Kate's voice emerged from one of the many devices on Chris's desk. He pressed a button. Yes. Roland and Sarah Warbrook are here to see you. Thank you. Send them in, please. Aiden and Chris both stood as the couple entered, holding hands. Aiden wasn't quite sure how this was going to go, but hoped for the best. Thanks for coming, Chris said. Would you have a seat, please? Roland and Sarah exchanged a glance, then sank down on Chris's sofa. Aiden turned his chair to face them, while Chris leaned back against his desk. What's this about? Roland asked, blunt as usual. Chris released his breath in a long sigh. I didn't want to tell you in front of the others, but Veronica Becker didn't make it. Roland stiffened. Oh, no, Sarah whispered. Leaning forward, Roland braced his elbows on his knees. How did she die? She was shot in the head, execution style. According to the memories Zack combed through at the installation, she refused to cooperate and repeatedly tried to escape. Because those at the facility thought her gift was one that would aid them the least, they opted to use her as an example to compel the others to cooperate. Roland swore foully. Did they torture her? No. She just suffered the one fatal gunshot wound. I'm sorry we couldn't get to her in time. Chris told them with genuine regret. I really am. Sarah wrapped an arm around Roland and rubbed his back. What about her little boy? That's the other reason I wanted to talk with you. Roland, since you're Veronica's only living relative, Aiden suggested I ask if the two of you would like to adopt her son Michael. Their eyes widened. They turned to each other and stared without speaking for a long moment. Their heartbeats picked up, pounding a rapid beat. Roland looked to Chris. Does Seth know about this? Yes, and he's already given his consent if you're interested. Roland squeezed Sarah's hand and again met her hopeful gaze. Do you... Yes, she blurted, then bit her lip. I mean, only if you... Of course I do. He brought her hand to his lips for a kiss. You don't know how much I regret that I can't give you children, Sarah. But you can, she said softly as she touched his face. Michael is your descendant. He needs us. And, Chris added, as a gifted one, he'll need special guidance, which is why we don't want to place him with a human family. They wouldn't understand his differences. Aiden eyed Chris curiously. Do you know what his gift is? Not yet, Chris said. Seth might, if you ask him, but whatever it is hasn't drawn the notice of our caregivers yet. Roland frowned. Will he be safe with us? We've not yet vanquished Gershom, and... Aiden spoke before he could finish his thought. With Gershom still out there, no one else would keep the boy safer. If you adopt Michael, he'll be surrounded by powerful immortals every day. Hell, you'll probably spend most of your time at David's so he and Adira can play together. Sarah's face lit with excitement as she squeezed her husband's hand. That would be so great. You know Marcus and Amy have been worrying about Adira not spending enough time around other children. Roland's features lightened with hope, then darkened again with uncertainty. What if he doesn't like me? I haven't been a father in 900 years, and you know the other immortals all say I'm antisocial. Everyone in the room laughed. What? Roland asked, expression puzzled. Sarah patted his hand. Sweetie, Everyone knows you're Adira's favorite uncle. She adores you. And Michael will too." His lips curled up in a smile. "You're sure about this?" "Yes." He looked at Chris. "Then let's do it." Squealing, Sarah threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tight. Roland grinned. "When can we see him?" Chris looked up at Aiden. "Tell Melanie and Dana we're ready to see them." "We're ready for you," Aiden told the two women telepathically. Brimming with excitement, Sarah damned near danced in place while they waited. Roland looked back and forth between Chris and Aiden. "Seth is really okay with this?" Aiden smiled. He thought it a grand idea. "I'll handle all the paperwork for you," Chris said, business as usual. But Aiden didn't need to read his thoughts to know he was enjoying this. Chris really didn't get to give good news very often, and after recent events, he had needed this as much as Roland and Sarah did. "What about Michael?" Sarah asked. "How is he doing?" Chris lifted one shoulder in a slight shrug. "About how you'd expect. He's disconsolate. He misses his mommy and doesn't understand why she didn't pick him up from daycare, or why she hasn't come for him since. The child psychologist we keep on staff recommended that you stay at David's place for a while. Michael will need time to get to know you both and to adjust to his new family life. And she believes his being able to play and interact with Adira will help ease the transition." "Of course," Roland agreed. The door opened. Dana entered and held the door for Melanie. Melanie entered with little Michael on her hip. The somber toddler rested his head upon her chest and sucked on the index and middle fingers of one hand, just like Adira, as he stared at them listlessly. Roland and Sarah rose. Dana closed the door and moved to stand beside Aiden, slipping her hand into his with a smile. Melanie crossed to Roland and Sarah. "Michael, this is Roland and Sarah." "Hi," Sarah breathed with a smile as she held her hand out to the boy. Michael reached out and closed his plump fingers around her index finger. After a moment, he lifted his head, studying her with more interest. Roland smiled and drew a gentle hand over the boy's dark hair. "Aren't you a handsome lad?" Sarah winked at Roland. "He has your genes." He laughed. Michael leaned toward Sarah, removing his fingers from his mouth long enough to reach for her. Thrilled, Sarah drew him into her arms and cuddled him close. Aiden quirked a brow at Chris. "Perhaps he's telepathic." "Or an empath," Chris countered. "Or maybe psychic," Dana suggested with a teasing smile. Aiden grinned and wrapped his arm around her. "My personal favorite." Leaning up, she kissed his cheek. Releasing a contented sigh, Dana rested a hand on the arm Aiden had draped around her. The two were curled up on his porch swing, her back to his front, watching twilight gently lower its blanket upon the earth. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "We'll have to go soon." Nodding, she drew in a deep breath and marveled over the plethora of scents she could detect and isolate now that she was immortal. In deference to Seth, Aiden had not transformed her the night Gersham's captive gifted ones transformed. Neither had wished to add to whatever illness burdened Seth, so they had waited a couple of weeks until Seth was himself again. Dana had been so ill for 3 days after Aiden bit her that she barely remembered it. But now? It was weird to feel so normal, yet have so much power, strength, and speed at her disposal. In the week since her transformation, Aiden had trained her vigorously, long hours, every day. Dana didn't object. She knew her abduction had terrified him. Hell, it had terrified her too. Fortunately, thanks to the how-to-kick-ass manual Zack had planted in her brain, she already possessed most of the combat skills she needed to defeat multiple vampire attackers. She just had to learn to moderate her strength and speed, which was tougher than she had thought it would be. Her gaze slid to the large, boarded-over hole in the exterior wall of the house. There had been a few incidents. "Hey, guys," Brody called through the screen door. "It's almost time." "Okay," the two answered.
Immortal guardians and their seconds would all be dining at David's tonight. David said he and Seth wanted to gather everyone together to formally welcome Dana to the family. She felt a familiar flutter of happiness. She had a family again. Aiden had given her that, and so much more. Ready to embrace her new life, she had sold her little duplex home and shop and had moved in with Aiden. She grinned. And Brody. It was a little odd, having Brody there with them, but he was Aiden's second and a likable guy, and the three of them were adjusting. Aiden touched a finger to her chin and tilted her head back for a kiss. "Do you regret it?" "Regret what?" she asked, pressing her lips to his for another kiss. "Do you regret not sending me on my way when I came to you for that first reading?" Smiling, she shook her head. Not for a second. His eyes darkened with sadness. "I've brought such violence into your life." "The love and happiness far outweigh that," she replied. "And you've given me the huge family I've always wanted, plus immortality." She shook her head. "My only regret is that I didn't meet you sooner." He slid a hand over her hair, brushing it back from her face. "We'll have forever together now." "Forever still won't be enough." Curling a hand around his neck, she drew him down for a longer, more thorough kiss. "I love you, Aiden." His handsome face lit with a smile. "I've waited nearly 3,000 years to hear you say that." She laughed. "No pressure." Grinning, he shook his head. "You have by far exceeded all my hopes and expectations. I do love you, Dana. More with every breath I take." She stole another kiss. "I love you too." This concludes Blade of Darkness by Dianne Duvall, narrated by Kirsten Potter. Copyright 2017 by Dianne Duvall. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dianne Duvall and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.